Once, a red star rose over the Milky Way, brighter than the moon itself. From this moment on, the ancient laws of the sky, which controlled the luminaries, were destroyed, and troubled times came. The wanderers, the children of this heavenly power born with its will, had to turn the universe and correct the order of things in order to rule the celestial empire. Events unfolded on the battlefield, where a young fighter repelled enemy hordes. His companion admired the skill of a comrade, amazed at his skill. Although the guy was barely 15, he held on as an experienced warrior. During their joint wanderings, the satellite had the opportunity to observe a friend in various battles, and could say one thing with confidence. The young man had incredible power. During his short life, he took part in a myriad of battles. In each of them, he looked as if he was ready to fight to the last sigh. However, despite the desperate desire to survive and win, the boy is noticeably tired. As soon as the opportunity appeared, he knelt down to take a breath. The satellite realized, to continue the battle without loss will be an overwhelming task for them. He was surprised by the noble soul of a comrade. Even in his own trouble, the young man found the strength to help others. Suddenly, the commander attacked a bluish teenager, accusing that he was only doing what he was chatting. The officer decided to put an end to the guy, since he flatly refused to participate in his ventures. But the comrade suddenly stood up for a friend, and the commander flew away. Seeing this, the boy was convinced of the correctness of his opinion about the satellite. He really turned out to be a noble defender, although no one asked him about it. Having said nothing, the young man moved forward through the chaos of fighting soldiers. The white-haired one was perplexed, trying to understand the intentions of a friend. The guy turned out to be in the middle of a hellish battle without any weapon. It seemed that he was either overly self-confident or reckoned beyond measure. However, his weapon was precisely this recklessness. In the young years, the guy already had beliefs. If he even holds in his hands what he cannot kill, he himself will die from this thing. This warrior seemed complete stupidity, but for some reason, he could not object to his comrade. Finally reaching the hill, the teenager explained that he intends to do something more important. A friend became interested in what you could do in such a situation. It turned out that the young hero was going to find the way to victory for their army. The alarmed warrior tried to explain that in such a chaos it was simply impossible. Div, at the last moment, noticed the enemy creeping from behind. However, despite the fatigue and cunning of the enemy, he easily defeated him. It was then that the guy understood. You can only win back. The white-haired quickly caught a friend's hint, and realized that they were possibly lured into a trap. He was amazed at the insight of a comrade who understood everything from one glance. But the boy himself was not a stupid, immediately realizing the west of words about the need for retreat. Despite self-confidence, the warrior honestly admitted his oversight. He was so carried away by the battle that he missed the obvious. Turning around, the fighter headed away, as it turned out to be the barracks to report the situation of the command. Now, knowing the path to victory, he had to report to the generals. The hero tried to explain that high-ranking officials would not listen to such a slave as him, but the white-haired warrior was still on conventions. He had to do his work efficiently. Then, accelerating, he rushed back to the barracks, and the main character, considering him an idiot, nevertheless hoped that he would listen to him. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because even one thought of retreat angered the commander. The commander did not understand why they were to withdraw troops when the victory was already so close. And yet, despite the reckless judgments of the slave, he decided to listen to his justification. The young man made it clear that until then the enemy alternated the attack with a retreat. In other words, it is possible that part of their troops was hidden. The military leader quickly caught the hint that they were moving into a trap. However, he only joked in front of his comrade that some slave considered them idiots. The conversation ended with a threat. The general threatened the guy to continue the battle, otherwise he would cut the throat. Obviously, the young slave quickly realized his position in this system. He immediately remembered the words of his friend, whom he met not so long ago. Then he rushed his gaze at the bright sky, completely strewn with stars. The boy thought, how many people at the end of the night will be able to see these heavenly luminaries? And how many will die? He had no choice. The enslaved had to continue the battle, so he immediately rushed back to where the allies were waiting for him. No time has passed since the battlefield was dotted with the bodies of warriors on both sides. And only then the young slave, making sure that there was no one, began to get out from under these rubble. Obviously, he needed a couple of minutes of respite after such heavy piles of corpses fell on his fragile body. Around him there was nothing but a crimson wind that was dispelled by the fog. Now he had to decide what to do next. However, suddenly looking around, he noticed a familiar bandaged hand. So the whole and unharmed friend also got out from under the rubble of dead bodies. The white-haired person was sincerely delighted. seeing that his combat comrade still managed to survive. He was sincerely glad of a new meeting. Continuing to sit on the pile of the fallen, they contemplated a bright red luminary. The young man himself spoke about the star, which was called the Royal. Rumors said that a child born under the strength of this star will become a dominant ruler. This means that one day he will turn the world. However, unfortunately, 12 years have already passed since this star came. Obviously, the hero was not clear what his interlocutor specifically regrets, but the point was that he was born as many as 3 years earlier than the appearance of a heavenly sign. If he had been born later, he would try to become a great ruler. The fact that the main character hid is that the star flashed in the year of his birth. However, he decided to console his companion at least a little. To do this, he explained that the stars do not immediately open up to the human review after they entered. The blessing is received not only by babies born in the year of its ascent. All children who were born at least 3 years before could find it. Therefore, his friend could also become a ruler. These words really instilled in the young man a certain hope. In addition, he had nowhere to go, except for the Ulya martial arts school. So along the way, he decided to gain the power of the ruler. After that, they did not pray for long, thinking everyone about their own. The warrior finally interrupted the silence to find out how a friend managed to hide among the dead. As it turned out, he realized to do this as soon as the main character went to the military leaders. The young slave understood that they had the end in any case, because not a single commander would listen to the advice to retreat for the sake of the subsequent victory. As it turned out, at the moment when the protagonist proposed a departure, and his blonde friend realized that he had no need to die with a bunch of madmen, he realized this when a comrade spoke about the retreat. In fact, the Tatar army did not need to protect these earthen mountains, but even so they fought for them desperately. It was this that managed to lure the general here. However, it seemed insanely stupid to the guy. Due to the fact that the enemy fought, they thought that they had a great goal, and kept no matter what in order to hoist their banner. But all this was useless, and the white-haired felt guilty for destroying so many soldiers. Despite this, the young man was grateful that he had such a wonderful chance, and began to shout loudly about the fact that he needed to desert and end a slave existence. The main character became clear that this young warrior was also a descendant of the traitors of the war. It became clear why these Maltese were at such a young age on the battlefield, and the fair-haired suggested that the boy go with him. Liu Jun sincerely wanted to agree to this proposal, but could not. He had 2 people whom he had to defend, his old weak mother and an even more weak sister. However, this warrior did not upset. He considered a privilege that you can return to where the family was waiting for you. He, unlike his comrade, had no one left. With these words, he said goodbye to the boy and left. However, finally, the young slave recalled that he had forgotten to introduce himself. His name was Bai Yunhui. Liu Jun also called his name in response, but he said so quietly that the fair-haired young man did not even hear anything. Liu Jun only got angry, so he ordered the guy to ask him anything else. Surprising his temper, Bai Yunhui only laughed, after which their paths finally parted. However, the white-haired warrior was still hoping that fate would bring them again in the near future. And so, when Bai Yunhui left, Liu Jun was left alone with the royal star. He still recalled the words of his new acquaintance that he would go to the school of martial arts and would like to become a ruler. For some reason, this thought was stuck in his head for a long time, but he knew that he should not care whether this guy would become a ruler or not. He needed to worry more about his fate. Behind his thoughts, 2 goddesses carefully watched. They stood and wondered which of these 2 guys was marked by the royal star. The goddess of fate did not know this, and asked the opinion of her friend. However, she was sure that the ruler should become the one who was contrary to fate. The red-haired goddess also agreed with this. After all, people themselves are the tops of their destinies. The one who is waiting will certainly achieve nothing. The conqueror was to become a royal star, so another 11 years have passed. The once united faction of Baidao and the School of Martial Arts, the street gained great power. This forced the forces of the Bianhuan School, the street and supporters of the cult of reverence of demons to unite in the Union of Night. Soon, 2 martial arts schools concentrated on the middle of the plain. The Alliance of the Night, founded by Banhuan and Ulija, began to demonstrate their ambitions against each other. Events moved to a transport enterprise, which carried out its transportation under a contract. This enterprise belonged to the Baidao faction, wore income with honest labor. Right on one of the paths, Liu Jun began to argue with the head of this convoy, proving that the laid path was simply impossible. Obviously, the rest of the carriers did not understand why this guy again so unceremoniously intervenes in the plans. The assistant chapter immediately reminded the young man, so that he knew his place and did not dare to talk to the boss like that anymore. However, the young man shouted and proved that they could not go around Mount Yasushan. Besides, it would take more than 3 days. The assistant quickly recalled that for this reason they all gave an additional payment for 3 additional days. However, despite this, Liu Jun insisted that it was impossible to go around. Then the man tried to explain the stubborn that the robbers of the Yasu clan, the most bloodthirsty of 18 robber clans, live in these mountains. So getting around the danger was the right choice. However, the daring young man hinted that they decided to illegally assign themselves gold, which they had to pay for travel through the mountain, and he warned that birds usually destroy birds, while people are their greed. Obviously, the assistant was angry that the guy was working out that he had read such nonsense somewhere, but Liu Jun insisted that the life or death of all travelers depends on the decision that they would now accept. The assistant insisted that for this reason they decided to go around, so that everyone managed to survive. But the young man insisted that they would all die because of his stupidity. Obviously, the man shouted loudly to the impudent to follow his tongue, warning that he would never heal humanly only because he could not filter what has been said. However, no matter how annoying this was, Liu Jun was convinced that only thanks to this sharp language he still lives. In addition, he warned that because of the sworn words that they ignored, he would save only his comrades from death. He was not going to help out these arrogant people at all, because he gave them a chance. The young man explained that now it remains only to decide. They will go around, or will rotate this wheel of fortune. In any case, he warned them. So let him take care of his lives. Obviously, the assistant was immediately going to punish the impudent youth, but the head asked to interrupt the dispute. After all, they could no longer waste time because of some kind of arrogant boy. Then he explained to the carriers that no more than 3 hours were left before sunset, and he gave the order to move with a quick step without respite until the mountains are in the distance and there would be 100 paths left. Immediately after that, the man ordered everyone to advance and repeated the order of their head, and everyone immediately began to chant loudly that they were Jinshan captures. Frightened, the head immediately ordered those people who forgot that now they are secret from the robbers going around the mountain. Therefore, the assistant handed them to the team to stay quietly, to go without unnecessary noise until they go around the mountain. And so, in silent silence, the cabman passed right until the evening. At this time, Liu Jun himself talked with people whom he could consider friends in this company. However, only looking at him, the assistant became dissatisfied, because I would like to abandon this annoying youth in the forest. The head of this expedition explained that they could not do this, since the new chapter sent him with them, and they had no choice. The assistant became interested in how nauseating the faith was in the favor of the previous chapter, since he played like this before this boy. As soon as the new chapter took his place, he appointed the arrogant young man a porter, and everyone experienced great relief. However, it was not clear why he still wore such luxurious clothes. After all, if earlier he was a manager, now it was a simple porter, and this clothing was not to his face. However, the head could not do anything with this clothing. As soon as he took the post, he immediately called Liu Jun to himself and ordered him to make a choice. He could become a porter and stay in the detachment, or get out on all fours. Obviously, the young man, without a doubt, immediately chose the position of a porter. After all, until the new chapter spread rumors about him, he could not change this position. And because of the weak mothers and sisters, he simply had no other choice. However, in return, he set a condition. In fact, the condition was a formality. Because for the most part, if the guy stops getting money, he can barely feed himself, not to mention relatives and expensive medicines. But for an unknown reason, the head still decided to listen to his requirements. Then Liu Jun explained that he was ready to become a porter and accompany delivery, but asked him to continue to wear this clothes. Upon learning of this, the assistant was very surprised at such a stupid condition. But the head knew that this clothing was a gift from the previous leader. The previous chapter saw how this young man wrote the prescriptions. At the same time, he began to praise him, comparing with the legendary calligraph Van Sish, and appointed him to a special manager. After that, he asked the first-class master to sew clothes and gave it to the boy. For some reason, everyone used to believe that it was just elegant clothes, but apparently she was very dear to him as a memory. And yet no one could get rid of the feeling that Liu Jun was too arrogant. The assistant understood that if the guy watched his tongue and respected the new chapter, he would probably not have been kicked out of his place. His case was a fee for seeing something that was not worth it, because of the excessively inflated ego. After that, they further continued their path, each immersed in their own thoughts. But the anxiety of the assistant prevailed when he decided to ask the master about the clan Yas. Will everything really be all right with them? He understood that to some extent it was dangerous, but there was nothing throughout the world that could be achieved without risking. In addition, recently, Huanzhou and Huayan from Shenanian managed to go through this mountain. The assistant indicated that the reason was that they officially drove and did not go around. And the head understood that the thought of the assistant was really partly true, but something else seemed important to him. The Yasu clan did not pursue the companies going around their territory. However, Liu Jun believed that for this reason the path became even more dangerous, because now they were in paid. No one understood the reasons for his judgments. However, Liu Jun explained that he quietly overheard the conversation of the head. According to him, all the companies that have been bypassed successfully completed transportation. The boss was sure that since they had everything without excesses, then their caravan will probably be the same. However, the penetrating young man suggested looking at the situation from the position of the Yasu clan. Already twice trading companies bypassed the mountain in order to illegally assign the due fee. Having learned about this too late, the robbers would be beside themselves with rage. If they were so deceived by themselves, he would definitely demand that the perpetrators pay for it. And only after these words, the guy realized that in this case they would also definitely bear the reckoning. In addition, Liu Jun, as luck would have it, had some bad foreboding from the very beginning of the path. His companion asked why the young man speaks so ominous. He only calmly asked him not to worry once again, writing off his words to excessive excitement. However, it is obvious that the young carrier was scared to death with these prophecies. At that moment, the chapter was glad that they had to go through the mountain. Another half an hour, and they will finally leave the Yasu clan. However, the assistant constantly looked at Liu Jun's face every now and then, which remained too focused, which was also disturbed by him. At that moment, the boy noticed that the young soothsayer was clearly in dysfunction of this man. But this was not so important to Liu Jun himself, because he could not blame these people that they were not able to accept him. Then the young carrier became interested in what the true abilities of this mysterious person were. However, Liu Jun himself did not know whether he was really so gifted, at least in something. He had never experienced the limits of his capabilities. For some reason, he felt that he would soon be given a similar chance. He recalled his long-standing acquaintance, who so dreamed of going to the school of martial arts and on the way to become a ruler. It remained unknown why this very moment surfaced in his memory. However, he was interested in whether the dream of Bai Yunhui was fulfilled to become a ruler for the time that the star was in one place. The chapter was thinking about this trip. At that moment, the assistant did not know. Either he would rejoice, or to be sad with his conversation. And the chapter only continued to reflect, moving on to the thoughts of the ruler, which every day glowed all red. He was sure that the worst war in history would soon begin. It became obvious to the assistant that we are talking about a conflict between the Ulya martial arts and the cult of reverence for demons. It turned out that some rumors have already reached the head, which means that in many places there were already clashes between these groups. He had a picture of the world in front of his eyes, which all turned into the bloody sea. For the heroes of the troubles, it was an opportunity. But for ordinary people, it is the horror that they should either survive or die. Therefore, the head planned to resign. In addition, he hoped that this sortie would bring him a huge amount of money. But suddenly, he felt his heart sank, and only then noticed that his body was affected by an arrow. The arrow was truly huge. She pierced his heavy body through. Then he, losing consciousness, fell from his frightened horse. After that, everyone witnessed a real city of arrows, which definitely belonged to the Yasu clan. The cabmen who tried to escape how, but under such a flurry of murderous shells, it was almost impossible. And Liu Jun, looking at this battle, realized that ultimately was right. At this time, that young cabman, sweetly treating Liu Jun, was hiding from these deadly arrows. But suddenly, he noticed that the mysterious predictor was spinning near the horses as if nothing had happened. He scaredly asked the daredevil to hide, because an arrow could get into him. However, he could not afford to leave animals here for certain death. The young carrier scaredly warned Liu Jun that if he continues to free the horses, he himself could lose his life. But the fearless young man was ready for this, if his fate. With these words, he released the last horse, sending it to gallop with a gallop. And just at that moment, looking around, he realized that the shelling was over. But to their horror, they saw something much more threatening. They began to surround people lit by torches. Weapons sparkled in their hands. Looking back from all sides, Liu Jun realized that he would definitely not be able to get out. In addition, there were at least 200 warriors, and now these villains descended right into their souls. The carriers prayed that the head would give the order, because the enemy was numerous. They will not be able to repulse. But in the end, they only witnessed how the assistant lay, covered by the body of his own master. The survivors rejoiced, if only because he survived and now could give them an order. However, his only order was the panic. To run! Liu Jun tried to explain that now that they were surrounded, there was no more salvation. For this reason, the assistant ordered them to burn all the carts, because the goal of the invaders was their cargo. If they set fire to carts, then they will pursue much less enemies. Therefore, the cabmen, not seeing another exit, began to follow the commander's order, desperately hoping to survive. As soon as all the carts were welcomed with fire, he directed them to the side, where there were the least torches. Several carriers gathered behind the assistant, all those people who sincerely trusted him. Liu Jun tried to explain that they would not break through an ambush. And even in the case of a breakthrough, no matter how much they pass, death will still overtake them. However, the commander did not understand how the young man could offer to stay here and wait for his faithful death. But Liu Jun noticed that if they knelt down, then they may have the opportunity to survive. Although the rest were sure that the angry robbers to Yaz would never have mercy on them, the soothsayer was sincerely tired of convincing these stubborn people. So he explained that he would remain here with the rest and pray for mercy. Some men doubted, believing that perhaps they should still run. However, Liu Jun recalled that none of them can really hold a sword in his hands, not to fight. After these words, the assistant, together with the cabs, grabbed the blades and began to break through to the place with fewer torches. Looking after them, Liu Jun understood that he would do everything possible to save at least his companions. It was their fault that they did not listen to his warnings. After that, he gave his group an order to put out the fire, and especially the third wagon, which was the most valuable among them. No one understood why he had to extinguish the flame, because the guard had already approached the burning carts. However, the young man made it clear that the purpose of the clan was to punish them, not a load. The blazing carts would only anger the attackers more strongly. The young carrier proposed this time to do as Liu Jun said, and pointed to barrels of water in the last cart. And so everyone took up work, starting to extinguish the most valuable load. As soon as the flame managed to knock down, they saw the approaching warriors. Right closer, they demanded that the cabmen explain what they were doing here. Liu Jun, as if nothing had happened, demonstrated that they put out the fire. Obviously, it seemed strange to the robbers that while the arsonists ran away, someone stayed to extinguish him. The man warned that their escaped comrades would also die soon. Perhaps they began to extinguish the fire only because they thought that they would survive so, but made a mistake. But Liu Jun was sure that all his companions would survive. The leader only laughed, demanding to tell how the young man came to this conclusion. However, he explained that they themselves would have mercy on them. The robber wanted to know the reason, and Liu Jun said that he could not even call one, but 4. According to numerous traditions, among the 1,000th of the robber clans, 18 of the strongest are led by 18 chapters responsible for the clan. They are called 18 tigers. One of the 18 clans is Guanshuizian, surpassing the remaining 17 tigers combined in its cruelty. And specifically in this clan, they did not find them to get. When the captives were brought, they found warriors at dinner, calmly fingering, as if nothing had happened. Liu Jun tried to gather in his head everything that he knew about these people and their leader. He realized that if the rumors were true, then Guanshuizian was literally the embodiment of cruelty. So they are all dead. Therefore, he frantically reflected whether his arguments against this person would work. Finally, everyone fell silent and rose to greet their leader. Liu Jun with trepidation finally could consider this man. He was literally a giant in bloodied clothes. In his hand he held the head of an assistant who ordered the escape. Their only ghostly hope for survival was this person in the past. Initially, he was a native of military circles, began with the bottoms and went up to the army commander of 500 soldiers. However, this was the limit of his growth, because he had neither high social status nor anyone's patronage. Those tormented by doubts and resentment, Guanshuizian left military affairs and began to move along with various schools and convoys of transport companies. However, they did not pay attention to his abilities anywhere. Only misconduct worried everyone. And so the place, which became his last choice, was a robber gang. The place where you can achieve unlimited heights only if you have real talents. A place where everything is straightforward. There are no intrigues. Their survival now depended on what would be stronger, either the adamant of this man or his respect for the arguments. Nevertheless, Liu Jun could not be sure whether the spirit of a young man, indignant from injustice and bias, remained in this warrior. At that moment, the assistant noticed that the leader was all in the blood. However, he was not wounded. For him there is no problem of some convoy guards and a couple of managers. But the assistant recalled that they were not a couple there, but dozens, and asked the leader in the future to go with accompaniment. The head, finally sitting in his place, decided to find out what prisoners were in front of them. He became furious when he realized that these people were a detachment of porters from the caravan who tried to get around the mountain. He immediately threw the head of one of their guides to the ground in front of them, and he ordered his people to put her on a stick and put it at the entrance to the mountain. Thus, he was going to arrange an indicative execution for all other deceivers. Initially, the leader's intentions were completely different. However, now, seeing all these convoyers, he decided to put their heads on sticks. However, the man realized that probably their heads would not look as sorry as the head of this conductor. Therefore, having stopped his choice on him, he decided to find out what all these captives have forgotten here. Before that, he gave his people a clear order, not to leave any enemy alive who showed disrespect for their clan. However, the assistant, pointing to Liu Jun, explained that he insisted that they must certainly spare them. Moreover, he brought them 4 reasons for this. It seemed to the robbers quite interesting, so they brought him here, believing that he might be interested in Guan Shuixian. And at that moment, the leader became softer, indeed recognizing Liu Jun as an interesting person. In addition, the assistant immediately apologized for his possible gullibility. It was easy to deceive him, because it was possible to arrange even unpretentious words. But the leader considered this the most valuable feature of the character of his friend, thanks to which he gave him all emotional advice. Having glanced at the captives, he became much severe. The robber wanted to know what for the 4 reasons because of which they had to spare them, and he warned that if he hears some nonsense, he would certainly tear them apart. Obviously, everyone was immediately wary, realizing that they assumed their lives in the hands of this youth. The first reason was that through their murder, the clan receives nothing but losses. But the leader believed that there was no benefit here, only in their position. He wanted to cut the throats for them for daring to look down on them and notify the whole world about it. But Liu Jun recalled that after such a terrible warning, no one will go through this mountain anymore. Obviously, both the assistant and the head immediately fell silent, because they did not think about such an outcome before. The young man calmly explained that their service really violated the secret agreement. However, they will definitely spread rumors about the inhumanity of the Yasu clan. The chapter could argue, because it was in this situation that they were disrespectful towards the clan. However, Liu Jun understood that the rumors would be such robbers by receiving a fare, while robbing a load and killing all the people accompanying it. The head believed that such unprecedented rumors are simply impossible, but Liu Jun understood that even if it was a lie, they would do this in any case, because only in this way they would be able to maintain confidence in their transport service. In addition, the Yasu clan reliably strengthened deeply in the mountains, while the service of Jinshan Biaoju made transportation throughout the mainland, due to which she was well known and had an impeccable reputation. So if they begin to carry rumors, these stories will become known to everyone around. And no matter how the clan denied this, ultimately the rumor will diverge rapidly. Guan Xuanjiang wanted to know what the benefit of the prisoners will survive. Liu Jun said that they would spread the truth about what happened. Considering that the initiator of this act was their head, the service will need to save its good name. Perhaps they will even pay a visit to Guan Xuanjiang with an apology and pay compensation. The leader, carefully listening and thinking, this time wanted to know the second reason. As a second argument, Liu Jun said that they had already brought their clan a good benefit. The assistant specified that they put out the settled carts with the load. The guards of the convoy set them on fire to take advantage of the confusion and have time to escape. Namely, it did not occur to these people to extinguish the carts. But the leader understood that even children could cope with this, and did not see anything heroic in it. Liu Jun initially did not argue with this statement. However, only they could put out the wagon under the number with the most valuable load. If they did not do this due to a lack of time, this load would already be ash. Finally, the interested leader decided to go to the third reason. However, before calling it, Liu Jun wanted to ask a clarifying question. Does a man have a dream to put the clan Yasu at the head of the 18 clans? Obviously, everyone was immediately alert, not realizing that this madman had just blurted out, and the leader was angry, not believing whether the guy really asked if he was thinking of becoming the supreme leader. He was very angry, threatening that they would all hear the sound of his torn mouth after these words. And he recalled that his adopted father was the current supreme leader, and his adopted older brother will become the next. It was obvious by madness to declare that he dreamed of violating the principles of morality because of his envy of his father and brothers. However, Liu Jun did not react to the anger of the chapter. He was interested to know what rumors go outside the clan. He calmed down in an instant. Guan Xuanjiang immediately suggested that the young man take a walk. The assistant immediately wished the head of a pleasant walk. Today, there was just a refreshing breeze, and when the leader rose from his place, like a towering cliff, the throne began to skeletally sag under his power. Many believe that today they may replace their heads on a stick, and this may already be the head of Liu Jun. Events are transferred 3 years before this day, to the cave of the heavenly demon. This is a place where the heavenly demon itself, the legendary hero of the cult of worshipping the demons, threw everything. And a young man entered there. For more than 500 years, many masters fought to master the martial art of the heavenly demon, but until then, no one managed to. All that they achieved is only death. However, today, finally, one man interrupted a tradition of 5 centuries. The martial arts school manager, together with the founder of the cult of worship of demons, he made a brilliant contribution to the formation of the Union of Night. Everyone knew him as a demonic knight, but his better famous name is the Sword of the Heavenly Demon, Bai Yunhui. Returning to the present, the assistants watched the departing head and Liu Jun, realizing that the guy managed to place a formidable leader to herself. However, they all could admit that this young man and themselves placed them even earlier. In fact, they were hooked that the command arranged arson and escaped, and instead of the escape, he remained to extinguish the fire. Few would have done so in his place. Therefore, a man had no idea how such a man sank to some porter. But one thing is absolutely clear. It will be an extremely annoying loss if they put his head on the peak. Maybe what he has now demonstrated is only a small part of his skills. Perhaps he hides such talents as unimaginable. Finally moving away, Guan Shunjiang announced that he would spare them. The 2 reasons named by the guy were already enough to have mercy on accurately. However, Liu Jun is surprised why the formidable leader wanted to hear the 3rd reason. The leader immediately threatened that if the boy continues to ask stupid questions, then he may change his mind about his mercy. However, he wrote off everything to the vicissitudes of fate, but did not want to leave his question unanswered. The leader did not even look at him, only calmly warned that such words entails responsibility. If he again says what he should not, he can pay for this his life. However, Liu Jun simply noticed something entertaining. He saw the flame of ambitions in the eyes of the robber, and this flame told him that deep down, he passionately wants to take the place of the head of all clans. The leader recalled that this is all nonsense, and if another careless word will break out of the mouth of the young soothsayer, then he would immediately tear his throat. After which he decided to listen to the very last of the reasons. However, before Liu Jun calls her, he wanted to put forward a certain condition. The formidable leader could not promise anything. However, I decided to listen to this condition. To begin with, the guy clarified that if the carriers return, they would be kicked out of the service. And the fact that they would be left without a livelihood was even worse than death. After all, they were porters who sacrificed the load for survival. The man believed that the boy wants to demand to give them money. However, Liu Jun understood that everything was not so simple. So he asked to allow the heads of the head and guards to bring the bodies of the head to bring them to their families. The leader quickly realized that in this case, they would not be able to drive them out of the company, because they would deliver the bodies of their comrades. As a result, after thinking a little, he did not give a definite answer. Instead, he decided to find out if the guy knows about the royal star. Many people know about her and also dream of becoming rulers. He was wondering if the boy also dreamed of taking the place of the Lord. Liu Jun thought for a long time on this question of the leader. As a result, he did not answer him because he simply could not be sure of that. People themselves rule their destinies. But for those who have nothing to think about it, it was already a luxury. He did not understand how to dream of the future, when every day of your day is the struggle for survival. All that he and like him was only the hope that today will be calm, and the prayer that tomorrow will be saturated. But when he called the man the 3rd reason, he felt his heart in his chest frantically hit. The desires sealed deep in the soul responded to his words and began to wag him. Liu Jun thought that this meeting with Guan Shunjiang was probably also destined for him by fate, and he wanted to know how the fate of the formidable leader would change because of their meeting. Soon, discussing this conversation with the assistant, Guan Shunjiang admitted that he could not become the head of 18 clans. He is weak compared to the brothers. In addition, his clan was located on the outskirts. Only for this reason, the rest of the chapters never restrained him. The young man quickly guessed this. Then Guan decided to talk about the 3rd reason. The boy asked him to speak about what only he could talk about. Therefore, the head calmly explained that he also believes that 18 clans are walking along the false path. The soothsayer told him that if the brothers continue to be at enmity, then soon a split will occur. Therefore, they must retreat and go to a truce. Since almost no one expects a trick from their clan, they can help them in this. And in the end, thus, the plan will ultimately turn their weakness into force. The assistant agreed with the words of the young man, but was afraid that if Guan Shunjiang did this, he would attract the attention of all chapters, including the Supreme. But the man understood that the advice of Liu Jun was to humiliate, support the brothers, and insist on harmony, and not on division. Then he will definitely have a chance. and when this chance will turn up to him, he will never miss him. In addition, he honestly admitted that when the boy spoke about this, heat flashed in his chest, and his heart stunned like a frantic one. No matter how he tried to calm down, it did not go away. Because Liu Jun properly stirred up wishes, overwhelming him from the inside. The assistant was surprised that even despite such wise instructions, the leader whirled and gave permission to take the corpses. And at that moment, the man named the name of this guy. The assistant was interested in why they suddenly spoke about his name. However, the head asked this name to remember well, because human life is unpredictable. Perhaps at the next meeting they will change places. A couple of hours ago, Liu Jun suggested that there was a chance to meet in the opposite situation. However, he made a promise that he would certainly spare them. Therefore, Liu Jun asked not to forget his name. This was the fourth reason to have mercy on them. Obviously, having heard this, the leader only burst out laughing. However, he continued to look at the scarlet star, which shone brighter than in 11 years. Without thinking twice, he also decided to promise something. If he still manages to seize power over the clans, then he will fulfill any desire of the young soothsayer. Now Guan Shunjiang was well aware that the war between the Ulya martial arts school and the cult of reverence for the demons have already begun, and a total confrontation would soon flare up. With this development of events, 18 clans will have to make their choice. If in such a situation they continue to bite among themselves, these vague times sweep them out. This was the reason why the clans need to unite. In addition, if you stand at the head of this association, then an influential position among candidates for the place of the supreme leader would be provided to him. And he also understood this due to the fact that Liu Jun discovered him. The assistant realized that they certainly could not let this amazing young man go. It was necessary to grab him. However, Guan Shunjiang, from one glance at him, realized that this person is clearly not one of those who would remain, even if you keep him by force. In addition, Liu Jun was incredibly insightful, and it is unlikely that because of all the events that were happening around the events could protect him. But even despite this, Guan Shunjiang saw how the royal star shone over the head of a young soothsayer. At that moment, he thought that it was Liu Jun who was the one whom this heavenly luminary chose. At this time, Bai Yunhui finished his meditation. He recalled how he regretted in his youth that he was born 3 years earlier than the appearance of the royal star. However, then Liu Jun appeared, who told him that the stars were not immediately open to the human review as they went up, and that even 3 years before her appearance, children can get her strength and become the ruler. Hearing these words, he firmly decided to discard the slave fate in order to become a lord. Having got out of the cave, he looked at the star, which he had not seen for 3 years of solitude. But despite this, he never forgot about this heavenly sign, because it was literally the meaning of its existence. The warrior threatened this crimson radiance so that it would not even think to go to anyone else. After all, he will never forgive the one who selects what was supposed to belong to him. While he was admiring the star, the subordinates finally ran away, rejoicing in the return of his leader. And only at that moment did the master realize that all the wealth left by the heavenly demon already completely became his property. All preparations of his followers were already completed, and the associates were waiting only for the arrival of their leader. The warrior could only smile at their enterprise and devotion. After which, he broke out of the place to finally proceed to the embodiment of his grandiose plan. With his return from the cave, he also wanted to mark the beginning of the era of worship of the demons. But these were not all outstanding personalities in our history. 5 boys and 3 girls also appeared here, combining excellent possession of martial arts and charisma. They were called 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In addition, the main jewelry is the handsome of the Middle Kingdom and 5 flowers of the School of Martial Arts. 12 young people obsessed with martial arts were called 12 months of the Freemen, and only 1 person entered all the above groups. This man was an insanely beautiful girl. Even a real goddess admired her. They recalled all the names given to her, such as Phoenix with a sword, Blue Flower, and many others. It was surprised that despite the masterful possession of martial art, she was a real beauty. Even seeing her in men's clothing, it was difficult to then forget this dazzling appearance. Now, standing at the top of the mountain, she looked around the place where the Sichuan branch soon had to encounter the cult of worship of the demons. Over the past 100 years, they have already managed to reflect the attacks of the cult, which is part of Banhuan Uli, 12 times. Therefore, she was interested to know if they could continue this glorious tradition and achieve the same success by repulsing them again. However, her faithful satellite knew that it simply could not be otherwise, because this year his lady would participate in battle with them. Therefore, they will definitely achieve victory. The man was sure. The girl would personally see how the cultists flee from her, exhausted and frightened. However, the warrior only frowned from the fact that she was called the mistress. She did not believe that despite the cover, looks like a woman. However, her bodyguard still saw a mistress in her, even if she was dressed in a men's dress. She is not obliged to look like a man, yet her beauty was too obvious to this. However, the girl tried to explain that the reason for the dissimilarity with a man covered in the fact that he knew her true personality. She asked him to continue not to make such mistakes and contact her correctly. The man tried to object that there was no one around, and there was no need for this disguise. But having stumbled upon her displeased look, he turned to the warrior as His Excellency, the 5th Master of the Regiment of the Black Warrior of the School of Martial Arts. At that very moment, angry, the girl asked to contact her simply as a master. However, the bodyguard soundly noticed that in this case it should turn to him more respectfully, and not as an uncle. This was able to shame the warrior, who herself forgot about how to behave. Therefore, she promised that from this moment it would be called the leader. So they both must stop making such mistakes. After which the inspired master immediately went along the slope. She wanted to hurry to get to the Sichuan branch, which was at a decent distance from here. However, the leader explained that they did not need to rush so much, since the occultists would need at least 3 days to get to the battlefield. Since they had enough time, he offered to explore the situation in the city, because the scouts of the cult could even penetrate the market. The warrior, who had not seriously thought about this issue before, agreed. Therefore, they decided to do as the leader advised. The two goddesses still continued to carefully watch the girl, seeing her eyes. They both understood that it was this warrior who could change everything. From birth, she was able to have a huge impact on one of the chosen by the Red Star. Finally, events moved to the province of Sichuan, the city of Chengdu, to the same market. One of the institutions was completely shrouded in dissatisfied exclamations. Visitors did not understand how Liu Jun could be dismissed, and were convinced that their boss was the insignificant of people. After all, nevertheless, the young diviner managed to save them from the thugs in the mountains, as well as deliver the bodies of comrades who were destined to go to the feed to the wolves. It was surprising that instead of gratitude, the leadership decided to expel him. Therefore, everyone insisted that if the chapter would have ended up with them in the den of the robbers, he would definitely put it in his pants from fear. All that they had left was to resent and indignant at the boss, admiring the fearlessness of Liu Jun, even in the den of the enemy. And as soon as the eavesdropping warrior heard about the Yasu clan, she was alert with the leader. At this time, Liu Jun with all his might asked his friends to calm down. To some extent, he already expected such a turn of events. Immediately after his words, everyone calmed down, as if expecting to hear how the young man could have foreseen that they were so saying that they were so. However, everything was obvious. After all, the new chapter did not like him. If he had not fired him now, he would have looked for another convenient reason for this. However, the cabs still did not understand such a decision, because Liu Jun was so capable that you would not find like that all over the world. However, the guy only shone with his white smile, explaining that he was too good for the master. And then everyone realized that sometimes even impeccable implementation of their work is not considered a plus. Even if Liu Jun did not want to notice someone's mistakes, it seemed that people literally strolled them in his eyes. But despite all his advantages, the young man still seemed to be not good enough. He could not keep silence somewhere. Obviously, he should not pay attention to many things. This was his mistake. However, suddenly Liu Jun froze, looking at the table. He was literally tired of expensive dishes that his faithful friends tried to choose for him. Therefore, he scaredly tried to explain to them that they clearly overdid it, ordering such a plentiful treat. However, the oldest of his comrades smiled, explaining that each of them introduced as much as he could, and asked Liu Jun not to worry and treat himself. Nevertheless, the young man saved their lives. They were obliged to him. Therefore, they vied with the hero to begin to start a meal more likely. At this time, a disguised warrior specified the leader who leads the clan Yasu at the moment. He explained that they were ruled by Guan Xuanjiang, known as the most cruel of all 18 tigers. He once heard that one of the convoys of the local transportation company was completely destroyed by bandits, and only the porters returned intact and unharmed. The warrior quickly realized that these workers were participants in that story. She became interested in how ordinary movers, who did not even know how to fight, were able to return alive. Starting to listen, they heard the discussion of the workers about how Liu Jun thought with lightning speed. On the Go came up with 4 reasons to free them, standing in the face of bloodthirsty bandits. For everyone who heard his confident speech at that moment, goosebumps ran through the skin. But it was even more amazing that the formidable leader agreed with the arguments that Liu Jun brought and let them go. Now everyone was curious what the third and fourth reasons were, because they heard only the first two. The workers suspected that the third reason was that, letting them go, Guan Xuanjiang could become the head of all 18 clans. However, they were silent for a long time until Liu Jun sincerely asked them to forget about this conversation. He, like no one else, knew that there are many things in the world, learning about which they could bring trouble. No wonder they said, "My language is my enemy." Therefore, he asked them to erase this event from his memory. Silence reigned in the room. Everyone suddenly felt uneasy from his words. But they agreed that you should not discuss such dangerous topics as the post of head of all 18 clans. So, in order to live long, they must pretend that they have not heard anything. However, the warrior who burst into the room stated that she wanted to hear a story, even risking her own life. Then she apologized for overhearing their conversation, passing by. And she promised that if the young man tells her his story, she would cover the first-class table for him, which is superior to the current price and quality. The girl perfectly saw how at that moment Liu Zun's face was very wary. However, she hoped that he would agree, because for workers like them, it was a really profitable offer. At that moment, the comrades around him began to apologize for making a mistake and talking too loudly. However, the guy calmly asked them to continue the meal until the food cooled. He himself got up to chat with the Lord Yan Van, or, as he was also called, the supreme judge of the other world. However, the guest laughed, explaining that she certainly was not such an important deity. However, she suspected that most likely the young man turned to the man behind her back. Liu Zun made it clear that this was just his little joke, and invited the stranger to go out to talk to another place. But he hoped that she would keep her promise and pay a new treat for the highest category. The beauty only smiled, repeating her words again and reminding that she did not retreat from these promises. So they began to leave the institution one by one. In the end, Liu Zun turned to his old friends, promising that he would never forget the way they supported him, and asked them to eat such expensive dishes without a trace. The young man himself with a mysterious stranger moved to the best public house of the city. There, the man introduced himself as a warrior sent by the Union of the School of Martial Arts, and he called his mistress the Fifth Master. Liu Jun himself heard about the skirmishes of the Union and occultists in the Sichuan branch, so he was not surprised by their arrival. And seeing his unexpectedly calm reaction, the beauty realized that this guy was a clearly unusual porter. After all, nevertheless, Guan Xuanjiang, whom he met, is the head of the clan and a brilliant master. To survive after a meeting with such a person alone by the power of eloquence is not an easy task. She wanted to know how he succeeded. Did he use some trick so that Guan Xuanjiang spared him? However, wanting to discharge the atmosphere, the guest only warned that the singers would come to them after the conversation. However, Liu Jun did not see the point in their presence. He understood that in beauty there were no equal. They were real beauties of the Middle Kingdom. But their charm could hardly compare with the beauty of his interlocutor. However, the mistress, pretending to be a man, was only offended, deciding that they laugh at her, saying that she looked like a girl. Liu Jun was clearly not going to ridicule her, but he could not do anything with his long, restless language. Then the fifth master decided to go to business, and reminded that if Liu Jun tells her what the leader called for the reasons, then she would pay him in full, in addition to food, which was already paid. The young man even suggested that perhaps this noble lady was going to give him wealth so that he could live happily until his death. Obviously, the girl had enough funds to realize it. Liu Jun even envied that there are people who can easily spend their enormous states and on all sorts of trifles. But the hard workers with whom he had just had dinner risked their lives daily in order to simply feed his families. Obviously, the lady did not understand such a life. But this clearly did not make her guilty. Liu Jun himself realized this, because not everyone is born in the same conditions. During the conversation, the girl suggested returning to the essence. Between the school of martial arts and the cult of worshipping the demons, the confrontation began. And 18 clans have not yet had time to occupy any of the sides, adhering to neutrality. On the mainland in 18 clans, there were approximately 10,000 participants. The situation will vary greatly depending on which side they will take. That is why it was important for them to establish a connection with the potential supreme head of all clans. However, Liu Jun, realizing how important it is for them, suggested concluding a bet to start. The bodyguard got angry, believing that this daring youth was going to pull time. However, after such accusations, he no longer made sense to answer anything, and the minus was precisely for them. While the man was indignant, the warrior decided to accept the call, because she did not lose anything. Then she ordered the guy to tell the terms of this agreement. Surprisingly, the generosity of the young master, Liu Jun asked them to be alone, Paris consisted in the fact that the young master would have to surpass him in a drink. The frightened bodyguard begged the mistress not to do this, not to subscribe to such a reckless agreement. However, she did not see anything complicated in this, and decided to experience her fate. The guard again insisted on just returning home. However, the girl ordered him to leave first. When the surprised man froze on the spot, she recalled that it was an order. There was no choice, therefore, saying goodbye. The bodyguard agreed to meet again at the snake hour, 10 hours before noon. Left alone, the lady mentally asked her uncle not to worry because in the drink she was strong. In addition, she certainly had to find out everything that this guy knew about the Yasu clan. Perhaps this information will be so useful that they will have a chance to make their huge contribution to victory. Gradually, the night went to its end, and the rivals continued to drink and order wine. Obviously, both have already lost their account. How many bottles were drunk? Liu Xun constantly reminded the young man that he made a mistake by concluding an alcoholic competition with him with the intention of drinking him. However, the lady clearly saw that Liu Xun was starting to get drunk, because it was not so easy to win her. But the young man did not doubt his abilities, so he offered to go to the finish line. One after another, they continued to drain the bottles of wine. The warrior understood that she could not afford to get intoxicated first. She had to find out at least something useful from this insightful young man. In addition, Liu Xun was not so easy. He thought he would definitely win when the case concerned alcohol. But somehow, this guy, like a woman, surpassed him. However, he should never have blurted out what they were talking about with the head of the fateful day. At that moment, 2 more huge jugs of wine brought the 2 competitors, and they continued to find out with renewed vigor why each of them is so strapped in alcohol. And at some point, the warrior demanded that the young man finally recognize her defeat. She was going to completely drain her jug when Liu Xun really gave up, realizing that she would no longer drink a drop. Therefore, the lady immediately demanded to reveal what he told the head of the clan. Liu Xun realized that he needed to give out at least something while he still retained the grains of reason. Therefore, he vaguely and confusedly began to mumble something. The only thing he came up with in a drunken frenzy was that Guan Xunjiang supposedly suggested making him his successor, considering it a great honor. And so, unable to stand it anymore, he collapsed on the table in front of him. The girl, despite intoxication, understood that it was unlikely. Saying such a Guan Xunjiang, the guy could get out of there alive. She realized that he was clearly a cunning who deceived her. However, the lady could not do anything because of strong intoxication, but she had enough strength to at least mentally complain that someone so brazenly circled her around his finger. Surely she herself was to blame. Since she believed the words of some porter, it means that her uncle was right. Apparently, it was really not destined to hear anything sensible from this rogue. Initially, the warrior wanted to prove to her father that she was really capable of something, but was mistaken. She only turned out to be fooled by such a cunning because of her inexperience. Therefore, she tried to figure out what to do and how to get rid of this boy, so that the rumors did not go that she had dealt with him. But still, the girl understood that such an act could destroy her pride and further plans for the future. She planned to somehow get out with him differently. However, unexpectedly the room around her began to circle. She begged herself to hold out for at least a little, hoping that the guy would wake up, and then she would try to push more information out of him. The warrior could not forgive him that he dared to deceive the great mistress of the Ark of Sea, and, swearing that he would regret it, she also collapsed powerlessly on the table. All attempts were in vain, because she really wanted to sleep. And so, after a couple of hours, the head of a brothel came there to see what was happening. Seeing 2 drunken young people, he could only hope that they did not die. Mrs. Curtains also reminded the owner that her work did not include cleaning the corpses. However, the man noticed that they were alive, despite the fact that they breathed weakly. Obviously, both were surprised that the current youth gets drunk so much, and even manages to survive after this. Without a trace, drained 38 bottles of strong wine. It remained a mystery what to do now because the cost of drinking alcohol was simply huge. The manager decided to get by with them like honored guests, to take them to the best chambers so that visitors sleep with comfort. The chapter obviously seemed to be an overcoming. In addition, given the fact that they drank only together, there weren't even singers with them. In this case, it was worth it to let everything on his own. However, the woman believed that after waking up, they could feel intentionally deceived. And in the end, the intoxicated owners decided to gently put these 2 dead in one room. Then it turned out that the girl had 2 habits that she adhered to for 10 years. She always did breathing exercises before bedtime, and also always slept without constraining herself with clothes. And the warrior did not change this habit even that night, which ended with a loss of consciousness. Liu Xun, who was constantly engaged in winter transportation, knew how difficult they were in harsh cold nights. Therefore the cabs, without suspecting it, slept in an embrace in order to maintain heat. The young man was no exception. And this first spring night was especially cool. Events are transferred to the Sichuan branch of the Union of Uli, the place that over the past 100 years has been attacked by enemy forces. However, even so, this branch has never been captured, so it became the pride and property of the Alliance of the Street. If this fortress turned out to be conquered, the Union would have been not easy. Therefore, the cult of worship of demons needed to break through the defense borders of the department at all costs. It was a starting point to achieve the goal of the cultists, and a well-developed plan allowed them to achieve the desired in the shortest possible time. They dug the tunnel in advance underground, thus managing to appear directly from under the road paved with a beautiful stone. Due to the fact that now all the attention of the Sichuan branch was riveted to the official arrival of the cult, no one expected a sudden attack from the rear. In addition, Bai Yunwei arrived here with a small company, and his main subordinates was ordered to relax before a big battle in 3 days. However, even despite surprise, everything was not so simple. Although the soldiers were ordered to rest, the boundaries of the outer wall were easily visible. Obviously, elite fighters admired their leader, who foresaw 3 days ago that uninvited guests would visit them, and prepared a detachment for a sudden attack. Bai Yunhui calmly recalled that they dug a tunnel for these 3 years, never doubting his intentions. The warrior thanked them all, realizing that today they were destined to break through the defense of the Sichuan branch of the Union. If everything works out today, it will be completely their merit. This operation was called the capture of the leader. In order to defeat the enemy, you must first captivate their commander. Therefore, smiling, Bai Yunhui invited his associates to go to the mission. Immediately after these words, the soldiers behind him dispersed, heading each in their direction. The demon's master himself understood that if they manage to destroy this department, the fractions will stop to float here. Then, taking advantage of the moment, they will break the enemy in parts. But before starting his offensive, he looked at the royal star again. It seemed to him symbolic that she shone so clearly at the beginning of the end of the Alliance of the Street. He wanted this heavenly luminary to watch him while he goes straight to his goal. All that he could promise is that which would not disappoint her. At that moment, the scouts of Bai Yunhui dealt with the guards and have already opened the doors from the inside. After that, the leader demanded to report to him the situation. The whole guard, standing at the gate leading to the temple, was eliminated, so no one should have prevented him there. Having thanked the associates, the military leader asked if his subordinates would blame him in the fact that they had to commit cruel deeds. However, faithful fighters reminded the master about that day 3 years ago, when he first ordered them to capture the Sichuan branch. After those words, they dedicated their lives to him. Even if Bai Yunwei will now order, they will sacrifice themselves at that moment and will not hate him. The warrior did not have time to rejoice at the fidelity of his subordinates, as they reported that the personal guard of Main Qianhu was built in front of the temple. The assistants asked the master to take into account that they were all quite experienced fighters. However, Bai Yunwei understood that there was no reason for concern. Soon they would defeat this place, praised by an impregnable fortress. He will be able to show his people what real invincibility is. However, none of his associates was worried. They were excited only from the fact that after so much time they would again see how Bai Yunhui is skilled in the battle. And so, having gone to his goal, the leader promised his subordinates to celebrate well together as soon as this operation was completed. The goddesses watched this warrior, amazed at where there was so much confidence in this person. However, the fair-haired noted that the acts of Bai Yunhui are similar to self-defense, survival among difficulties. Belief in itself is the most necessary thing. The red-haired one also realized that the shield that Bai Yunhui built around him was in order to defend himself. However, he consisted of his faith in his own forces. But the girl was worried that cracks could appear on this shield. By this moment, the white-haired follower of the demon finally met with the soldiers on his way. Obviously, they did not understand what this impudent stranger had planned, since he appeared so fearlessly in the middle of the night. In addition, looking at his gait and breathing, they understood that the alien was young enough. Therefore, they immediately ordered him to stop and name his full name. Bai Yunhui only grinned. However, nevertheless, he decided not to refuse them such a simple request, and introduced himself as the leader of the Star Sirius, and a student of the Heavenly Demon. He is also known as the Sword of a Heavenly Demon, named Bai Yunhui. However, having heard all these loud titles, the soldiers considered this man a real madman. Bai Yunhui did not make sense to prove anything to them, realizing that if they do not believe the truth, he could not help them. But now, when they finished with performances, he proposed to move on to the present business. Offended guards considered that the boy completely lost fear. They recalled that they were guarding the head of the department, close to him personally, and warned that he would not come out of here alive. The student of the heavenly demon immediately became clear how much they want to tear his head to him. However, Bai Yunhui invited the guards to hurry, because they did not have much time. The warriors immediately realized that this warrior came to them clearly not alone. It was not surprising. It was unlikely that he could have been able to storm the impregnable fortress. The frightened defenders immediately dispersed. Someone ran to call the alarming bell, and someone got into a combat rack against this mysterious alien. Looking at their determination and hatred in his eyes, Bai Yunhui grabbed the blade himself to finally end it quickly. After these words, he immediately darted forward, shrouded in bright blue energy, before the warriors even looked around, as their bodies were already cut in half. And the sword of the heavenly demon itself, as if nothing had happened, went away. Surprised at the insignificance of the warriors who were so much about themselves. But now, when he defeated these simpletons, the most important test remained ahead. Completely capture the fortress, which in recent years has become even more impregnable. But he hoped that this task would not disappoint him, like the head of the Sichuan branch. Mr. Main Qianhu immediately came to his field of view. Bai Yunhui felt the presence of a strong warrior, and invited him to go out, saying that he should politely greet the most powerful person in the cult of worshipping the demons. Getting angry with such impudence, the head of the department immediately broke the door and rushed into battle. Obviously, a man was indignant, not understanding how this man dared to appear so unceremoniously to the Teshia temple. Such a greeting was to the liking of Bai Yunhui, so he also decided to keep up with the head. The defender himself understood that the presence of a sword of a heavenly demon here means that the cultists used insidious methods to penetrate inside. However, he threatened that they could not achieve anything. He will show why this place was nicknamed the Impregnable Stronghold. After these words, both warriors began to exchange powerful blows in the air. However, it all ended that the chapter had to land on the ground to dodge an unexpected attack from above. He did not have time to look back, as Bai Yunhui was already standing a couple of steps on his face. Not a second for a second, the defender decided to make his move this time. After that, two majestic warriors came together in a furious battle, measured by their physical strength and internal energy. Fighting, Main Qianhu understood that the person who contributed to the formation of the Union of Night and nicknamed the Demonic Knight was really magnificent. Rumors about him were not exaggerated. Perhaps on the contrary, they are diminished. Therefore, the man had no choice but to recognize the power of his opponent. Bai Yunhui noted that the loud glory of Main Qianhu was truly deserved. Therefore, he wanted to thank the man for the fact that he so worthy laid the beginning of the end of the school, because he certainly will never forget their battle today. Obviously, the defender was indignant that the student of the heavenly demon said so boldly, as if he had already won. He vowed that today he would certainly tear his arrogant head and clearly show why this place was considered an impregnable fortress. However, suddenly they heard a strange noise, as if from the inside of the earth. Bai Yunhui calmly explained that his associates finally began to act. Obviously, the shocked Main Qianhu did not even think about this. The warrior recalled that shortly before that, the bell rang. He announced that they had already seized the main points of the Sichuan branch. In other words, he notified that the attack from the outside began, and this means that the centuries-old history of this citadel has come to an end today. However, Bai Yunhui noticed that for Men Xianhu it was even a relief. After all, he will die without seeing this sad finale. He will allow him to die in this way due to the fact that he fought with him so bravely. Main Qianhu also understood that the enemy's words were true, and the centenary history of the department could end today. Obviously, if such is fate, then no one can do anything about it. However, the defender could promise that his head would not get his head so easily. Therefore, he attacked the enemy with rage, ordering him to go down from heaven to earth. The chapter wanted to see the power of the heavenly demon, which he inherited, and Bai Yunhui admitted that this was probably the greatest honor to experience the martial arts of his teacher. Therefore, he agreed to the demand, and they collided in a deadly battle. Obviously, the power of Bai Yunhui exceeded the warrior, which is why he began to literally press his body into the ground. Before the last maneuver, he thanked him for this worthy battle, wishing a calm life in a different world. After that, he struck the man the final blow, cutting his blade, and then the body in half. The attack was so powerful that even the temple behind his back scattered into chips, cut along and across. When the wreckage of the building crumbled in the rain, the heart of Bai Yunhui clogged more often. Finally, they were able to break through the heart of the alliance. Now it remained only to completely subjugate him to himself. Somewhere at this time, the Ark finally began to wake up. After a long sleep, she did not want to get up. However, she remembered how her guard offered to nominate at the hour of the snake. There was no choice. It was necessary to rise, because they agreed with his uncle. However, while she was calmly stretched out, which was her morning habit, she was shrouded in some terrible foreboding. And she realized what was the matter when she saw a guy with whom she competed the day before, in her bed. Obviously, she could not even imagine how this could happen to her. In addition, the warrior did not understand how this rogue was with her in the same bed. She was scared that he could take advantage of her helpless condition. However, suddenly she remembered how she read in the book, which happens after the first time, and having checked himself, I realized that there was nothing between them. But she still could not forgive him like that. If there are rumors that they slept together, her reputation will be destroyed. She could not allow it, so she wanted to kill him and close this matter. Looking at his calm, peaceful face, she hoped that he would not blame her for this. But in the last second her hands stopped. She remembered that he himself got drunk first yesterday, so he probably did not know that they were in the same bed. Therefore, she could only guess if she had the right to kill him in such a situation. And I realized that he could not do this. Moreover, this was her fault. After all, she wanted to use this person to get the recognition of her father. But still, she could not leave without punishment the fact that he spent her. Therefore, in any case, he would have to pay for his misconduct. But since it was impossible to kill the poor man, she decided to force him to pay for alcohol drunk yesterday. In this case, he will be destined to live a painful life in order to pay this huge amount. He deserved this punishment for deceiving others, and it was in a sense fair. She could not do anything about this, so she pressed his pain points, hoping that in the future he would more than enjoy the fruits of his actions. After she acted on his energy meridians, the warrior made sure that the guy would not wake up in the near future. He had to oversleep at least another 2 hours after her departure. Therefore she hoped that she would no longer intersect with this person, and on this their paths would be dispersed forever. Somewhere at this time, the head of the demonic cult circulated and restored his energy. He gathered her in a luminous nucleus in the navel. Then he ordered his assistant to report on the promotion of their business. As soon as the report was completed, he only recalled that everything should be done without the slightest mistake, and all that the servant could promise is that in spite of everything, the plan will not be torn. And so, looking at the rising sun and the destroyed alliance, Bai Yunwei celebrated the magnificent beginning of their war. Only at that moment did Liu Jun himself finally woke up. He slept well, but the sensations after the booze were dubious. In addition, he tried to remember how yesterday their conversation ended before he lost consciousness. He seems to have something about the affairs of the Yasu clan. He hoped that he did not say a word of truth, but nothing had come up in his memory due to strong intoxication. But more importantly, in the room he was left completely alone. The young master disappeared, and this meant that there was a chance that he would not pay for alcohol and room. Initially, Liu Jun proposed an alcoholic betting not to tell anything about the head of the clan, but did not take into account that the young man was so strong in the drink. Although he went to the trick before losing consciousness, he clearly did not believe in his tales. After all, who would he, a simple porter, offer to become a successor to a powerful clan? Moreover, due to the fact that the guy was no longer here, he could not make sure of the events of last night to find out what he said and what not. But most of all, the Lord scared that, recognizing his lie, the noble master decided not to pay from what was promised. In this case, his whole life will go literally a drain. Therefore, he immediately began to rummage in his pockets, realizing that he himself would have to pay. In his wallet, he had only 4 silver ingots. One of the ingots Liu Jun planned to spend on the road to the village to his mother and sister. The remaining, for the first time, until he finds a new job. His whole life was tied to these meager savings, and suddenly he heard him knocking on the door to him. The frightened guy immediately asked to enter, and the owner of the institution appeared before him. He apologized for such an early visit, explaining that he had come for calculation. The young man realized that, most likely, his fears were confirmed. The owner began to explain that the amount was very big, and Liu Jun, interrupting, decided to find out if his companion paid for their drink in the room. He had already managed to get angry, but as it turned out, the noble master not only paid for all expenses, but also left gold. As an instruction, the owner needed to transfer the surrender to Liu Jun himself. Obviously, this was not at all what the retired porter expected. After covering all expenses, 98 of silver linen remained. In addition, in gratitude for the fact that they chose their establishment, the owner decided to return, instead of 98, 2 more departure on top. And since the amount was large enough, instead of cash, they prepared a check for a louse. Obviously, the young man could not believe that he was given a document for such a huge amount. It was like a dream. But still long after that, he could not understand the reason for the act of an arrogant person. Why did she leave him such wealth? He suspected that, perhaps without understanding it, he laid out everything about the Yasu clan. Soon, he went into the inn on the way, where the hostess noticed a check in his hands. However, Liu Jun sincerely admitted that he himself did not know what this money means. In addition, he did not understand, are these means that would destroy his life, or money responsible for something else? However, the hostess philosophically noticed that there are no meaningless money in the world. A large amount or small, and payback always follows for light money. Although, having rummaged in memory, she remembered several cases that were knocked out of this rule. But even in this case, free cheese happens only in the mousetrap, and taking this money without hesitation, he can destroy his life. Then Liu Jun established himself in the thought that he had been blabbed of something. It was obvious, so this money was a fee for information. The wise woman recommended that the young man hide wealth, because many people have their eyes scatter when they see a large sum. The guy calmly noticed that besides him now there is no one here. However, the hostess only laughed, explaining that she was looking at this amount, and barely restrained her, so as not to get into her. Liu Jun understood what the mistress of the court was hinting at. Therefore, having hidden the check, he promised that he would be more careful. The woman, smiling, asked the guest to eat as soon as possible until the food cooled and lost her taste. However, unexpectedly in the distance, she saw the approaching warriors. All of them were the fighters of the Union of Uli. Early in the morning, they left the city in slender rows. Apparently, Chengdu was their gathering place. Before that, the woman only heard rumors, and the live army looked incredibly impressive. According to conversations, there were 300 warriors in the subordination of the house. The Kunlun school had 400, and the Black Warrior had 150. In total, there were 850 people among them. The hostess learned about this from the noisy warriors who had breakfast in the morning. Liu Jun quickly realized that they gathered in order to repulse the occultists in the Sichuan department. He remembered for sure that that young gentleman said that he was a warrior sent by the Union of the School of Martial Arts. If so, then he also probably was among all these people. However, suddenly the hostess saw in the distance a nun running from the forest. Turning around, they saw a shaved woman, carrying the flag in their hands. When the wanderer saw the army walking towards, she was clearly delighted that she had finally met them. Then she quickly rushed to them to convey some message. However, Liu Jun from one glance at the woman felt something strange in her. Obviously, if his assumptions are true, nothing good should be expected. Most likely this person could bring them big problems. Therefore, he immediately got up from the table, explaining that there would be no, since he was not very hungry. The hostess tried to persuade him to at least take the food with him, because he needs to restore strength. However, the guy refused, as he had more important things, for the sake of which he may even need to sacrifice his life. All this huge army was headed by the Uinzark, the current head of the Duga house. Also with them were with Dixian and Han Zuguang, the best masters of the Kunlun school, and Lin Yunfei, the commander of the Black Warrior of the Union Uli. And suddenly everyone stopped the horses when they saw the nun running towards. The commander Lin Yunfei quickly determined that by clothing she looked like a native of Imi school, but it seemed strange that she carried with her the flag of the Alliance Street. Having run up, the stranger asked if there was a great invincible knight from the Kunlun school among these people. Seeing that the woman was suffocating, Mr. Dugu Uin immediately ordered her to give water. The nun, grabbing the bottle, began to eagerly drink everything to the last drop. Everyone at this time was silent, realizing that most likely she brought an important report. As soon as the woman quenched their thirst, she immediately began to pray for help. Their school, which kept the way to the Sichuan branch, was surrounded by cultists. This happened in the south, approximately 200 from here. The military leader decided to clarify whether fighting is really underway. Then the woman said that they went on the road before dawn, but the cultists ambushed in the mountains on the way to the Sichuan branch. It was impossible to feel their presence. All as one were masters of martial arts. In addition, the enemy exceeded their number by half. There were about 600 of them. And not only were there fewer allies, but their masters had no chance to cope with the attackers. Be that as it may, she alone fled by order of the leader in order to find at least some help. Obviously, no one understood how this is possible. The cultists had to arrive no earlier than the day after tomorrow. Someone suspected that perhaps the enemies had penetrated in advance into Sichuan to avoid their scouts. The nun immediately agreed with this assumption, and she also stated that the cultists were led by the sword of the heavenly demon, Bai Yunhui. While everyone was frozen in amazement, the woman said that the first place where she ran was just the Sichuan branch. But, as expected, the cultists have already attacked him. She managed to meet with the head of the temple and report the situation, but he fought with the enemies led by the sword of the heavenly demon, and could not help. Therefore, he ordered her to seek support from those who were heading to Sichuan. Everyone immediately became quiet, because they remembered how the pride of the cult, their invincible commander, was defeated by the sword of the heavenly demon. He was those who destroyed more than one school of martial arts, and now began the attack on the school of the street median plains. The one who several years ago inflicted humiliation from the school, from which he could not be washed. Warriors considered this a great honor and the opportunity to force the heavenly sword of the demon to pay the debt to the Kunlun school. One of the men invited Mr. Doug to take the troops to the Sichuan branch, while the commander with the Black Warrior Army would go in search of the Ame school. The Ark of Win, without hesitation for a second, immediately agreed to these conditions. In addition, the situation was critical, and everyone had to rush. Suddenly, Liu Jun appeared, who wanted to ask a question to the fifth master of the Black Warrior. Obviously, everyone froze in misunderstanding. Who was this stranger? Even the lady herself did not understand that he had forgotten here at all. Everyone immediately began to look at the girl, not understanding why some tramp wanted to ask a question to the fifth master. At the same time, her faithful bodyguard threatened the young man that if he begins to carry any nonsense, he would instantly put him in place. The nun herself was angry that in such an emergency, this person suddenly appears and interferes. But still, the general decided to find out in what case this daredevil came here. Then Liu Jun explained that he wanted to make sure if he received the blessing of the fifth master. Everyone got angry, not understanding who this impudent and what he mutters with his daring tongue. While the father turned to his daughter to find out who this person is. The girl could not lie and honestly admitted that they crossed with him. And then Liu Jun directly asked the question, for what reason she gave him so much silver. Everyone immediately whispered, not understanding that such a huge amount was due for some services. And the Ark of the SGE was indignantly stated that she gave this money because she felt sorry for this fraudster. She wanted him to start a new, honest life for these funds. Liu Jun calmed down, realizing that he had not told anything about the Yasu clan. When he received an answer, the warrior demanded that he fail away, and she warned that if she at least once falls on her eyes, she would definitely not forgive him. However, Liu Jun explained that he had come not to thank her for the money, that she gave him by kindness of sincere. Instead, he intends to work out these funds, to save her and her comrades. Obviously, the girl got angry and made it clear that he should stop carrying such nonsense and cleaned up. However, Liu Jun recalled that with her silence she risks not only herself, but also the lives of all the people nearby. And he is ready to work out this money, even if it costs him life. Obviously, the Ark of the Ark wanted to know what the hero boasts so, as if he could save them. But he calmly pointed to the nun and explained that she was a fake. Everyone immediately froze from such an accusation. And the Ark was indignant that, having come here, the guy carries such nonsense. But Liu Jun could confidently say that this woman was not a follower of the Ime school. No nun. She immediately, angry, decided to attack him. The first blow fell straight into the chest. However, he soon flew away. The young mistress herself stood up to his defense. She stood up for him, although she showed how much she despises him. And the girl herself did not understand why she decided to cover him. After all, this guy was an incomprehensible rogue, about whom he did not even want to stir his hands. And despite this, unconsciously, she stood up to protect him. At this time, Lumuranakan herself did not understand who this fifth master was, who managed to block her blow so easily. While the girl began to report to the nun because to attack the one who does not know martial arts was too unforgivable for the followers of the Ame school. However, the woman continued to insist that they needed to rush, because her people were now dying, spilling blood at the hands of ruthless cultists. She did not understand why they continued to waste time on the fun of some kind of fraudster. At this moment, one of the commanders already exposed his blade. He also asked the fifth master to move away, because it was time for this insolent to taste his invincible sword. Having directed the tip around the guy's neck, he demanded to tell the truth. If he feels falsity, he will cut his throat with this blade. Therefore, he wanted to know how the guy concluded that the nun was an imposter. But Liu Jun did not even alarm, promising that he would now lay everything on the shelves. Although he was sad and further to spend precious time, because it seemed that he had already done everything that was required of him. His words have already sowed in the commanders a slight distrust of this nun, and now they will not be recklessly scattered by people to save the imaginary followers of Ime. Obviously, after such an accusation, the nun, shaking with rage, immediately ordered the guy to shut up. In addition, turning to the great knight Han, begged not to waste time on it. But when he did not recede, she turned her eyes to the head of the house of the Oak Win and Captain Lin Yunfei, not understanding how they could be inactive in this situation. She believed that this particular person was suspicious, who had reasons to detain them here. In addition, she accused him of the fact that he was a spy of the cultists. Obviously, the nun's words were not groundless, and people expected Liu Jun to say his defense. At this time, the nun still proved the need for haste. However, Liu Jun was surprised that such a rushing person had enough time to completely drink a jug of water. Even if you run without stopping and suffering from thirst, it is unlikely that a person is enough for a spirit to enjoy water when the comrades are in danger. This is the first reason why it was not the messenger of the Ame school. The woman insisted that she fled almost 100 or without a respite. She was very dry in her throat. However, the hero believed that in his words there is more sense. However, if this was not enough, he could still name at least 7 reasons. Then he calmly rose, preparing to describe the second reason. The second reason was the 600 people. When someone is attacked, in chaos, it is impossible to accurately calculate the number of enemies, and it was worth just saying that there were twice as many enemies than allies. But to say that there were almost 600 of them, it could even agree that in such a situation it was difficult to accurately evaluate the situation around. The third reason was that the words that the head of the Sichuan branch sent her here for help was a lie. The Sichuan branch established fortifications to protect himself from the cultists. Of course, a person responsible for such fortifications should be reasonable. It would not be reasonable that the sage occupying this place would force the nun who ran 100 to run the same, and instead of giving her a flag, he would send a physically strong person. The nun objected that she insisted on the desire to go herself. However, Liu Jun understood that in this case the head would certainly convey at least something to Mr. Duga Win, or sent a mail pigeon to him. At this moment the woman began to literally glow with anger. The fourth reason was that even breaking through the encirclement of enemies, numerically exceeding it by half, she escaped any wounds from the back. Obviously, the nun accused Liu Jun of inventing problems from nothing, and that there is no rule according to which she must certainly have wounds on her back. And he could agree. After all of the above was nothing more than assumptions. He was ready to give her the opportunity to prove that she was not a spy. It seemed strange to the mistress that after such pressure he gave a chance to refute his accusations. The nun could prove honesty if she can easily read Buddhist sutras. Obviously, the woman immediately began to read them, and there were words about forms. This is inconsistent. Inconsistency is already a form. At that very moment, Liu Jun stopped her, because this was quite enough. The real nun from school Ame would not read the prayer during the dispute, because supposedly her comrades are in danger. In response to his demand to read the prayer, she had to be angry. Her behavior was hypocritical, and it was the fifth reason. And only then the nun realized that she was checked with this prayer. The rest also wanted to know the sixth reason. The sixth reason was in red traces on the head. This clearly indicated that they shaved his head for the first time. And the seventh reason is the wound on the shoulder and stomach. Judging by the placement and depths of the wounds, she obviously inflicted them for herself. And the eighth reason was that she came here completely alone. In a critical situation, reinforcements are like a saving straw for the whole school. They could not send only one person in search of him. In such circumstances, it was necessary to send someone else. The one who would protect the messenger at the cost of his life. But this nun supposedly burst out of the environment alone and got here. And now everyone was silent, realizing that Liu Jun was saying logical things. Of course, no one would send a messenger alone, and now it was possible to say with confidence that all her words turned out to be a lie. She almost achieved her goal, and this goal was to expose this army of danger. She wanted to lick them in the Sichuan branch under the pretext of saving the Amians, then to deal with all the same swing. For a long time everyone was silent, pondering his words until they agreed with them. In addition, many noticed that in the eyes of this nun there was no sincere sadness. Obviously, the woman began to scream that all the words of this man were attracted by the ears. However, Lumrinachin already gave her gaze. Even when her comrades allegedly died, there was no grief in her eyes. This was another proof that she was a spy, and so everything collapsed because of the insight of only one person. And since everything happened like that, she decided to take the Lord with her to the next world. But he was very lucky that in time he stood up the Ark of Se. Obviously, the nun was indignant that this young mistress dares to interfere with her. Having discarded the warrior away, the fake flew into the Lord, but the girl managed to easily pull him out of the blow. Then she fought one-on-one with this woman, and in the end, the imposter flew off, crashing into the nearest obstacle. The wound was strong, blood poured out of her mouth. All that she remains was to swear that they will all die sooner or later. Whoever stood in the way at the cult of the heavenly demon, no one will survive. Obviously, the soldiers immediately ran to her, worrying that she could kill herself. In addition, they wanted to interrogate it and at the same time avenge that she dared to lure them into a deadly trap. But before the warrior had time to get closer, She had already bitten a capsule with poison. Her body shook, and she promised that wherever they were, their overlords would follow them. And those who will interfere with the tasks of the cult will certainly come to death. Immediately, as she uttered these words, the spy fell to the ground and died. Obviously, from such a terrible picture, Ledun really froze. While one of the captains apologized for the fact that, although he knew about the capsule with poison, he could not do anything. However, Dugu Ween understood that from the very beginning, they had no chance to take this woman alive. She had nothing else left because she failed her mission. At this time, Liu Xun himself understood that he had signed a death sentence. Now that he crossed the road to the cult of the heavenly demon, he had no choice but to wait for imminent death. However, Liu Xun tried to arouse the Ark, believing that all this was only a dying delirium of the spy. But the young man still regretted that he would pay his life so, because of which he would be dangerous, and his loved ones. He cursed his long tongue. Although the warrior tried to convince him that he did a good deed and saved so many people, suddenly Liu Xun noticed the strangeness in her comfort, and only after that the girl realized that she accidentally spoke in her usual female voice. Obviously, Liu Xun was not a fool. He immediately recognized that all this time a woman was in front of him. Of course, she immediately embarrassedly tried to somehow justify herself. However, the young man asked her not to explain anything. It was strange to hear this to the Ark after his deception. But it was Liu Xun who considered himself a fool, who from the very beginning saw female features in her. And from this warrior it became sad. So she was not at all like a young man? She still tried to justify herself somehow, but, again interrupting her, Liu Xun asked not to bother. He was not so tactless as to ask her about something. In addition, only today the girl saved him twice. Therefore he thanked her for the fact that now he would live a little longer. But the Ark of the ECE could say with confidence that he would not die so easily because he defended her, and they would pay him the same coin. In addition, if you think about merits today, then Liu Xun saved a much more people. But the young man was too embarrassed to take praise, because he believed that it was his duty. And she understood the Ark that his merits were much more than 100 ingots of silver. Therefore, she will continue to guard his life in the future. At that moment, her father decided to take this smart young man with him. But thanking, Liu Xun with restrainedly said that he was refusing this proposal. Dugu Ween made it clear that even one day it would be hard for him to stretch out even one day. But Liu Xun only promised that he would take care of his life on his own. Then he was calmly about to leave. And at that moment, smiling, the Ark Win again asked for this guy for help. He honestly admitted that he did not see such a talented strategist with anyone. He decided that it would be profitable for the guy to unite with them and become an advisor for them. Liu Xun himself thought, did he really have this strategist's talent? If he accepts the proposal and takes advantage of the chance, he will become a famous advisor to an influential family. He will probably start making money properly. Or maybe he can even learn martial arts. However, he was scared from the mere thought of the leader of the cultists, the sword of a heavenly demon named Bai Yunhui. He definitely remembered the name of the guy whom he met a long time ago in childhood. If he was really a sword of a heavenly demon, then Liu Xun did not have a single chance to survive. Observations of him on the battlefield for half an hour were enough to make sure that he is an incredible warrior. Therefore, Liu Xun was afraid to resist him. For this reason, he explained that he had already helped everyone he could and would no longer want to have anything to do with school affairs. From this moment on, he will only think about how to protect his life and family. However, the Ark of the Uin still asked the guy to think about his decision again. And at that moment, the Ark of the EC herself approached him. She recalled that Liu Xun wanted to return the debt to 100 silver ingots. However, the price of alcohol, drunk yesterday, was much higher, and spending on treats for his comrades were also fair, and she wanted to know how he was going to repay this duty. However, the guy tried to pretend to be a fool, saying that he had already told everything that he was asked about. And she did not argue the Ark. He, even drunk, told everything to the end and in order. However, she perfectly understood that all this was an arrogant lie. When he tried to challenge this, she decided to go and lick everyone that Guan Xuanjiang was going to take the place of the head of all clans. And then to Liu Xun it became obvious that, having learned about this, they both would be killed. For this reason, the girl stopped and explained that she would no longer blackmail him. However, she wanted to protect him. This was the only way, in her opinion. Obviously, such words clearly embarrassed the young man. However, he quickly recalled that in the end, he was not so defenseless and did not need her help. And yet he was a man. He can protect himself. But he agreed to unite with them, and in return asked only to forget about everything that was connected with the Yasu clan, and nothing else could be asked about him. And the girl really vowed with the honor of her family and the name of the Phoenix Lame. And at that moment, Liu Xun understood who was actually in front of him. She was the same arc, in a blue flower of 5 Flower Street, a crescent from the 12 crescents. And this means that in front of him is a girl with whom all young men dream of seeing, at least in a dream. But at this moment the time was already expired. They needed to rush further. When they left the body of a fake nun untouched. And soon one of the observers of the cult came to find out how she completed the task. But, seeing her corpse, he promised himself that he would definitely tell everyone about her devotion to their cult. At this time, the hostess of the inn looked at the riders walking past her institution. Obviously, she was surprised that a simple porter made his way to such people and would go along with them on a par. Liu Xun himself was surprised that he did not feel danger. Walking next to these people, he had a feeling that he was in his original, intended place for him. Soon, discussions began where they would send their troops further. The Ark of Wynn understood that since the spy was sent after them, obviously, the advance of the enemy is faster than they expected. Apparently, they had to ask advice from a smart guy who joined them. Therefore, soon the lady and Liu Xun was informed that they were caused by the master. He told them both to sit on horses and follow him. Obviously, I wanted to know the Ark, why they needed them. But the guard did not disseminate any information. Therefore, the girl quickly jumped onto the horse. However, Liu Xun, instead of jumping on horseback, went on foot, convincing that he was more comfortable. But the Ark was clearly understood that he was simply afraid of horses, and such an insight of the girl obviously confused the young man. But he was still trying to seem a brave man, saying that he liked to walk more. But the guard did not care any excuses. Therefore, he threw him on a horse, recalling that it was the order of the master himself. Then he also sent his horse with a gallop so that Liu Xun had no opportunity to get off at all. Soon, being nearby, the Arc-Wind decided to find out where they should go. Liu Xun immediately stated that they needed to follow the Sichuan branch. He suspected that the Ime school should also be there. As the spy said, 600 people attacked them. This number could not come out of nowhere. And the commander also understood this, because in every lie there was even a fraction of truth. Liu Xun calmly explained that before that, they tried to divide them and deal with them separately. Because nearby, most likely more than 600 warriors were hidden in an ambush. If his assumptions are correct, then 600 people met with the Ame school on the road, and 600 are in the vicinity of Sichuan. He also heard that the separation has approximately 7ists by warriors. No matter how strong the cultists are, they can't do the power of a branch with an army of 600 people. The Ark of Wynn also thought so, especially since the offensive requires twice as many military forces than defense. So, in this way, the plan of the cultists was to, after decentralization and defeat of the Union Support Detachment, gather personnel and break the Sichuan branch. This means that the chances are great that the Sichuan branch is not yet attacked, so they should go there. At that moment, Liu Xun began to draw something straight in the palm of the hand of a walking girl, and soon she recognized that he wrote the word trick, and that means everything that he spoke before was a lie. Therefore, with the help of telepathy, she handed over to her father that everything said by Liu Xun before, that was only a deception. In this area, scouts could be anywhere. He decided to mislead them with these words. The man, without giving a look, decided to play the scene that they planned to hit the dispersed enemy. And obviously, he pretended that this is his plan. And everyone else rejoiced at such a brilliant decision. Indeed, in this case, these people themselves will come across their own fishing rod. In addition, Liu Xun made it clear that in this matter the speed is most important. Therefore they had to rush in all pairs. And then, having driven the horses with a gallop, the Ark of the Uin gave an order to everyone to go to the Sichuan branch at full speed. While everyone was jumping, the same disguised spy eavesdropped on their conversation. Now that he knew their plans, it was necessary to transmit information as soon as possible. Therefore, he took out paper and a feather from his small box. Immediately after that, the bird, which was not far from him, began to go in his direction. She sat on a small wooden table set for her, and then the man was able to load his report to the small barrel tied to the pigeon. Looking at the flying bird, the intelligence officer was glad that people from school did not even realize that they were heading straight to their faithful death. Soon the bird reached the temple in the Sichuan branch. Bai Yunhui immediately began to read the message. It said that the scout was opened and died. Obviously, the man was not easy due to the fact that he underestimated his opponents. However, now luck smiled at them, because the alliance at full speed moved straight here. The squad commander fidgeted uneasily, fearing that if all the enemy's forces are concentrated here, their small troops would be ruthlessly crushed. However, the unflappable Bai Yunhui seemed to completely not share these fears. Without a gaze, even with his eyes, the shocked face of his subject, the formidable commander calmly asked the remaining number of their combat forces. So he learned that on the eve of the battlefield, 95 valiant warriors fell. Now about 500 fighters remained at their disposal, and it is not surprising that the pale captain was nervous. The enemy armada was rapidly approaching them of 800 and hardened warriors in battles. Bai Yunhui interrupted the alarming report, explaining that there is never only one plan in his military arsenal. It is unexpected changes in the original strategy that bring the best results on the battlefield. This time they will not only defend the fortress, but also skillfully take on the attack of opponents hurrying towards them. And when the second elite unit is returning, it will strike a crushing blow directly into the unprotected back of the enemy. The meaning of his brilliant tactics was to turn imaginary weakness into its undeniable advantage. For some inexplicable reason, the confident Bai Yunhui believed that with his daring capture of the department, he had already predetermined the outcome of this battle, and nothing can change the inevitability of their triumphal victory. What the mysterious sword of the heavenly demon was not recognized even to himself. This is that in heart, the curiosity tormented him. Who was that insightful person who instantly unraveled the disguise of their scout? Who was that unknown strategist who torn their impeccable plan in one movement of the mind? At this very second, a bird with bright golden feathers already rapidly carried a new report to the head of the cult, quickly sank down on the mighty shoulder of the fighter, and leaving him a scroll with a message, she silently flew away. Excited assistants crowded around their leader, eagerly pushing the contents of the mysterious letter. The precious report said that the enemy army had already stood on a campaign. Obviously confused assistants were perplexed how the army could leave to the mercy of fate a noble clan Eme. But the penetrating military leader instantly unraveled the intake of the enemy. They decided to radically change their original plan, and now all their forces were rapidly heading for the Sichuan branch. And this meant that they would redirect their main troops and strike at the unprotected back of the cultists. Alarmed assistants were afraid that in this case, the rest of the faithful clans could strike a crushing blow to their weakened positions. Such a threatening opportunity really existed. However, at the moment, enemy warriors were still far enough. For the first time in a long time leaving the reliable walls of the temple, they walked slowly, as if enjoying picturesque landscapes. If this assumption corresponded to the truth, they will reach the Sichuan branch no earlier than the next day. A skinny man with a contemptuous grin spoke out that naive idiots from the street still do not come to realize the harsh reality of the war with their powerful cult. They still romanticizing the battle, as if you were a youth who were dreaming of glory. However, the insightful assistants did not see in this surprising. After all, the alliance of the street was a scattered association, which lacked such an iron cohesion, which was inherent in the adherents of a demonic cult. It was this circumstance that served as the main reason why all the cultists were unshakably confident in their inevitable victory. At that moment, the charismatic commander decisively ordered all his soldiers to go on a hike. Disciplined fighters instantly obeyed to deliver a sudden blow to the back of the head to unsuspecting fools heading to the Sichuan branch. At the same time, the brave army of the Union at all pairs raced along a winding mountain road. An experienced Liu Jun, who more than once overcoming this path during his trading expeditions, knew that soon they would reach an important bust. In a dense forest, it was possible to turn to the west by circling a dangerous site. The far-sighted Ark of Win, after listening to his advice, immediately gave the order to leave all the horses in the foothills and continue the path through the air. After this order, he and his close, literally on the move, virtually jumped from their horses. The bewildered Liu Jun, along with his few company, remained in place, because he did not own such advanced martial art as a soaring flight. The guy was about to turn his horse and with dignity to say goodbye to noble warriors, believing that he had already helped him enough. However, the vigilant bodyguard categorically did not allow him to commit this reckless act. Following him, the graceful arc of the eye resolutely grabbed the young man, recalling that they could not guarantee his safety if he remains completely alone in this dangerous area. And so, like a weightless toy in the strong embrace of a warlike beauty, stunned by Liu Jun literally soared above the ground, horror watching how rapidly the earth was removed under his feet. The girl's devoted bodyguard shouted indignantly to his mistress, begging to stop so that he himself could take this guy. The girl focused on flight tried to recall that they had a catastrophically little time. They had to rush at all costs. However, the true reason for the concern of the conservative bodyguard was that he could not allow the noble mistress to press a stranger. I instantly realized her unforgivable oversight, embarrassed by the ark at full speed, deftly threw her live burden into the reliable hands of her harsh uncle. Poor Liu Jun could only mentally complain that these arrogant aristocrats treat him so dismissively, as if he were an ordinary bag of potatoes, and not a living person. However, suddenly he screamed excitedly, begging both flying warriors to stop immediately. The puzzled Arcs and her uncle turned sharply in the air, fixing misunderstood glances at him. The excited Liu Jun quickly explained that perhaps they were relentlessly monitoring the enemy spy and urgently asked to be extremely attentive. He recalled that the words of the deceased spy were anxiously close to the harsh reality of current events. Instantly assessing the seriousness of the situation, the decisive arc of the Southeast Lightning Speed reported to its commander. After careful tracking of the pursuer, they will certainly join the main forces. Having received the immediate approval of the wise Lin Yunfei, they immediately unfolded in the air, radically changing the direction of their flight. Now they faced a critical task: to catch the mysterious pursuer until he had time to transmit valuable information to his owners. After all, if the insidious scout reports about their true route to its ominous commander, an invincible sword of the heavenly demon, the situation is catastrophically complicated for the entire detachment. However, there was a painful mystery: how to find an elusive pursuer who could merge with the shadows in an immense forest. Soon, both warriors carefully sank to the massive, fairly strong branch of the ancient tree. The ruthless Cao Qiangu unceremoniously threw off the kid like an unnecessary baggage. Liu Jun barely restrained a frightened scream, finding himself at such a dizzying height. Such a place was commonplace for the sophisticated masters of martial arts, but the poor porter could only frantically press against the rough trunk of a tree, praying warmly not to break into the abyss. At this fateful moment, carefully looking around the surrounding picturesque species, the vigilant arc of the LA finally discovered that very hidden spy. The fearless Cao Qianhu resolutely volunteered to speak out against the enemy first, in order to ruthlessly deal with the daring spy, while his beautiful mistress had to ensure a reliable cover. At that moment, a shocked spy with horror realized that the elite warriors of the Union unexpectedly changed the direction of movement. He was feverishly worried that cunning opponents circled him around his finger, and the place of their true purpose is completely different. So, all this time their ostentatious advance to the Sichuan branch was only a skillful mask. With trembling hands, he hastily began to write an emergency report. Then, with relief, he sent him to his formidable leader. However, the ill-fated scout clearly did not expect that his faithful bird would be instantly intercepted in the air, who was waiting for her with a beautiful warrior. Realizing the failure of his mission, the desperate spy with a lightning speed took out his poisoned dagger, furiously rushing at the unfinished fifth master. However, while he was hopelessly trying to save the message, the very indestructible Cao Qianhu himself had already entered into an unequal battle. With one powerful blow of his deadly weapon, he ruthlessly threw the enemy flying through the air straight to the hard ground. By this moment, the graceful beauty was already on a branch next to their resourceful strategist. She sincerely admired the unearthly beauty of a caught bird, which really shone with pure gold. Even her elegant feathers seemed skillfully poured from precious metal. Looking at her serene smile in such a tense situation, the amazed Liu Jun could not restrain admiration. It seemed to him that this mysterious girl was always cold and inaccessible, like a mountain glacier. But now she literally shone, like a real heavenly angel descending from sky-high heights. By this time, a stunned spy, limply falling to the ground, finally began to recover, with difficulty rising to unsteady legs. The ruthless Cao Qianhu already rose menacingly above him, demanding that the prisoner immediately confess how he joined the hated occultists. The daring spy, without losing the presence of the spirit, immediately snapped sarcastically, urgently demanding that a self-confident man hold his inappropriate tongue behind his teeth. In response, the unflappable warrior only calmly noticed how much senseless noise comes from this miserable person, and philosophically suggested saving all his empty words and gross insults for a meeting in the underworld. He also politely asked to convey to the demons in the next world that the unfortunate person got there thanks to a valiant warrior named Cao Qiangu. Despite the threats, the resourceful spy instantly realized that after intercepting his precious postal bird, he was left no choice. Therefore, he resolutely stated that he could not go to the underworld now, because he must personally transfer an urgent report to his powerful master. Once again, laughing at this desperate fool, he suddenly rushed off, swiftly rushing towards the Sichuan branch. The enraged Cao Qiangu, chasing a daring fugitive, could not restrain the boiling anger that he was so brazenly escaping, trying to save his miserable skin. Watching how two small figures are rapidly moving away, alarmed by the arc, she immediately screamed loudly, recalling her devoted uncle that he should in no case miss this dangerous person. At the same time, the thoughtful Liu Jun carefully asked how long they would spend precious time on this senseless pursuit. Obviously, the girl was confused, did not understand what the resourceful young man had in mind, given that he himself suggested intercepting the enemy Azure. However, instead of explanations, he suggested looking at the contents of the intercepted letter, which was supposed to be sent to the Golden Bird. The Ark of the Ark immediately began to carefully extract a thin piece of paper from a tiny container, although she still did not understand whether it was important to get acquainted with this report. Surely there it was only said that they changed the direction of their movement, information that is not of particular value. However, after reading the mysterious message, she literally froze in place, and her beautiful face turned pale. Obviously, this skillful spy followed them much longer than it could have suggested, and this meant that if this detailed letter fell into the hands of the sinister Bai Yunhui, they would all be doomed to painful death. Therefore, she sincerely admitted deep admiration for the insight of Liu Jun. If he acted at least a little differently, their lifeless bodies would already lay on cold ground. The judicious young man also understood this perfectly, so he unexpectedly suggested sending an intercepted bird again, but already using her precious services for his own good. The amazed beauty instantly realized that the resourceful guy plans to radically change the content of the letter, turning him into a trap for the enemy. Understanding that they should immediately grab the rare opportunity that herself fell into their hands, the concentrated Liu Jun carefully took a clean leaf, after which he confidently drawn several accurate phrases about the alleged arrival of the detachment between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. Admiring his strategic thinking, the Ark instantly understood the brilliant plan. He intended to introduce Yunhui's arrogant. She also intuitively felt that if their arrogant captain succumbs to this skillful misinformation, this would be an invaluable success for them in the upcoming battle. After that, they carefully charged a fake letter to a special barrel, and with hope sent a golden bird on the return trip. Looking after the flying messenger, the thoughtful girl prayed eagerly so that their carefully thought-out message would work impeccably. However, she still could not fully believe that the powerful Sichuan branch was indeed completely destroyed by the fanatical cult of the heavenly demon. This meant that Liu Jun's cunning plan was only to create the appearance of movement towards the separation, but at the decisive moment to sharply change the direction and rapidly advance to the aid of the besieged Emmons. The insightful young man clearly understood that the appearance of occultists was initially assumed only the next day. However, the ominous reality turned out to be much darker. They already captured the strategic fortress and actively deployed their impenetrable defense. He eagerly wanted to find out if a smart girl guesses about their true goal. She was firmly convinced that the cultists intended to suddenly attack until the arrival of the long-awaited support in the person of the Union of Uli, and completely occupy the entire Sichuan branch. The thoughtful Liu Jun was well aware that arrogant enemies arrogantly believed that only a sudden attack would provide them with a complete and unconditional victory. They calmly hoped to mercilessly divide the troops of the noble alliance of the street and methodically defeat them separately, like helpless lambs. The judicious Ark of the CE forced to agree that their insidious plan was really masterfully thought out and had every chance of success. However, she painfully did not know what to do now. What should they do in this dangerous situation in order to save their comrades? In contrast, a decisive Liu Jun firmly understood that the outcome of the upcoming bloody battle would depend on two key factors: how skillfully they will be able to deceive enemy spies and at what incredible speed their elite detachments can move. Only then, the curious Ark of C, the fifth master of the school, decided to ask her question that tormented her. How did the insightful guy be able to detect surveillance, even if they, unsurpassed experts in ancient martial arts, could not feel the presence of an invisible pursuer? In response, the thoughtful Liu Jun recalled the ominous words of a dying spy, who, with the last sigh, warned that the all-seeing eyes and sensitive ears of the powerful heavenly demon lurked everywhere, invisibly watching their every step. The struck by the Ark was sincerely surprised that the modest porter was so deeply comprehended by the dying words of a spent woman, making valuable tactical information from them. However, it seemed to him completely obvious that the one who sent a skilled intelligence officer would certainly personally observe the results of his mission from the side, remaining invisible to enemies. In any case, he could not but admit that they really had an exceptional command. Without unnecessary fluctuations, they entrusted the fateful decisions of the words of some unknown porter, who joined the detachment only yesterday. The insightful Ark-Ease could easily explain such confidence. In the words of the Lord, there was some inexplicable, magnetic force. It was impossible to resist, and there was no choice but to recognize his case. However, She could not know that it was this mysterious power, which the admiring arc of the arc spoke about, constantly complicated his future. The noble young man was always afraid of the consequences of his prophetic words. At the same time, the same amazing force brought not only troubles and suffering. After all, Liu Jun could radically correct any hopeless situation with his prophetic word. All that was happening was now no exception. It was thanks to the convincing power of his prophetic words that they received a precious chance to live at least a little longer in this cruel world. Therefore, she sincerely asked the modest hero to believe more in the supernatural power of her gift. The embarrassed porter resolutely asked to stop extolling his modest abilities, warning that in the event of a crushing failure, he would be doubly painfully aware of his guilt before the trusting people. Only after these penetrating words, the ambitious young man suddenly realized that he was in a hopeless impasse. In his soul, the uncontrollable thirst for victory began to flare up rapidly. Since he was already irreversibly intervened in this deadly game, he passionately wanted to prevail at all costs, despite the price. However, he was still not completely sure that he came up with an ideal, impeccable plan, because there were too many unpredictable variables in the equation. One of the most important was the real combat power of the legendary Ame clan. The informed mistress said with confidence that they were quite powerful. After all, after the pious nun occupied the highest post of leader, the ancient school of Ime rapidly found an unprecedented influence among the 9 largest martial arts. It became obvious that in the circumstances, the optimal solution would be drawn by the legendary Ame school into this lightning-fast war of speeds and maneuvers. However, the insightful Ark still did not fully understand how cunningly he was going to implement this daring plan. At this critical moment, the resourceful guy was already rapidly thinking what roads led from their school to the fateful place of battle. There was a straight, perfectly flat road, and it was a little steep, but with exciting picturesque views of majestic mountains. Although he did not know what route the monks were elected in the end, it suggested that the arc of experienced travelers had enough time in reserve, and this was the first for a long time their access to the secular world. The Emons most likely chose a beautiful road curling among the majestic mountains. If so, they should have cut off the path as much as possible in order to have time to intercept leisurely monks to a fatal clash with the enemy. The insightful warrior perfectly understood that to complete such a difficult task, it was necessary to move with an incredible, supernatural speed. Not seeing alternatives, she asked anxiously if they had other, less risky actions. However, even this extreme plan did not quite suit a cautious Loud. Noticing her obvious resistance, he generously offered to go to the Emons alone so as not to endanger the rest. As a result, after long disputes, it all ended in the fact that the proud mistress had to carry an embarrassed boy straight on her slender back. And at this awkward moment, the bewildered hero himself did not understand why he was so nervous from this forced intimacy. Halfway, the decisive arc of the CE proposed to wait for the return of her devoted uncle, the fearless Cao Xianhu, to decide together what to do further. However, Liu Jun, although he shared this opinion, realized that the stubborn deputy would never return until he would overtake the fugitive. In addition, the outcome of the battle now depended on speed. Grabbing the boy tightly, the warrior persistently asked him to stay with all his might. If he breaks down, she may not have time to save him. Noticing durable vines among the branches, the attachment of the Arkin came up with a more reliable mount. She quickly gave him green lashes and asked to tie them around the bodies. So in an unforeseen situation, she will not have to spend precious moments on the salvation of her companion. When a strong knot was tied, a decisive girl scored even more speed. Cleverly jumping from one tree to another, rushed forward along the alleged path. Soon a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Although Liu Jun doubted that the girl would be able to overcome such an obstacle, she with unbending determination asked him to stay stronger. Then she fell off the place, while the young man was amazed at the warrior's ability to overcome the distances of tens of meters. It seemed to him that it was a dream in reality. Behind them from heavenly heights watched deities, admiring the incredible skill of a young girl. In battle, she showed more courage and skill than many experienced warriors. In addition, she was distinguished by a strong and adamant will. If it continues to develop in this direction, then it will certainly become incomparable, and no one can keep up with it. The fair-haired goddess wondered why her companion came to this conclusion. The prediction was based on her own sensations, although she was worried that it could be erroneous due to many unforeseen circumstances. Initially, she hoped that the fate of the mistress and Liu Jun would never be intertwined. But now, unfortunately, nothing could be changed. The heavenly patrons were worried that the coming battle could be for fatal. However, they decided to simply observe. People should get out of this situation themselves, because this is part of their purpose. The Ark was just a few steps from the top of the cliff when her legs suddenly slipped. Because of what, they almost fell into the abyss. Having restored balance and pushed away for the last time, she safely delivered them upstairs. Looking around, Liu Jun realized that they needed to continue moving directly. But to overcome such steep slopes was not easy even for an experienced master. The girl asked the young man to keep as strong as possible. One wrong movement, and they will fly into the abyss. Liu Jun had no choice but to apologize to her. He felt like a burden that endangered her life. However, breaking off, the impatient warrior interrupted his apologies. Nevertheless, she is not some kind of weakness for whom this is an overwhelming task. At first she landed on a rocky ledge, but her legs began to slip. The slopes really turned out to be treacherously slippery. There was nothing left but to try to touch the dangerous surface as little as possible. Finally, the top of the slope began to approach. And soon, being upstairs, the travelers with horror found that there was no further road. Liu Jun began to look for a bypass, realizing that there should be some kind of passage. She realized the arc that this cliff and the absence of the path were just those variables, which the penetrating strategist had previously warned. However, there was no time for thought. The decision was required to be taken immediately, because the outcome depended on cunning and speed. The courageous warrior chose to go in a way, and not waste time searching for a workaround. They still have the only choice: jump down into the seething river. The Ark clearly understood that on this jump they put their lives. The probability of death significantly exceeded the chances of surviving. Alarmed, Liu Jun tried to convince her that there was nothing more valuable than life, and offered to look for a safer descent. However, the girl firmly knew, if they survive, they can save many innocent people. Even the young man himself could not but recognize the veracity of this argument. In addition, the bold lady was ready to take a chance and hoped that Liu Jun would trust her. She also made it clear that during battles on swords, she always preferred movement through the air. This significantly increases their chances of survival. Liu Jun grabbed the girl tightly and announced that henceforth his life in her hands. She solemnly promised to take care of her companion, after which she resolutely jumped into the abyss. At the time of the fall from the high cliff of both travelers, genuine horror covered. The Ark was lucky. In the last second, approaching the water surface, she managed to slow down the fall with her special forces. After that, they together plunged into the stormy flow of the mountain river. At this time, Bai Yunhui finally received a message with a golden bird. However, something confused the experienced warrior when he read about the hour of the pig. The captain tried to explain that this is the most suitable time. The second unit would be pulled to him. However, it was in this that Bai Junwei saw the main problem. The time was too perfect to be true. Therefore, the message caused him suspicion. In addition, the writer did not even find time to use normal paper. Nevertheless, the commander understood. If the enemies really arrive at the hour of the pig, then it made no sense to rush. Only his opponents needed in a hurry. The captain admired the abilities of the sword of the heavenly demon, who managed to foresee so much, looking only one word on the sheet. Meanwhile, the military leader, moving away, ordered the soldiers to take combat positions. If they perform to meet the soldiers of the Alliance, then they will face them face to face. And if they go in the other way, they will be able to deliver an unexpected blow to the back. The captain seemed to the captain too difficult, given their current composition. He believed that it was better to wait for the second unit. However, Bai Yunhui was clearly not going to spend time on this. His heart was torn into battle. He immediately ordered his troops to advance. Then he himself followed the call of his heart. The captain immediately ordered the rest of the soldiers to build and follow the leader. So the army of 500 people spoke for its commander. At this time, Liu Jun with the Ark of the Sech got out of a stormy stream to the shore. Only now the young man realized what the mistress had in mind by the words about the air movement. The trick she performed was truly incredible. The guy had no idea that she was able to slow down the rate of fall. The beauty herself asked with interest whether he was frightened, and was delighted with his courage. Not everyone would decide to jump from such a dizzying height. However, he admitted that he unconditionally believed in the Ark of Sea, handing his life in her hands, and therefore did not doubt a successful outcome. Although the mistress herself panicked when she realized that the cliff was much higher than she expected. She had to put all her strength into skill. Nevertheless, they both remained alive and sound, for which Liu Jun felt in an unpaid duty to the girl. She asked the Ark to lie down a little more to restore the spent forces. Although the young man understood that if they did not continue, the entire dangerous trick would be meaningless, he had no choice but to agree to a short rest. Remembering the experience, she honestly admitted how much frightened. Although the girl knew how to hide her feelings, this moment was the worst in her life. She was afraid to die, not having time to fulfill her plans. At this moment, Liu Jun realized that in front of him was not just a strong and bold warrior. She had a hidden soft side, which sometimes manifested itself in moments of frankness. He himself did not understand why such moments of vulnerability so worried him. The young man wanted to solve the true essence of this mysterious girl. Invisible to himself, he admired her sophisticated facial features and lips. Noticing his gaze, the Arc of the Arc interrupted the protracted silence by an unexpected request, to say something that would give her strength. The only thing Liu Jun was able to come up with was to inform that Bai Yunhui, whom he once knew, would not lead so easily to deceive. The girl quickly suspected that he was still worried about the message that they sent. The young man knew better than others that the intuition of this commander was amazing, and he needs a split second to make decisions. Perhaps he had already felt a catch, and he could even withdraw his people from the Sichuan branch towards. As if he was heated by this anxiety, she felt the arc of the surge of strength and rose. She held out her hand, helping Liu Jun. But she was amazed when he invited her to go on alone. Perplexing, she began to ask what he has in mind. Liu Jun explained. He suspects that the MA monks will go along the river, wanting to arrange a halt. This place is probably best suited. Despite the explanations, the Arc still did not understand his plan. He revealed his plan to go southeast, where the main forces will be concentrated. About 10, the Huanglong Gorge was from here, and if the calculations are correct, it is there that their troops would face the enemy. The Arc of the Air was doubted that Liu Jun could cope and overcome such a way alone. However, he assured that although he did not own martial arts, he would be able to stand up for himself. In addition, the time remained critically, so he urgently asked her to hurry. The faster they get to their goals, the more favorable the outcome of the battle. The girl had no choice, and she turned to go in search of Emi monks. However, Liu Jun stopped her for a moment, and he advised to stay the top of the mountain, where the road called Shumen passed. The Arcs objected that this path leads to the abyss. Liu Jun agreed. The path is really dangerous for an ordinary person, but not for a martial artist who knows how to move through the air. If it follows this route, then the track time will double. The girl thanked for the valuable advice and immediately rushed forward, finally asking the young man to be extremely careful. After making sure that she retired far enough, Liu Jun also continued her journey. He understood that he should not relax. It was necessary to hurry more than ever. When the late evening came, the army, led by the Arc, finally stopped, seeing enemy forces ahead. Previously, Liu Jun suggested that the Huanglong Gorge will become the meeting place of the two armies. The Arc of the UL did not cease to be surprised that, as that guy predicted, they were faced with the enemy here. Not being part of their troops, he managed to accurately calculate the speed of movement and determine the place of the meeting. The commanders respectfully admitted that the strategist's real talent was hiding in this young man. Looking at him, no one would have guessed that he had previously worked as a simple porter in the transport service. In addition, it became obvious that this is the very road along which the Amiens passed. Picturesque views really breathtaking. The Arc only smiled sadly, realizing that it would be a suitable place in order to fall the death of the brave. Meanwhile, the skinny commander of the cultists did not understand why he met opponents here. They had to go to the Sichuan branch. It even seemed to him that they deliberately blocked their way. His assistants quickly realized that the reason was that the Union managed to outwit them. Fortunately for the cultists, reinforcements for their enemies will not arrive soon. Even so, the commander understood that the upcoming battle would be difficult. In terms of number, they really gave a few times to the Union, but the assistant was still confident in victory. In the near future, they expected to join the main forces of the cultists. The commander knew that they could definitely count on the help of their allies. It was not for nothing that their leader was called the Sword of the Heavenly Demon. Surely he already knew the plans of the opponents. Everything that was required of the advanced detachment is to hold out until reinforcement arrives. By the time the allies arrived, their main task was to not disappoint the cultists. But the best option was to win before their appearance. Encouraged assistants rushed to fulfill the order, promising that at all costs they would defeat the enemy. Watching the movement of his troops, the commander was only surprised at the unexpected work that turned up to them. Meanwhile, the Arc of the Street calmly watched the approach of enemies to his positions. He sent the strongest fighters to take the first blow to themselves. Behind them, he also put forward the soldiers from the House of the Arc as reinforcements. After that, the military leader wondered what to do with people in the rear. He had no point in holding so many warriors behind the main forces. Therefore, he ordered all the fighters to enter the battle. Suddenly a familiar voice heard the Arc. The out-of-breath Liu Jun hurried to him. He persistently asked the commander to stay in place, and in no case did not enter this battle. The military leader demanded an explanation of why the young man so strongly opposes the clash. Instead of an answer, Liu Jun insisted on the formation of a reserve unit. An experienced warrior objected that the deadly fight had already begun. They could not simply be indifferently watching the bloody battle. However, the insightful strategist understood. In this fierce battle, they can be lured into a trap, and then they will be defenseless before the main blow. The Doogie quickly realized that there was a probability of leaving the main forces of the cultists from the Sichuan branch. In this case, it seemed to an experienced commander that the best decision would be to defeat the advanced detachment of opponents before the arrival of reinforcements. Then Liu Jun decided to find out how much time it will take to defeat this enemy. According to the commander's calculations, it would take at least 2 hours, but at the cost of lives, more than half of their warriors. The young man instantly understood. For 2 hours this is not permissible. If the army of the sword of the heavenly demon will come earlier, they will tolerate a crushing defeat. A curious commander demanded to find out what decision the young strategist offers. Liu Jun proposed to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible and ambush in another location. If the main detachment of Bai Yunhui arrives here, they risk to be left without the support of the Amayans. He sincerely begged the Ark to abandon this doomed battle. The commander's face was clear that doubts torment his soul. Liu Jun continued to insist. The faster the decision would be made on retreat, the more chances to survive the warriors. However, the proud Ark Street could not do so cowardly. While they belonged to the glorious union of the street, the retreat would mean a loss of honor and future. This was the fundamental difference between the valiant warriors of the street and ordinary mercenaries. Having made the decision, he immediately turned to his faithful fighters. He ordered the left flank to go on the attack, and the right secretly take up an ambush. The warriors without hesitation rushed to comply with the commander's order. In the midst of a fierce battle, something amazing happened. Green-skinned opponents began to use powerful magic. As soon as Lin Yunfei saw a mysterious glow, he immediately recognized the legendary technique of the lunar gallop. On this basis, he determined that his opponent was one of the notorious Twins columns. The brave warrior proudly introduced himself as the commander of the army of the Black Warrior of the Union Ulno. And he warned that the enemy would die from my sword. The enemy with a turtle Karapar felt how powerful energy comes from the body of a brave fighter. He only hoped that he would last long enough to entertain him. Lin Yunfei promised that the fight would really be unforgettable, especially the finale, when his sharp sword will cut the enemy's throat. After these words, the opponents clashed violently in close combat, exchanging crushing blows. At this time, another brave general also fought with one of the twins. The green-skinned warrior quickly recognized the legendary Han of Zhuguan in front of him, the very one who once kept the onslaught on Kunlun. However, the warrior was only angry from these words. Kunlun was not defeated, but only temporarily weakened by a miserable group of demonic fanatics. He was tired that during a serious duel the enemy decided to go into empty conversations, and he suggested getting down to business. One of the twins accepted this as a challenge, saying that he was eager to deal with the enemy as soon as possible. According to his arrogant opinion, Han Zhuguang should be grateful for the opportunity to breathe a little longer. Returning to Liu Jun, he told the Ark of Ulit about how he and his daughter risked his lives, jumping from the mountain to hurry to help. He hoped that such a selfless act of the ardor would find a response in the highest spheres and would help to bring help on time. The commander thanked the young man, admitting that thanks to his wisdom they still retained a chance to win. However, he added with regret that he was not able to accurately predict the future. Only heaven knows on which side the victory will be, the alliance of the street or the cult of the heavenly demon. Dugu Street understood that they had no choice. They should continue the battle, as the young strategist suggested. Liu Jun, however, realized that if they managed to preserve their troops and get out of this dangerous situation, this would be a valuable lesson for the future. Perhaps the alliance of the street will no longer have to deal with the cult of worshipping the demon. The warrior agreed. Without a strong union and unshakable will, they have no future. However, before thinking about future times, they needed to survive today. After all, only the living can continue to dream and make plans. Liu Jun prayed only for one thing, so that the arc of the reinforcement managed to give. She was their only hope for a successful outcome of the confrontation. Suddenly both observers were wary. From afar, loud cries filled with pain came from afar. Then they saw what bloody battle unfolded in the place where an ambush was arranged. This meant that the demon's troops arrived earlier than expected. The Ark Street was perplexed why the enemy decided to attack them in the forehead, and not to hit the rear. Liu Jun insightfully remarked, it was not just an attack, but a carefully planned operation to defeat their troops. The commander was horrified to realize that the enemy had predicted their tactical maneuver and struck right on the ambush. The young man reassured the commander. pointing to the side where the regiment was a trap, which bypassed the trap. There he noticed a high warrior who led an elite detachment. One glance at him was enough to understand. This man belonged to the detachment of Black Wolves, the elite branch of the Star Sirius, led by the sword of the heavenly demon. Their leader was Cao Jimin, a merciless warrior, similar to the messenger of death. Seeing him, Duga Ulita asked the young man to take care of his safety, for now he himself had to enter into this unequal battle. The shocked Liu Jun asked, was there really no one among their warriors who could fight this formidable enemy? As it turned out, there was no fighter of this level in their detachment. It was the Arc of the Street that was supposed to fight Cao Jimin. Then the young strategist decided to take over the rest of the enemies who got closer. But suddenly, after a long absence, Chao Qiangu appeared, who resolutely asked the master to stay in place. Looking at the joyful smile of the Arc, the warrior apologized for the delay, and rushing into the battle, he promised later to explain the reason for his delay. Watching how he crashed with lightning speed into the thick of the enemies, Liu Jun realized how powerful this man was. Duga Uli told the story of how once he saved the life of this devoted warrior, and now he treated him with reverence, as if to the king. Originally from the north, Cao Qianhu lost his house due to refusal to join the worship of the demon, and this meant that he had personal scores with them. Perhaps this deep hatred will awaken in it forces that go beyond its usual capabilities. Soon, new cries from the remote part of the battlefield came to them. The Obla Duga quickly realized. The army of the heavenly demon discovered their second ambush. He hoped only for one thing, that his warriors survive thanks to a rocky area, which would make it difficult to move the enemy. They had to do everything possible to restrain the damned cultists. At this intense moment, Liu Jun was most worried about the whereabouts of Bai Yunhui. He could not find it in any way, and suggested that the formidable warrior was either hiding in the more common forest, or took a position somewhere on a hill. Finally, at the top of a high pine, he noticed a familiar silhouette. With anxiety in his eyes, the young man realized that since the day of their last meeting, he had been 11 years old. At first glance it was clear. During this time Bai Yunhui became incomparably stronger. Now he did not at all resemble the young man whom Liu Jun knew, becoming a truly formidable warrior. The Arc Uli, noticing the figure at the height, realized that this is probably Bai Yunhui himself. He also saw that the royal star was shining over his head, as if the heavens themselves chose him as the King of Swords. Having wary as much as possible, Liu Jun ordered the Arc of the Street to retreat immediately. Although the commander did not understand the reasons for such a hurry, the young man knew how serious the situation was. With the arrival of the head of the main army, even if the monks Ime joined them, the chances of victory became insignificant. The Arc of the Street realized that their military power was inferior to the enemy, but faithful to duty, he could not retreat. Liu Jun suggested that all their forces and resources were already known to the demons. It is worth noting that the army of the heavenly demons suffered losses during an attack on the Sichuan branch, but Bai Yunhui remained calm. This meant that everything developed exactly as he expected. Now, standing at the top of the pine, he has already thought of all possible deviations from the planned plan. In the current situation, the only maneuver unpredictable for the cultists was a retreat. The commander of the Duge quickly realized this truth. However, the Duga Street again reminded Liu Jun with the immutable code of the street soldiers. They never retreat for no good reason. In the war, only that master is dying, whose will is broken, and who turns his back to the enemy. In their case, the same thing will happen. If they retreat, they will lose not only the battle, but the whole war. The young man sincerely respected such an unshakable philosophy of warriors, but understood that Cao Jimin also realized the bitter truth. Following the advice of Liu Jun, they had to break the ancient foundations. A curious strategist asked whether precedents of retreat in such situations existed in the practice of their union. It turned out that such cases were not widely known, but the consequences of such decisions were preserved in the annals. The kid mentioned the story of the Great Triad, the legendary confrontation that changed the course of the war. Looking at the sky, Liu Jun noticed that nature seemed to support their plan. Clouds began to gather rapidly, promising an imminent rain. The fresh smell of rain was already in the air. Looking at the darkening sky, the commander realized that the storm would soon burst. Keeping calm, the young man pointed to the saving path. In the southeast, a little further than the forest, there was a narrow mountain path. If warriors can safely get to this place, they will survive. Thanks to its configuration, the trail was so narrow that even the arc of a street could cope with 100 opponents, holding the passage. Liu Jun also suggested that the commander's daughter, the brave Arc, is now heading with reinforcement from that side. At this moment, the first heavy raindrops fell to the ground, making it clear that there was no time left for long thoughts. It was necessary to rush. The commander required several moments to make a fateful decision. For him, to escape from the battlefield, like a simple warrior, was an unthinkable shame. But Liu Jun never failed him with advice, so the ARC decided to trust the young man. Having made this difficult decision, the commander understood that he should not miss the initiative and should be responsible for his choice. He immediately turned to the soldiers in an ambush from the house of the ARC, and he ordered them to continue the battle and restrain the enemy even at the cost of their own lives. Liu Jun with bitterness realized that such an order actually meant a death sentence for these devoted warriors. The oak also understood this, but no matter how painful the decision was, sometimes it was necessary to sacrifice many in order to save the majority. He sincerely apologized to his soldiers, and solemnly promised that their selfless victims would never be forgotten. After that, the ARC resolutely grabbed Liu Jun by the hand to take him away from danger. The young man tried to convince the commander to leave him in place, fearing to become a burden in a rapid retreat. However, an experienced warrior was not even going to listen to such objections. They still needed the wisdom of Liu Jun. Moreover, he was the only one who knew how to get to a saving mountain path. Pulling the bewildered guy behind himself, the commander asked him not to worry and completely trust his experience. At the moment when they rushed forward, the ARC Street demonstrated an incredible speed, moving through the air even faster than his gifted daughter. Under the gaze of Bai Yunhui, they left the battlefield, saving their lives. At this very moment, a nun from the Amy school appeared on the battlefield. The skinny commander of the cultists instantly noticed her arrival, and without losing a second, he rushed towards. He longed to provide this woman with a welcoming reception. The nun, watching the approach of the enemy, immediately recognized the commander of the Banhuan detachment. She mentally sympathized with him. The Union of the Street had long been sentenced to this traitor. Unfortunately, they still have not managed to catch him, so she decided to complete the unfinished business with her own hands. Throwing on the attack, she proclaimed that the devil, snooping around the world, would meet his death today. However, the arrogant enemy only welcomed the determination of the woman and did not object to the fact that one of the follower tried to get his head. Between them, a fierce battle immediately ensued. Having discarded the demon from herself a powerful blow, the nun remembered how in the past he had a great influence in their ranks, but betrayed their trust. At this critical moment, flying across the sky, the ARC of the Street noticed his fighting subordinate. Without hesitation, he grabbed the blade to help Lin Yunfei to complete the duel faster. Thanks to this timely help, one of the demonic twins was mortally wounded. Looking at the defeated enemy, Duga Street understood that the reason for their failures was catastrophically small in preparation, which was due to which they were taken by surprise. Noticing the alarmed Lin Yunfei, he urged the captain to hurry. Suddenly, peering into the distance in the dazzling splendor of lightning, the commander saw a familiar silhouette. He immediately asked Lin Yunfei whether he had dreamed of, or is it really an all-willed nun? As it turned out, the warrior himself did not notice her presence before, being completely absorbed in a furious battle. Soon the second of the twin demons appeared in front of them. Without wasting time, they made a lightning-fast decision. First, to deal with this dangerous enemy, so that he would not interfere with their retreat plan. All three commanders simultaneously attacked a stunned enemy. Liu Jun, reflecting on the commander's words, realized that if it really was an omnipotent nun, then the head of the Imei school herself faced them. This meant that the ARC of the CE coped with her task and was somewhere nearby. At this moment, the second of the twins realized his desperate position. He had no choice but to flee. Retreating cowardly, he vowed that next time they would not be able to avoid his revenge. After these words, he used the last grains of his strength to speed up the movement to the limit. The commanders did not hide contempt for the demon running, like a rat from a sinking ship. After that, Han Zhuguang decided to ask the commander about what happened and the causes of failure. When the ARCs told his close associates about the presence of Bai Yunhui, he saw the grimaces of horror on their faces. He also shared a disturbing news. The troops of the Star Sirius already attacked their ambush, and for a long time the defenders would not have been clearly extended. No matter how regrettable it sounds, they needed to immediately leave the battlefield. There was no time for thought. Liu Jun agreed to show them the shortest path to salvation. However, the indomitable Han Zhuguang would have preferred a retreat to a worthy battle with Bai Yunhui himself. The reasonable ARC Street understood that now they would not be able to defeat such a formidable enemy, but he swore that someday his retaliation would certainly come. If they wanted to save at least one life more in the future, now they had to rush. Without other arguments, Han Zhuguang ordered the soldiers of the Kunlun sect to retreat. The most brave ones had to restrain the enemy, and the weaker follow him. The same example was received by Cao Jimin, recalled the detachment of a black warrior, and the Arc Olwei, the weakest from their detachment. Watching two fighting figures, he made sure that it was a follower of the Ime school. The situation was so serious that the head of MA arrived first personally. The screaming nun informed General Duge that she would restrain the attacks of the devils, and the commander should take his people away. Dugo wanted the brave to the Nun of Luck, and ordered his warriors to regroup for a counterattack in the event of a persecution. While the army of the Sword of the Heavenly Demon was advancing, it became more and more difficult to retreat. The commander only hoped that the warriors in the ambush would be able to hold out for a long time so that they could leave for a safe distance. Soon, Bai Yunhui, illuminated by a flash of lightning, noticed that the number of fighting decreased significantly. The enemies clearly retreated. He could not understand who dared to give such an order. Apparently, a person who made such a cold-blooded decision in a critical situation was the same who exposed their spy and wrote on the sheet the false time of the arrival of the detachment. He also noticed that the sky completely covered the royal star of the dark veil of clouds. Bai Yunhui took it as a sign of fate. It was his turn to join the battle. Armed with his legendary blade, he fell upon opponents like the inexorable elements. Bravely fighting warriors sacrificed their lives, dying literally in a second by the hands of an invincible master. Having dealt with simple purposes, Bai Yunhui longed to find the mysterious person who violated his plans with his skillful tricks. At this time, Liu Xun continued to run frantically, without a moment stopping and spending his strength to the limit. The only thing he could hope for is that the forest path he knew will become their salvation. Suddenly, lightning struck a tree next to him, showered his face with sharp chips. But even this did not force him to slow down. He continued to lead the tired warriors. The young man understood that he had to flee until he was exhausted, and his heart would not stop. Not forgetting to look around, he became convinced that the warriors were following him. Seeing their alarmed persons, he realized the severity of responsibility. It was on his decisions that their life or imminent death depended on their decisions. Anxious thoughts overcame him. A painful fear of mistakes tormented his soul. He was not even sure whether they were running in the right direction. Was his proposal to retreat true? Perhaps he made a fatal mistake, and his good intentions will bring them all straight to hell. He bitterly regretted that he generally got involved in this dangerous story. But most of all, he was afraid of the opportunity to begin to doubt the critical moment. He painfully thought why fate brought him here. Perhaps she played a cruel joke, reducing him again with the sword of the heavenly demon, Bai Yunhui. And if not, then perhaps fate somehow connected him with the brave Arc of Se. Suddenly he saw the girl's familiar silhouette right before his eyes. Liu Xun's joy knew no bounds. He could not even believe his eyes. As soon as the Arc distinguished the figure of the young man in the flows of rain, she smiled joyfully and greeted the noble master. Oddly enough, in this desperate situation, he felt a surge of unexpected happiness. Until that moment, no one had yet called him such a respectful title. From one look at this fearless girl, running to him through the rain, his heart was beating with renewed vigor. At this time, the exhausted warriors in a hurry behind noticed a detachment of Ime monks and began to speak joyfully. The mistress managed to bring the long-awaited reinforcement. As soon as Liu Xun approached the girl, he said without delay that they needed to change tactics and retreat immediately. The Arc was surprised, because all this time she desperately sought to give help so that their army could withstand and win. But despite this, she sincerely rejoiced that she had finally met with Liu Xun, and he remained alive and unharmed. The young man could only smile, recalling his promise that he could stand up for himself. At this time, the monks continued to advance to the field of the battle, forming the combat construction, Tiger, pacifying the dragon. All the novices were grateful to the Arc for the fact that she brought them along the secret path. Now they could deliver a sudden blow to the enemy from the rear. But at that moment, two young people seemed to worry nothing but each other. However, Liu Xun was the first to realize that they should postpone all the conversations for later. Running away, he recalled that current circumstances require decisive actions. The main detachment of the Sword of the Heavenly Demon had already arrived, and they had to hurry. Now is not the time for reflection. It is necessary to leave a dangerous place as soon as possible. At that moment, the Arc resolutely grabbed the young man by the hand and offered to throw him. Despite his embarrassed attempts to refuse, she still pulled him along. The bewildered guy did not even understand. Either he runs himself, or he was dragging him. One thing was clear. The girl's strength was such that his legs almost did not touch the earth. Finally, after a long, exhausting run, they reached the stairs, knocked out right in the slope of the mountain. Liu Xun immediately warned the warriors about caution. As the road became more and more dangerous. The Arc of the Arc decided to go first, and the rest had to follow her. So these two began to take the surviving warriors to a safe place. Soon they reached the site from which the most dangerous part of the path began. Looking back at the exhausted warriors, Liu Jun anxiously noted that there were too few people. He was tormented by anxiety. Something happened, and many could not retreat. However, the arcs asked him not to worry, assuring him that the rest would certainly catch them. Now it was important that the martial arts masters go last, covering the withdrawal. Liu Jun explained that the staircase had about 50 steps. If they cut the rope fasteners after they rise, the enemy will not be able to pursue them. Without thinking twice, the girl suddenly asked the young man to go alone. He was surprised that she was not going to follow him, but the arc firmly decided to wait for her father. Pushing the bewildered Liu Jun to the stairs, she asked the soldiers to hurry. The faster they pass a dangerous place, the easier it will be to their comrades walking behind. Then the young man realized that he had no choice. He warned the mistress. If she passes this path and then crosses a small mountain bridge, he will see a narrow gorge between two cliffs. Then she will need to turn the right on this gorge, where she will reach the foot of the mountain, under which an extensive plain is spread. It was at the beginning of this plain that they should have grouped their army. Mentally recreating the approximate map of the area, the arc agreed to meet there. They looked at each other for some time until Liu Jun asked the girl to be careful. The mistress could only smile slyly on these words. Surprised as a person who does not own martial arts can worry about an invincible warrior. When the warriors began to walk along the old bridge, they noticed that the design was extremely shaky and could not withstand their weights. The arc instantly appreciated the danger and ordered the soldiers to move through the air if possible, using their skills. Looking after them, she could only hope that everyone would get intact and unharmed. Before Liu Jun had time to hide around the bend, the girl heard the loud cries of the soldiers shouting his name. As it turned out, when the young man walked along the bridge, the rotten planks suddenly fell under him, and he flew straight into the deep gorge. He was incredibly lucky. One of the vigilant soldiers managed to grab his hand with lightning speed. Only at that moment, the shocked Liu Jun realized how close to death was. When the warrior pulled the young man to a safe plot, the rest with relief burst into applause and joyful exclamations. Then they carefully examined the lord to make sure that there were no serious injuries. Experienced fighters strongly asked the boy to be extremely careful due to heavy rain. The mountain trail became deadly slippery. If not for the timely help of Feng Yun, the young man would have already turned into a shapeless mass at the bottom of the gorge. When the arc was convinced that everything was safe with Liu Jun, she exhaled with relief. Then she asked the soldier to carefully look after the young man, otherwise he could definitely fall and break along the road. The soldiers joyfully assured that they would surely take care of him, and even promised to carry him in their arms if necessary. The arc was surprised at her own reaction. Why did she be so worried at the thought that she would no longer see this strange guy? She could only admit to herself in one thing. In a short time, she managed to get attached to him. Meanwhile, the embarrassed Liu Jun literally sat in the arms of one of the powerful soldiers. The warriors reassured him, asking him not to worry about anything. Under their reliable guard, he will definitely not fail anymore. At this moment, the young man clearly realized that martial arts could not do without owning. So, he was obliged to learn this for his own safety. In addition, he did not want to be a burden and constantly rely on the help of others. However, experienced warriors considered it differently. In their opinion, Liu Jun was much more lucky. He had a gift that surpasses all the martial arts. His outstanding mind, thanks to which they all managed to survive. Not everyone could boast of such a sharp intellect. Martial art can be learned, but the brain is given only once, and no one can change it. Many would like to be as smart as Liu Jun. Nevertheless, the young man understood that only brains in this dangerous world could not go far. The arc of the sector remained to wait, worried about the well-being of the departed soldiers and her father. She could not believe that yesterday they accidentally crossed with a louse in a simple eatery and drunk together. She had the feeling that many years have passed since then. So many events have occurred in one day. Now she understood that their meeting was not an accident. Rather, it was fate itself. Suddenly, the girl heard familiar steps nearby. Looking around, she cried out joyfully, seeing her uncle intact. Although she was incredibly happy about his return, she was surprised and alarmed that he had come alone. Chao Qianhu quickly reassured the excited niece, explaining that the rest of the warriors would arrive soon. He hurried forward to personally make sure that everything was in order with the young mistress. The Arc Sevens immediately asked about her father. Did he manage to escape and others? Fortunately, there were no reasons for concern. Everything was safe with the Ark, as with Lin Yunfei and Master Han Zuguan. However, during a fierce battle and a rapid retreat, they suffered heavy losses. Cao Qianhu himself almost killed a bloodthirsty demon. the commander of the elite detachment, Black Wolves. The girl could not believe that the enemy was so powerful that he almost defeated her skilled uncle. In fact, the enemy was so strong that an experienced warrior was sure of his defeat until the last moment. He could not even imagine how terrible this demon possessed. If it were not for the timely help of the Ame school, Cao Qianhu would have already watched the outcome of the battle from heavenly heights. He could confidently say that in addition to the sword of the heavenly demon, Bai Yunhuya, in the ranks of enemies there were enough other frightening warriors. As it turned out, the monks Ame still continued to fiercely fight the enemy. They took on the main blow, applying the legendary tactics, the tiger taps the dragon. To do this, they formed 2 groups of 48 people in each, and in the center there was an all-willed nun. Due to impenetrable darkness and the rain wall, it was impossible to discern the details. But it was a truly magnificent battle. Defenders took impregnable positions to resist the damned demons. However, the Ark of the SE, knowing the number of schools well, realized that they had a little more than 200 warriors. So, they could only form 4 full groups for this complex strategy. In fact, the enemy was now opposed by a little over 100 brave men, led by the all-Blag nun. The rest had already left the battlefield to join the main forces. The Ark of the Ark, with anxiously reflected on the fate of the remaining valiant defenders. Despite the promises of the nun, she and her followers will never leave the battlefield. The head of the Ime school will die, rather than turn his back to the enemy. These selfless people are ready to give their lives to stop the demonic army. The Ark supported this position. They really had to fight to the last. However, the experienced Cao Qianhu knew the bitter truth. In this case, they would be completely defeated by the superior forces of the enemy. Under no circumstances, they could not win this unequal battle. The young warrior could not believe that the victory was so unattainable. Although their opponents had great force, the fighters of the Union Holes never gave up just like that. Cao Qianhu admitted that until recently, he was convinced of the sufficiency of their strength to defeat the cult. Only now he realized how arrogant he was. In addition, the demons already knew what resources they have, which means that the Union turned out to be the only one who underestimated the enemy. In these circumstances, the retreat was the only right decision. It's good that the Ark of the Ul was listened to the advice of Liu Jun. Perhaps many will condemn the commander for such an ambiguous act, but this decision saved their lives. It is hard to imagine what was worth the master to accept him. The intuition of the young Liu Jun, who managed to convince the fearless warrior to change his principles, was amazing. Suddenly the girl heard approaching steps and soon saw her father. She experienced inexpressible happiness when she noticed the surviving captains and several saved fighters next to him. At this time, the battlefield was dotted with the bodies of fallen warriors. Looking at the scale of losses, Bai Yunhui realized that they had lost a much larger number of people than initially expected. The second detachment by this moment was almost completely destroyed. In total, about 30 people survived. It was a truly bitter news. However, the sword of the heavenly demon from the very beginning foresaw that the main blow would be in the second detachment. The assistant tried to console the master that the enemy suffered much more severe losses. About 100 people died from Imi, including their revered chapter, and the clan of the Ark lost over 300 fighters. The enemy forces really surpassed all expectations. But thanks to the power of their elite detachment, the Duga himself was forced to flee. Bai Yunhui knew this is not their last clash. The surviving enemies clearly had hidden reserves, given that they almost completely destroyed the second detachment of the cultists. This means that they will certainly try to develop their success, exactly as Bai Yunhui planned. In addition, in this battle there were moments that he still did not understand. As if something was not going according to the plan. He suspected that the head of the clan of the Duga, being a faithful member of the Union of Ulita, would never have decided to retreat. So, behind this unexpected maneuver, someone else stood. At that moment, the assistant reported that among the captured clan, the Ark was one surviving warrior. He offered to interrogate him. Perhaps they will be able to find out something valuable. When the prisoner was brought, Bai Yunhui began interrogation. He directly asked if the new members appeared in the ranks of the Ulit Union, and he suggested a man to carefully consider the answer, because his life depended on his words. The prisoner immediately stated that he knew nothing about this, after which he began to deny the presence of new people in their ranks. However, the insightful Bai Yunhui instantly caught the contradictions and continued to interrogate. Who was this newcomer? The desperate warrior shouted that even if he knew something, he would never have issued such information. Looking coldly at him, Bai Yunhui expressed disappointment that he handed this soldier a saving straw, and he did not want to grab it for her. On this interrogation was over, He ordered his people to kill the captive. The assistant suggested that the man be tortured to find out the information. But Bai Yunhui did not see any sense in this. He had already given the warrior a chance and did not want to spend time on him anymore. The prisoner sentenced to death experienced only bitterness from the fact that Bai Yunhui so easily took important information. This convinced him that before him was not just the sword of the heavenly demon, but the real embodiment of the devil. Bai Yunhui himself reflected on the mysterious newcomer who secretly opposed their plans. He knew one thing for sure: this will not get away with the stranger. The assistant guessed that the captain intends to entrust the persecution of the fugitives to the Black Wolf detachment under the leadership of Cao Jimin, and he suggested that it may be better if they themselves deal with this responsible task. However, Bai Yunhui recalled that about 400 people were left in the Black Wolf detachment, half of which were injured. A detachment of 200 combat-ready warriors should be enough to deal with the running enemy. Perhaps they will even be able to completely destroy the enemy. Nevertheless, the assistant warned, "You need to be on the alert, because the enemy can again do something unpredictable. In this case, they should at all costs prevent their plans." To begin with, the commander decided to carefully study the map of the terrain. When he saw her, he immediately realized the members of the Union did not just run. They skillfully changed their deployment to reduce losses, moving to an open area. Since in number they exceeded the detachment of Black Wolves, a similar landscape gave them a strategic advantage. However, he also realized that the number of wounded in their ranks probably increased significantly during a chaotic retreat. He was extremely curious to understand the plan of their strategist. Is he trying to divide the forces of the cultists in order to destroy in parts? The assistant carefully remarked that whoever this mysterious person was, he clearly became a serious problem for them. Bai Yunhui understood that this penetrating strategist methodically destroys his perfectly thought-out plan. First, he misled them, and then slipped away from the trap. And now everything that he put his hand to has gone to dust. However, contrary to expectations, Bai Yunhui did not look sad. On the contrary, he was interested in observing how the events would continue to develop. He admitted that the person, the commander of the enemy forces, really made an impression. Now, no matter what happened, he vowed to get to him and kill with his own hands. At the very moment when Bai Yunhui made his oath, Liu Jun suddenly awakened from a short sleep. A strange trembling ran through his body, and a gloomy foreboding arose. It seemed to him that his old acquaintance may have already begun to hunt him. Meanwhile, a detachment of Black Wolves found that the warriors of the Alliance of the Street cut off all the suspended bridges so that the pursuers could not follow them. The only way to cross the mountain is to climb on it, which would reduce the time of the chase as much as possible. Assistants of Cao Jimin tried to object to such a risky decision of their commander, but he, not listening to any arguments, immediately gave the order to storm the steep slope. The close associates tried to explain that even if they do not climb the rock, but they will go around, their speed will be almost the same. However, the impatient Cao Jimin was afraid that in this case they could miss the enemy's trace. He himself moved forward, forcing his subordinates to follow his example. So the whole detachment in 200 people began a dangerous climb to the mountain. At the same time, the surviving soldiers snit helped their wounded comrades, and the monks continued meditation, accumulating forces before an inevitable battle. Everyone understood one thing. Here there will be a battle not for life, but for death. They no longer have the right to retreat. Liu Jun tried to explain that they still had opportunities for further retreat, but the Dug Uli would not have agreed to this. Now it was their turn to give a decisive rebuff to the enemy to take revenge on the fallen brothers. It was for the sake of this counterattack that they retreated, reducing human losses. During a chaotic retreat, the commander gloriously saw the troops of the Star Sirius fight against the monks Ime. Together with Liu Jun, they came to the only conclusion: they will most likely follow a detachment of Black Wolves, known as the Spear of the Battlefield. In a short time, these elite warriors are able to break through the vanguard of the enemy, or pursue him, and then mercilessly destroy him. Now the main advantage for them was that the enemy was divided. Duga Uli guessed that Liu Jun expected just such a development of events. Although the young man could not say this with absolute confidence, the probability of such a decision of the enemy was extremely high. The commander understood that they needed to defeat a detachment of Black Wolves before he combines with the main forces of the Star Sirius. Assessing their current position, he felt doubts about the success of this plan. Although in number they exceeded the enemy, they clearly lacked combat power. Among their warriors there were many wounded, which lay a heavy burden on the combat effectiveness of the detachment. At the same time, there was a noticeable decline in the fighting spirit, especially after the fighters have already experienced the strength of the enemy on themselves. However, Liu Jun knew They should fight one-on-one with each detachment of the enemy. Lack of fear gives rise to victory. The one who has nothing to lose wins. Hearing these words, the oak of the street was amazed at how easily the young man, unlike an ordinary person, retained composure. Most people in mortal danger fall into panic, fighting with all their strength. Few in a critical situation are able to remain as calm as Liu Jun. The Duga Ul was more and more convinced that this guy was clearly marked by the seal of heaven. He was strikingly different from ordinary mortals. The commander made himself an oath not to miss such a nugget, at all costs to help him take a higher position. As ancient wisdom says, fate helps strong, but ruthlessly torments the weak. If a person cannot boldly look into the eyes of danger, he will become the one whom fate will plunge into the abyss of despair. The commander knew that Liu Jun could become that rare person who not only obeyed fate, but controls it of his own free will. By this moment, the detachment of black wolves finally arrived on a spacious plain. The fighters, who were tired after a heavy transition, rejoiced that they nevertheless managed to catch up with their elusive enemies. Even the commander himself praised them for selfless work this long night. Supervisory assistants noticed that the enemy had already lined up in battle order, and judging by the location, they were ready to battle. It became obvious that with their thoughtful retreat, they purposefully lured the pursuers to this open plain. Perhaps the surviving warriors of the Union decided that in such a wide space, they would have a certain tactical advantage. The self-confident fighters of the Black Wolves considered them fools, believing that they underestimate the legendary abilities of the elite detachment. However, the penetrating leader saw a different picture. Among the opponents was a man who expertly led the whole process, and from this mysterious strategist anything could be expected. At that moment, the street soldiers lined up in impeccable phalanxes, involving all their composition from recruits to experienced craftsmen. It was a kind of psychological trap from which no one could get out of alive. The detachment used the ancient strategy of burning bridges to cut off any way to retreat for their own people. Apparently, the main blow will have to be on the vanguard, which will protect the front line at the cost of life. The rows of constructions located at equal intervals created a dense defensive wall to protect the first lines as much as possible. Those who stood behind were ready to instantly take the positions of fallen comrades. This meant that they built their battle formations in such a way as to instantly respond to the power of the attacking. The upcoming battle promised to become a classic confrontation of a spear and shield. The Black Wolves will attack, while the Union will desperately defend themselves. However, the charismatic Cao Jimin reminded his subordinates the iron rule of their detachment. The life of one Black Wolf should be avenged tenfold. Such was the unbending fighting spirit of their elite unit, and the adamant will of their commander. In addition, according to his conviction, no construction of the enemy will be able to restrain their onslaught for a long time. They will pierce it through and through with lightning speed. With these enthusiastic words, he ordered the enemy to show all his combat power, since they were so stupid that they themselves cut off their way to retreat. At this time, the penetrating Chao Qianhu notedly noted that they placed their camp without a regular water barrier in the rear. Instead of the river, a seriously wounded warriors turned out to be an obstacle. Those physically blocked the possible ways of retreat. Looking at the crippled people, the Ark of a Bitterness understood that they perfectly play their sad role. Many could not even stay on their feet. That is why they created a live barrier from them. Thus, Liu Jun even earned the respect of the skeptical Cao Qiangu, who initially doubted his plan. But after the detachment took combat positions, everyone seemed to perceive. This was understandable. After all, the wounded were those people whom they vowed to protect to the last drop of blood. At this intense moment, the girl looked back at the nearest peak, seeing her father there. In addition to him, there were two experienced commander and their young military strategist. Finally, everyone noticed a detachment of Black Wolves, which appeared according to their souls, without even forcing themselves to wait long. An experienced commander knew that it was only in the hands of the defenders. A sudden attack was exactly what they needed now. Even Lin Yunfei did not hide his satisfaction from their timely appearance. He was afraid that the enemy, seeing their thoughtful construction, could retreat and wait for the reinforcement from the Sirius Star detachment. However, confident Liu Jun was convinced that this association would not happen. He heard that in this war the cult of worshipping the demons led the so-called Union of Four Heavens, along with Banhuan Uln, and attacked the central plain, Shni Zunyuan. His information was true. The cult of worship of the demons in Banhuang. The street officially were allies, but the key figure here was the cult of worshipping the demons, the Union of Black Heaven and their many followers. It is for this reason that in the cult, they were extremely seriously reacted to the beginning of the military campaign. The elite corps of Bai Yunhui was given an unequivocal order to storm the Sichuan branch of the Union Uli, known for its valor. This was done to demonstrate the power of the cult not so much to the enemy as his allies. He fulfilled the plan to capture the strategic department successfully. However, in the subsequent battle with the reinforcement of the Union, 2 detachments, led by elders, suffered a crushing defeat. Because of this, their reputation was seriously undermined, and the significance of the capture of the Sichuan branch faded. There was a risk that even the most devoted fanatics could doubt the greatness of the cult, under the rule of which they were. In addition, the cold-blooded leaders of the demonic cult, as a rule, turned their nominal allies into the scapegoat in every possible way in order to avoid any responsibility for failures. The Olivan instantly understood the arc of Liu Jun's assumption that a detachment of black wolves would certainly become such a scapegoat. The young man argued that if the leadership entrusted with all the responsibility to the commander of Bai Yunhui, then the slightest mistake will fall with a heavy burden on the entire cult of demons. Based on this logic, the most suitable figure, which forced to take on all sins, will be precisely the Chao Jimin from the Black Wolves detachment. Surely even Chao Jimin himself perfectly understood this. In such a situation, his detachment will desperately strive to avoid any stigma of shame. If during the decisive battle they unite with the Sirius Star detachment, then ultimately all the victory laurels will go exclusively by Yunhui. It became clear that the cult is intentionally trying to end the union with the help of a detachment of black wolves, and this elite detachment was undoubtedly aimed only at an unconditional victory. Liu Jun regretfully admitted that the probability of their success was really very high. However, he firmly believed that strength is not the only component of the war. They should not despair in advance and dig a grave. They had to believe in their capabilities as much as their terrible enemy believed in them. Now the main problem was not so much a detachment of black wolves as time. They needed to defeat the enemy until the main forces of the Sirius Star detachment arrived. The most important factor in this battle was the time. The Oliva understood perfectly well that the time was a value that they could not influence, so he could only rely on the courage of his warriors. To begin with, Liu Jun decided to find out how strong the head of the Black Wolves is, and whether they have at least one person who can withstand him. The Arc Street was categorical. No one can cope with such a dangerous opponent alone. It will take at least 2 experienced craftsmen to give him a worthy rebuff. Lin Yunfei, who caught a glimpse of the duel of Cao Qianggu with this formidable enemy, confirmed. His uncle had similar combat skills. The difference in the strength of Chao Jimin was very significant. Then Liu Jun offered non-standard tactics to take this invincible fighter on the highlight. They must attack the 3 of them, changing each other every 20 to 30 seconds. Also, the young man urged the Ark of Ulit not to enter the battle, but to take on the full command of the operation. At this moment, all those present realized that such an extraordinary plan significantly increases their chances of victory. It was especially important that during the battle with the leader of the Black Wolves, no one sought to end him as soon as possible. Their main task was to delay it, while the rest of the warriors fight ordinary opponents. However, if at least one of them seriously suffers, the whole plan can go to dust. Therefore, they must focus on this battle the first and last opponent of Cao Jimin to become the 3 of them. Thinking a little, experienced fighters smiled with determination, promising to do everything possible and strictly follow the Liu Jun plan. Chao Qianhu did not hide his joy from the fact that he finally had the opportunity to recoup for the past defeat. After that, fearless warriors went to meet their fate, ready to fight with the invincible head of the Black Wolves. At that moment, the caring Duga invited his daughter to take the defense of Liu Jun on himself. However, the young man embarrassedly explained that the honorary position of the defender is already busy. Then he pointed to his new friend Feng Yun. Anticipating that the Dugu would want to appoint him a guard, Liu Jun asked his comrade in advance. Hearing an unfamiliar name, the Ark-Ul was frowning. He never met this young man. Then Feng Yun himself decided to introduce himself. He was a wanderer fighting on a foreign land, a kind of mercenary. He was so cordially accepted in the detachment that he decided to linger with them and help in the struggle against the common enemy. There was nothing left for the Ark but to explain to the young man how important Liu Jun is for them, and express the hope that he would seriously relate to the responsible task assigned to him. Feng Yun gave only one promise: Liu Jun would never die before himself. A cautious commander decided to be safe and strengthen the guard. Therefore, he also asked his daughter to join the defense of the strategist. The embarrassed girl promised her father that nothing would happen under their reliable supervision with Liu Jun. The young strategist himself believed that 2 guards are a clear overkill. But the Ark-Sev patiently explained to him that he really became too important a person. Liu Jun could only come to terms with the fact that he and Feng Yun would continue to guard him. Before going into battle, the commander once again reminded the young man so that he carefully watched the progress of the battle. All warriors counted on his insight and wisdom. Finally, irreconcilable opponents clashed in a deadly battle. A detachment of black wolves collided with the Yulia detachments. The soldiers received a clear order to protect their positions at all costs, even at the cost of their own life. The fearless Lin Yunfei, who quickly burst into the thick of the battle, menacingly warned that he would kill anyone who would stand in his way. Paying the way to his main victim, he managed to take the lives of ordinary opponents. Mr. Duga himself entered the fight with ordinary subordinates, trying to reduce the number of victims among his warriors. At this fateful moment, the experienced Cao Qianhu crossed blades with his main goal. After the first powerful exchange of blows, he again realized how strong his invincible opponent was. The arrogant Cao Jimin only mocked him, confident that his opponent was about to meet his inevitable death. Despite the difficult situation, the devoted uncle was ready to do everything in his power in order to at least delay his ruthless enemy. Cao Jimin, coldly evaluating an unexpected attack. And he even recognized her well, but completely insufficient to win. He dealt a crushing blow, greatly damaging the chest of Cao Qianhu. The wounded warrior fell heavily on one knee, trying to catch his breath and admitting that the head of the Black Wolf detachment had truly devilish force. At this critical moment, the self-confident enemy had already rushed to him to inflict a deadly blow, not understanding how Cao Xianhu dared to challenge him with such, in his opinion, insignificant level of martial art. However, he did not manage to complete the attack. Lin Yunfei arrived in time, deftly intercepting the enemy's blade with his sword. He resolutely called himself the next rival of Cao Jimin, after which they began to violently exchange lightning attacks. Meanwhile, Cao Qianhu tried to restore his breath out of all his strength, mentally swinging that his personal confrontation with the head of the Black Wolves was not yet completed. In the distance from the epicenter of the fight of the loungers and his faithful defenders, carefully watched the course of the battle. The young man clearly felt that the arc was covered with anxiety. What did not surprise, in such a tense battle, even the most experienced warriors were difficult to maintain self-control. She eagerly shifted from foot to foot, obviously wanting to join the fighters on the battlefield. Feng Yun completely shared her impulse, claiming that he himself would perfectly cope with the defense of Liu Jun. However, a reasonable girl recalled that protecting a young strategist is a too responsible task, and even two people are barely enough for this. After that, she paid close attention to Liu Jun himself, surprised at his unshakable calm in such a critical situation. He looked as if what was happening around did not cause him the slightest fear. However, an external calm was hiding deep anxiety. The young man admitted that he constantly reproaches himself because he generally got involved in this war. He had a helpless mother and sick sister, who had no one to help except him. And yet he decided on such a reckless act. Although he immensely regretted his decision, nothing could be changed. He plunged into this madness with his head. Now there was only one way out, to certainly win in this dangerous game. Initially, Liu Jun naively believed that the victory would be easy for them. But judging by the development of events, he was brutally mistaken. It was unbearably difficult for him to admit his miscalculation, but he was even more disturbed by the reaction of the satellites to this bitter recognition. To distract them a little, he decided to share a gloomy memory of how he first ended up in a war at the age of 12. Shocked listeners could not believe that the child was able to survive in such a nightmare. All that the young Liu Jun remembered was that that war was not as large as the current confrontation with the cult, but still left an indelible trace in his soul. He will never forget the terrible spectacle everywhere, rotting corpses. A real feast for vultures. In his memory, helpless moans of dying with cut limbs and heartbreaking cries from unbearable torment remained forever. Ordinary soldiers on the battlefield were nothing more than cannon fodder, which they mercilessly thrown away as soon as they become useless. The highest ranks calmly used these unhappy to develop their martial arts skills and test military strategies. He vowed that he would never allow such an attitude towards people, even at the cost of losing. On those terrible days, he shouted at the generals countless times, not understanding why they used such ruthless tactics. He cursed them with all his heart and will continue to curse them. They were real monsters that never condescended to listen to a person of the lower class. Now that he has grown up, Liu Jun firmly decided to never put victory above human life. He vowed to do everything possible to reduce losses among warriors. It was since then that he began to deeply study combat strategies. However, over the past days, he understood the bitter truth. In the union of the street, the true art of warfare was not particularly appreciated, especially the correct military constructions. The arc confirmed his observations, adding that only the difference in the experience of personal battles always played in their culture. Moreover, martial arts were considered the only basis for the street warrior. Liu Jun knew how naive to rely exclusively on individual skill. He was sure that the famous masters of the street were not even trying to experiment with various strategies, putting personal combat skills above all. That is why initially, it seemed to him that they would easily win this war. He was convinced that even if a detachment of black wolves surpasses them with their power, they will be able to win using the right strategy. Duga Uli listened to his words, and without hesitation did everything that the young strategist advised. Following the commander of his instructions, Han Zhuguang, master of the Kunlun school, and Lin Yunfei, commander of the Black Warriors' army, followed. She understood the arc that the reason for this trust was obvious. Liu Jun had already proved his reliability. In addition, frankly, they simply had no choice, so everyone was forced to follow his advice. She recalled that their opponent was the cult of worshipping the demons, whose mention caused awe of any warrior. In such a situation, they desperately needed a person who could be relying on. And this person became a lord, a simple hard worker who did not know anything about martial arts yesterday. Perhaps his words were touched by the arc only because they came from a person without special knowledge of military affairs. However, the arc was sure that this was not the point. Her wise father really appreciated the exceptional abilities of the young strategist. Feng Yun completely agreed with her, noting that Liu Jun was an amazingly insightful person whom people intuitively trusted. In confirmation of his words, he gave an example of himself. After all, the clan of the Ark was always ready to take under his wing of wanderers from different parts of the world. Otherwise he, Feng Yun, never dared to join them. Then Liu Jun remembered the mysterious words about the fate spoken to him the Ark. He wondered whether the venerable gentleman really considers him a man who is able to control the fate itself. He would never have thought that his modest talents could be so highly appreciated. Suddenly, they heard the approaching noise of the battle. The young man realized that he needed to carefully consider tactics again. If they leave everything as it is, this battle will be delayed for a long time, and by that time the Sirius star detachment will inevitably come up. Then they certainly will not have a single chance to win. The Ark of the Ark remembered her father's words that in such a situation, heaven would certainly help them. However, even in this case, they should make every effort and do absolutely everything in their power, even if the defeat seems inevitable. Then Liu Jun resolutely asked him to deliver him to a certain place near the battlefield. He wanted to once again carefully see everything that was happening from a more convenient position. Filled with determination, the Ark agreed to accompany him, and the warlike Feng Yun joyfully rubbed his hands. His fists literally scratched to fight the enemy. They understood that inaction would not solve anything. Sooner or later, the enemy would still reach them. In addition, there was little time left, and it was urgent to do something. Liu Jun resolutely moved forward, and his loyal bodyguards followed him. They agreed on a clear distribution of roles. The Ark of the CE will clear the way in front, while Feng Yun will provide reliable cover from the rear. While the fearless defenders made their way through the enemy ranks, Liu Jun carefully peered into what was happening. He was desperately looking for a way to win in this seemingly hopeless war. Finally, the Trinity approached the place of the duel of Cao Qianhu and Cao Jimin. The insightful Ark of the CE immediately realized that the young man wanted to personally evaluate the combat abilities of the formidable head of the Black Wolves. Her guess was true. The outcome of the whole battle depended on how quickly they were able to overcome the invincible enemy commander. At this dramatic moment, Uncle was again a serious cutting wound in the abdomen. Noticing this, Han Zhuguang immediately entered the battle to replace the wounded ally. Obviously, the head of the Volkov was annoyed by the fact that the opponents again changed each other, as if playing with him in some incomprehensible game. However, they had no choice, so he began to fiercely fight with a new enemy. After the first powerful attack, the man anxiously felt how strong this unsurpassed warrior was, but under no circumstances they could afford to lose. There were 3 of them against 1, and they were all recognized by the masters of their craft. Carefully analyzing the course of the battle, Liu Jun himself saw that it would be extremely difficult to defeat Cao Jimin. It was impossible to confuse the leader of the Black Wolves with anyone. Goosebumps ran from one of his ominous appearance for many. The strategy of exhausted seemed reasonable, but this man seems to be nothing to stop. However, Liu Jun was convinced that everyone, even the most powerful warrior, has his own weaknesses. If they manage to detect the vulnerability of the enemy head, they will be able to radically change the course of the entire battle. The Ark of a doubtfully shook her head. She was sure that this person was a real master of his craft, and even it seemed that it was almost impossible to find his weak place. At that moment, Liu Xun unexpectedly asked Feng Yun to whether he had ever played in the Chinese checkers. It turned out that the young warrior was so absorbed in the training of martial arts that he simply had no time left for the development of logical thinking. Then Liu Xun explained his thought during a game with an experienced master. Sometimes amazing situations happen when the exodus of the party radically changes due to one sudden, non-standard move made by an inexperienced player. His companions immediately realized that he was planning to commit just such an unexpected move in their current confrontation. In this intense second, Han Zhuguang was seriously injured in the shoulder, and Lin Yunfei immediately replaced him. The arrogant Cao Jimin was convinced that such tactics would never lead to his defeat, but he was even curious to see how long the three of them would last against him alone. It seemed to the exhausted fighters that, fighting alternately with three opponents, the tireless warrior did not show signs of fatigue at all. The situation became desperate, but they had no other way out, except to continue the unequal battle. If they do not be able to overcome this enemy, they simply will not have the future. Everyone frantically reflected on possible ways of victory, and the first to be the critical vulnerability was discovered by Liu Xun. This important detail concerned the battle distance. During the fight, the captains constantly lost it. An attentive strategist noted that Cao Jimin uses the Tao sword, designed to conduct a short-distance battle. This weapon is ideal for close combat and inflicts powerful cutting blows. Unlike Tao, Jian's sword is a double-edged straight blade that can be wielded much faster and more maneuverable. However, the problem was not this. The insightful Liu Xun noted that the soldiers struck not in a straight line, but in the opposite direction, thereby increasing their maneuverability. Hearing such an observation, the defender admired how a person who did not know martial arts managed to recognize this subtlety so quickly. Liu Xun continued to think, what would happen if they deliberately increased the distance by one step? However, everyone understood that even if it theoretically adhered to one distance during the battle, it would be extremely difficult to maintain it, especially against such a powerful enemy. Watching the fight, the young man noticed another pattern. Usually the distance is reduced, even if one of the fighters move back. The arc of the CE logically suggested that during the retreat, the distance should increase. But the reason was that the lightning, Audix Cao Jimin instantly reacted and reduced this gap. It seemed to the girl that in this case, there is no way to defeat this unsurpassed warrior. However, Liu Xun unexpectedly proposed a non-standard decision. Instead of moving away, it is necessary, on the contrary, to go straight to Cao Jimin. At first, it seemed to everyone that from such crazy tactics, the battle would only become more complicated. In addition, faced with a formidable enemy, even experienced captains involuntarily began to lose a distance. However, Liu Xun saw the opportunity to use the opposite tactics. With this development of events, the self-confident Cao Jimin will believe that he is in a winning situation. The problem could be not only in position, but also in the tactics of fighting. The main advantage of the enemy was that he put all his power into every blow, leaving no energy to defense. There was no technique that would simultaneously combine a crushing attack with reliable protection. It turned out that the warrior was so obsessed with offensive tactics that he neglected his defense. The intrigued Feng Yun decided to personally check this theory. He quickly rushed forward to distract the attention of Cao Jimin from the rest. After the first attack, the young warrior felt on himself that the enemy really had truly inhuman force, as if sold the soul to the devil himself. The excited Chao Qianhu seeing the lady, and he immediately darted towards her to find out the situation. He reported that he received several injuries, but all of them, fortunately, were shallow. However, he was worried about the participation of the young Feng Yun in the battle. Will everything be all right with him? She, confident to the arc, noticed that the young man was much stronger than she expected, and would undoubtedly cope with the task assigned to him. Chao Qianhu himself admitted that he had long looked at this unusual guy. He could not even imagine that at such a young age you can achieve this level of skill. The fact that Feng Yun was a mercenary at such an early age made him an even more intriguing figure. An experienced warrior hoped that everything would end safely, and he would have the opportunity to better know this talented young man. The reckless courage with which Feng Yun fought against the formidable enemy was so angry with Cao Jimin that he decided to get rid of an annoying boy. When he managed to discard the young warrior, Han Zhuguan, rested by this time, immediately joined the battle, replacing Feng Yun. Having fulfilled his task to divert attention, the young warrior returned to Liu Xun. After a direct clash with the enemy, he said with confidence that he did not feel some unsurpassed skill in Cao Jimin. Although Cao Qianhu did not understand how the boy could judge the level of a fighter who constantly pushed him, Feng Yun explained the essence of his observation. Repulsion was not due to special equipment, but solely due to the physical power that arises at the time of the attack. The man began to understand what the insightful young man was driving at. The problem was indeed in the distance between them and the enemy. This important conclusion was already prompted by Liu Jun, the older brother of Feng Yun. Cao Qianhu was more and more surprised how many more wise thoughts lurking in the head of this unusual strategist. Feng Yun understood that even if the key problem has already been identified, it would still be difficult to solve it. The reaction rate of Cao Jimin was truly phenomenal. Then Liu Zhong expressed his unexpected proposal. Cao Qianhu should not increase the battle distance, but, on the contrary, reduce it as much as possible. An experienced warrior realized, if it is impossible to fight with the enemy at the usual distance, then the best decision would be to radically reduce this interval. At first, he was shocked by such a non-standard approach, but quickly understood the genius of this plan. Without hesitation, he immediately broke his long sword to shorten it. At the same time, he understood that such tactics did not give 100% guarantee of victory, but definitely was worth an attempt. Without wasting time, he rushed into battle to replace his exhausted comrade, observing the unfolding battle. The arc of a hoped with a hoped hope, whether they could really prevail over the seemingly invincible opponent. Although Feng Yun was not taken to give an accurate forecast, he admitted that their chances of victory had definitely increased. A curious young man asked Liu Jun how he could solve the enemy's tactics so quickly, without even basic knowledge in military affairs. The modest strategist explained his success only by attentive observation of what was happening. Both Feng Yun and the arc was considered a truly incredible achievement. Either the strategic talent of Liu Jun really went beyond the usual. Perhaps he himself did not fully realize how much potential he had. After making sure that the battle is developing in the right direction, Liu Jun decided to move on to the next stage of his plan. Now, Feng Yun was not easy for a difficult task, to transfer new strategic instructions to the teams. At this time, the master of Cao Qianhu was supposed to continue to restrain the head of the Black Wolves, and the master Han Zuguang and the commander Lin Yunfei had to join the main forces of the clan as soon as possible. From this moment, they had to use the legendary tactics of the crane, a system with the flanks advanced forward, forming a semblance of a crane. This would allow you to hold the enemy at a distance, dispersing the soldiers in a special way. The battlefield was supposed to turn into a real swamp, from which it is impossible to get out alive. Feng Yun immediately appreciated the genius of the conceived tactics, but did not imagine how to convey this team to fighting. He obviously could not walk around the battlefield, explaining to everyone the subtleties of a new strategy. Then he decided to use the conditional signal dash to order everyone to follow the second combat position. For this, the young man had to scream at the full power of his lungs. Fortunately, in his youth, he was specially practiced in the art of the lion bait. And since they were on the open plain, his voice was supposed to smash at a distance of 2 kilometers. He only warned the satellites to cover the sensitive ears in advance. Having collected all his internal energy, Feng Yun began to fulfill the responsible task. Loudly, he announced the order of the military advisor. Everyone immediately lined up in the second combat position. Hearing the mention of some military advisor, even the unshakable Cao Jimin involuntarily distracted from the fight. Taking advantage of this moment, the angry Cao Qiangu struck an unexpected blow, reproaching the enemy of unforgivable insolence to be distracted during a deadly duel. The arc of admiration for the talents of Feng Yun, whom she had not even suspected before. But Liu Jun with anxiety noted that the boy clearly went too far, calling him a military advisor. The young man perfectly understood the complexity of the situation. Ordinary warriors would not listen to the teams emanating from someone without official status. To give orders, it was necessary to have an appropriate military rank. Without even participating in the battle, Liu Jun risked being perceived as an ordinary fighter. But the main danger was that now opponents could purposefully hunt for a mysterious advisor. At this critical moment, Cao Jimin tried to determine who gave this order and was so resourceful to rebuild the troops right during the battle. Soon he noticed 3 people standing near the epicenter of the battle. However, the vigilant Cao Qianhu instantly thwarted his plan, again attacking from the unexpected side. Meanwhile, the troops of the Union began to rapidly regroup. Watching the battlefield, the arc noted that everything was going on the best. Previously, she could not even imagine that she would see the legendary tactics of the crane wing in action. Now it was safe to say that they created a real fatal trap for the enemy. However, Liu Jun did not please this at all. He was still worried because Feng Yun inadvertently called his name. In addition, a person whose knowledge in martial art was insignificant could not claim the title of military advisor to the glorified Union Uleja. Hearing these doubts, indignant to the arc, sharply cut off his self-abiding reasoning. She categorically stated that the lack of skills in martial arts in no way makes him less valuable. In any case, while they were nearby, no one would even dare to touch their talented strategist with a finger. In addition, the girl reminded, they should not have forgotten the impressive skills of Feng Yun, who had already managed to prove his valor during a short fight with the formidable Cao Jimin. At this moment, a fierce battle between Cao Qianggu and the head of the Black Wolves continued with unusual power. However, Cao Jimin could not help but admit that since the moment of their first clash, he was already disappointed with the combat abilities of his opponent. Now he noticed that in the manner of opponent's behavior, something has changed dramatically. The insightful warrior quickly realized that the mysterious guy who was called the military expert probably stood behind a sudden change in tactics. For this reason, he sharply waved his deadly blade, forcing Cao Xianhu to retreat several meters. A new plan has ripened in his head. First to finish the mysterious young man, and then return and deal with Cao Xianhu himself. His intuition suggested that everything that was happening was now the work of the hands of this particular unknown strategist. However, the fearless Cao Qianhu only mocked the enemy, saying that he was simply looking for a convenient pretext in order to avoid the inevitable defeat. He accused Cao Jimin of trying to assert himself at the expense of a wimp who does not even understand martial arts. The head of the Black Wolves, a sophisticated in battle, did not succumb to this obvious provocation, considering his opponent a fool who is unable to understand that words sometimes have no less power than a sword. After that, he suddenly abandoned his weapon, twisting it in the air in such a way that this discarded Cao Qianggu a few tens of meters ago. The man instantly realized that the distance between them decreased too sharply, and he had already foreseen what destructive attack would follow. The approaching head of the Volkov struck a crushing blow to his ribs. Then he caught the enemy in flight and brought down a few more powerful blows into his chin and chest. Without waiting for the wounded warrior to come to his senses, Cao Jimin rushed to Liu Jun with lightning speed. He understood that it was better to get rid of this dangerous strategist in advance until he let his roots even deeper. In this critical second, the arc of Qi and Feng Yun simultaneously defended their ward. The first was Feng Yun, who was attacked, who managed to reflect the initial blow. However, Cao Jimin, easily jumping away from this unnecessary enemy, continued his rapid movement towards Liu Jun, which was protected by the CE arc. Rushing her behind her and hitting a defenseless young man, he triumphantly exclaimed that today he would die from his invincible sword. However, the vigilant arcs managed to push the Lord in time and take his place, thereby challenging the self-confident statement of the enemy. However, an impatient man quickly lost all interest in the girl, promising that he would definitely fight her later. After that, he again rushed to the main goal, saying that now Liu Jun was his only important target. At that moment, Feng Yun, appearing in front of his friend as if from nowhere, boldly suggested that Cao Jinimin began to pay a little attention to him. Having entered an unequal battle, the young warrior resolutely stated that he would not give offense to his older brother. The brave mistress immediately joined the battle, who made an oath promise that their ward would live a long and happy life. She asked Liu Jun to completely trust them, convincing that they would certainly save him. In the midst of this chaotic confrontation, Han Zhuguang also entered into battle, who immediately ordered Feng Yun to retreat. Having taken his place, the experienced master commanded the young man to immediately pick up the military advisor and hide in a safe place. At that very moment, the arc of the arc tightly grabbed Liu Jun by the hand, and the three of them hastily left a dangerous place. Having retreated to a safe distance, they first decided to visit Cao Qianggu to assess the condition of the wounded uncle. The girl alarmed that his wounds were quite serious. However, despite their severity, an experienced warrior was sure that he could survive with them. In essence, such injuries were quite expected, given that the enemy greatly exceeded him in strength. Alone, Cao Qianhu could hardly have won, but the observant Feng Yun noted that, despite a significant difference in forces, Uncle managed to pretty well padded the formidable warrior. Now it was noticeable that Cao Jimin fought with the wrong confidence that before. At the moment, Han Zhuguang literally showered him with various blows, from which the enemy could only dodge. After the next attack, the Master Han spun in the air, inflicting a series of sharp stabbing blows. It was the famous technique Big 8, or Kunlun style, a unique method of struggle in which the body rotates freely in the air, like a dragon playing among the clouds. Looking at their exciting duel, everyone saw that the master finally managed to fight at the distance that they had to adhere to from the very beginning. Suddenly, Liu Jun felt the approach of something terrible. In a matter of seconds, his face turned pale, becoming gloomy, like a thunderstorm. He anxiously said that he was hoping for the later arrival of the star Sirius. Only after these words did the Ark realize the sinister truth. Apparently, the Sword of Heavenly Water itself approached the place of battle. The girl thought with annoyance that came these elite warriors at least a couple of hours later, their chances of victory would be much higher. She began to carefully look around, trying to determine the approximate direction of approaching the enemy. However, the sensitive Liu Jun already felt his appearance, confidently indicating in the right direction. In that place, an unusual flow of air was observed, distorting its natural movement. Many were amazed at how quickly the strategist managed to determine the location of the approaching warrior by barely noticeable signs. With bitterness, the young man realized that in this situation, almost nothing would help them. Soon, Feng Yun himself felt an incredible speed with which enemy warriors moved. Few could boast of such outstanding skills in the air. This could mean only one thing: the sword of the heavenly demon approached them. There was no doubt, and everyone began to feverishly discuss how they should act further. Liu Jun was sure that given the self-confidence of Bai Yunhui, he would surely arrive earlier than the main part of his army. The brave Cao Qianhu immediately volunteered to go to reconnaissance, believing that he could delay a dangerous enemy. However, the judicious Liu Jun asked the man to postpone this risky step. Now their priority task was to deal with the remnants of the Black Wolves detachment as soon as possible. Even if they cannot completely destroy the enemy, they needed to at least significantly reduce its number. Everyone instantly realized the logic of the strategist. The appearance of a sword of a heavenly demon did not promise them anything good. The time has come for the third stage of their plan. Therefore, Liu Jun ordered everyone to immediately take the corresponding combat positions. After that, Cao Qianhu quickly darted to the epicenter of the battle, transferring the commanders the order to take the necessary construction. First of all, he reached his friend Han Zuguan, warning him about the need to speed up the interchange of the fight. Everyone urgently needed to regroup into the third combat position. For this reason, he offered his help in a fight with Cao Jimin. However, the noble Han Zuguang insisted that the comrade leave this fight on him, and instead help the rest of the soldiers to move on to the third stage of their strategy. The enraged Cao Jimin was clearly offended by the fact that he was treated as a minor obstacle, calmly talking right behind him. In anger, he tried to attack the distracted Han Zuguan. But he noticed the threat in time and switched over to the counterattack with lightning speed, showering the enemy with prickly blows, not allowing him to get closer to a convenient distance. However, the experienced head of the Volkov was only more angry from this unexpected maneuver. He abruptly threw his blade forward, aiming at the enemy's vulnerable place. As a result, a sharp sword deeply entered the man under the armor, which is why Han Zuguang poured out from his mouth. Despite a mortal wound, a persistent warrior still held his blade tightly and resolutely stated that he would send his enemy to meet with the Lord of the Demons himself. With these words, he struck a crushing blow, managing to seriously hurt Cao Jimin in the eye, face, and even neck. After this exchange of fatal blows, both exhausted enemy fell severely to the ground. In this ruthless battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. But the attentive Feng Yun quickly noticed that the master Han Zuguan still showed signs of life. This meant that he won this epic duel. Looking at the defeated enemy, the wounded Han Zuguang remembered his fallen counterparts, whose souls, according to his beliefs, were appealed to revenge. He was convinced that it was time to force the enemy to pay with his life for desecrating the spirit of the Kunlun sect. However, at the very moment when the long-awaited revenge was supposed to be done, Feng Yun quickly ran up to him, begging the masters to stop. Referring to the words military advisor, he stated that this person may need in the future. The oscillating Han Zuguang looked doubtfully at Liu Jun, looking for confirmation of this unexpected order. The young strategist explained that soon a much more dangerous opponent would arrive here. To cross the mountains separating them, Bai Yunhai will take very little time. From these ominous words throughout the body of the wounded warrior, a small trembling passed, partly from weakness, partly from fear of an approaching threat. He leaned heavily on his bloodied blade to resist his feat. At this critical moment, the decisive Feng Yun darted to the defeated enemy and pressed the exact movements at certain points of his body. Thus, he temporarily blocked the blood circulation so that the man could not move, even if he is conscious. Gently lifting the prisoner in his arms, he looked expectantly at the louse. Without losing precious time, the young strategist suggested immediately returning to the starting position, and all four hastened to the main forces of his army. At this point, all commanders had already received an order to go on a decisive offensive on the Golden Club tactics. A merciless attack in which the troops go to the enemy by terrain, seize his positions, and continuously attack to complete destruction. Looking at the unfolding bloody battle, the soldiers clearly understood that there was nowhere to retreat. It was necessary to put pressure on the opponents to the end, because for a true warrior, there was no more honor than the mouth of a brave man in battle. In addition, they needed to urgently accelerate the denouement of the battle until the enemy reinforcement arrived. Therefore, everyone was extremely motivated, striving, in spite of everything, to show the enemy all the power of his military spirit. At this intense moment, the wounded Han Zhuguang continued a deep meditation, trying to cope with heavy wounds. Meanwhile, Liu Jun, with his faithful defenders, was thinking about how strong Bai Yunhui was in battle. Is he really so invincible that he could defeat 1,000 people alone? These alarming issues occupied not only the mind of a young strategist, but also the thoughts of all the fighters who participated in a cruel battle. However, it seemed only to the judicious arc that they excessively extol the enemy, creating a halo of invincibility around him. The only thing she seriously thought about at this moment is whether he would come alone or will reinforce with him. The insightful Liu Jun repeated his conjecture. The sword of the heavenly demon will undoubtedly appear before the main forces. His unshakable confidence allowed him to control any situation. However, it should be borne in mind that his elite troops will certainly follow their leader, albeit with some delay. Given these circumstances, the Allies were in an extremely deplorable position, and the likelihood of their complete destruction steadily increased. For this reason, the worried strategist decided to find out about the state of the master Han Zhuguan, whose fighting power would now be in handy. His wound turned out to be much deeper than they initially expected. In order not to die from a critical loss of blood, an experienced warrior was forced to enter a special meditative state. However, as the insightful Feng Yun noted, the most serious problem was not a physical wound in his chest, and a deep emotional trauma, which caused much more suffering than a blade blow. The commander of the Black Wolves detachment, like a ruthless scorch, cut the enemy's soul itself, because even at the peak of exhaustion, he did not hesitate, put the rest of the remaining energy into a deadly attack. It became obvious that in this situation, they would have to fight without the participation of this powerful warrior. In this intense second, the sensitive Feng Yun suddenly felt someone's sinister presence. With horror, he realized that Bai Yunhui quietly entered the battlefield while they were distracted by discussion of tactics. The young man immediately indicated in the direction where the powerful, almost tangible energy came from. Having looked at, the shocked Liu Jun also saw how the soldiers one after the other fall to the ground lifelessly. After several people were killed by an unknown enemy, they finally were able to distinguish between the menacing silhouette of a tall man. Now, as if crawling before the real performance, he was ready to start his bloody performance. At first, Liu Jun experienced indescribable horror at the sight of this sinister person. However, remembering their first meeting many years ago and that strange farewell, he realized that fate itself brought them together so that they met face to decisive confrontation. Like a real demon, Bai Yunhui methodically dealt with brave warriors, dozens per minute. Only now everyone finally realized that this person was beyond their power. They could not cope with his supernatural power. Suddenly, forcing the troops respectfully to part, their fearless leader Lin Yunfei appeared. At this fateful moment, as if foreshadowing the final clash between these irreconcilable opponents, the sky broke out a real storm of heavy rain and deafening thunder. Nodding with restraint, Lin Yunfei greeted the sword of the heavenly demon, according to the ancient military etiquette. However, the arrogant Bai Yunhui demanded that the man deign to introduce himself properly. Proudly naming his full name, the warrior introduced himself as the commander of the Black Warrior of the Union Ulno, and, looking at the indifferent face of the enemy, he advised him to better remember these words. However, the unflappable Bai Yunhui said that he first wants to see what this fighter is capable of in a real battle, and only then he will decide if he is worthy of his name to be preserved in the memory of the descendants. Such undisguised impudence could not but angry Yunfei's proud Lin. Unable to restrain his anger, he rushed to the attack, and the fighters agreed in a brutal duel. Bai Yunhui watched with curiosity what techniques his opponent uses in a desperate attempt to stop him. After the first lightning attack, an experienced warrior was amazed at the incredible speed of his enemy. Seeing the frightened expression on the face of Lin Yunfei, the self-propelled Bai Yunhui only laughed, saying that he had not even demonstrated the 10th share of his true abilities. After that, he went on a rapid offensive, but Lin Yunfei managed to dodge the deadly attack at the last moment. However, the penetrating Bai Yunhui was not taken by surprise, and immediately used his crown equipment proven in countless battles. The strength and speed of this technique seemed simply unimaginable. And looking at the serene expression of the face of Bai Yunhui, it became obvious that this was only a small part of his genuine capabilities. Subbed in thought about his hopeless position, Lin Yunfei did not notice one of the sudden attacks, and the crushing blow of the sword of the heavenly demon threw him far back. Only then did the proud warrior finally realize the inevitability of his defeat. He had no chance to defeat such a powerful enemy. Bai Yunhui was much stronger than even the most incredible rumors about his supernatural abilities read. The humiliated man had no choice but to admit that the martial art of his enemy was strikingly different from the skill of Cao Jimin, a formidable commander of the Black Wolves detachment. It was at this critical moment that Bai Yunhui, as it were, by the way, asked where his faithful right hand was. Putting his head, Lin Yunfei reluctantly said that he had been defeated, and perhaps no longer guesses signs of life, being captured by the enemy. To universal amazement, this sad news did not cause the slightest manifestation of sorrow on the face of the impassive. Nevertheless, he expressed a desire to find out which of the fighters dared to defeat his trusted commander. It was obvious that, in his opinion, the capture of Cao Jimin was also the idea of the same mysterious person, the one who so skillfully unraveled his carefully thought-out traps. However, now it did not have a pristine importance, since he has already decided regarding the fate of Lin Yunfei. Since Cao Jimin was his right hand, it means that he must take one of the best masters of the Union for fair compensation. Hearing such a humiliating proposal, the proud warrior came into indescribable rage. For him, it was preferable to fall the death of the brave on the battlefield than to be in the hands of such a villain. However, Bai Yunhui coldly asked him not to disgrace the loud words that completely did not correspond to his combat skills. After that, in a split second he reduced the distance between them. But, to the surprise of all those who watched the fight, he did not attack the enemy with a blade, but instead extended his hands to him, as if wanting to grab the prey. His fingers closed on the neck of Lin Yunfei, as if he tried to suck all his vitality from him. Ruthlessly squeezing his grip, he achieved that a man began to quickly lose consciousness from a lack of air. Watching how Lin Yunfei desperately resists, Bai Yunhui noted with cold interest that it was the willpower that is the only dignity of this warrior. As soon as the unfortunate has lost the ability to resist, special acupuncture points that block any movements were also imposed on his body. After that, like a bag of potatoes, Bai Yunhui unceremoniously threw him on his shoulder. By this time, other members of the elite detachment of the Star Sirius had pulled up. As soon as their leader gave a brief order to deal with the survivors, they immediately rushed to fulfill the assignment. It was obvious that all the warriors of this legendary unit were extremely motivated to kill all representatives of the Union of Uli to the last man. In response to this fearless Captain Duga, the street gave his faithful fighters an order to stay until the last breath. Following the example of the commander, even the weakest warriors rushed into battle with desperate determination. However, this did not at all frighten the ruthless fighters of the Star Sirius. They were eager to demonstrate the power of their school of worshipping demons to the whole world. Methodically, one by one, they began to calmly destroy the brave defenders. However, the Ark of the Ulita, who fought along with ordinary warriors, was not so easy prey. He took dozens of enemy soldiers with him. Observing this ruthless extermination from the side, Liu Jun and his defenders could not remain just indifferent spectators. The noble Ark clearly understood how serious a threat posed the arrival of the Sirius Star detachment. With a heavy heart, she apologized to her ward, admitting that she could not keep this promise and no longer can simply defend him. She felt that her hour had come into this unequal battle. The prudent Feng Yun tried to urge the girl, explaining that they could not stop the whole horde of elite warriors. Very soon they would be mercilessly destroyed. He did not understand why the lady seeks to voluntarily go towards imminent death, because their main task was to defend Liu Jun. For Feng Yun himself, it would be the highest honor to die fulfilling this sacred duty. However, the proud Ark One could not just stand aside and indifferently watching how her associates die one after another. At this intense moment, they noticed the exhausted fighters approaching them. The wounded warriors begged the mistress to fulfill their direct duty to the Union, promising that they themselves would take care of the approaching enemies. After all of them were still alive only thanks to the wisdom of Liu Jun, and now their time has come to thank the young strategist for invaluable help. Therefore, while life was still fighting in their hearts, they could not allow the enemy to approach their priceless advisor. It was unbearable to Liu Jun to see how these brave people were ready to without hesitation to give their lives for him. Everything that was happening put him into a dead end, leaving no obvious exit from this hopeless situation. In addition, even an attempt to flee seemed extremely risky, with the highest probability of being caught pursuers. The insightful Feng Yun was absolutely sure that the noble Liu Jun did not even think about the flight. But in this he was deeply mistaken. The young strategist really considered the opportunity to leave the battlefield, despite the high risk of being captured. He would have decided on this desperate step if Bai Yunhui brought with him only about 50 people. However, now the number of elite detachment of the Star Sirius was about 200 experienced fighters, and the chances of dying were monstrously high. But paradoxically, Liu Xun adhered to the opposite opinion. He believed that their chances of survival increased significantly. The insightful Arc 7s immediately noticed that his confident words completely contradict common sense. However, the mysterious strategist decided not to go into unnecessary explanations, promising that very soon everything would be clear by itself. He only added that their chances are increasing precisely due to the fact that their main opponent is Bai Yunhui himself. Even ordinary soldiers who heard this strange statement did not dare to doubt his words, deciding that their limited understanding was not allowed to understand the depths of such paradoxical logic. However, a curious Arc eager to get to the bottom of the truth. Indeed, recently the same Liu Xun claimed that the appearance of a sword of a heavenly demon means their inevitable end, and they had to destroy as many enemies as possible before his arrival. Now, when Bai Yunhui himself opposed them with an army, which significantly exceeds them in numbers, it was logical to assume that their chances of survival became insignificant. However, the patient strategist asked to stop useless questions, assuring that only time would tell which side would be victory on. Feng Yun immediately entered into a conversation, gloomily noted that the outcome of the battle, in his opinion, was predetermined from the very beginning. Their lively discussion was unexpectedly interrupted by the wake-up Han Zhuguang. Seeing that the master had come into consciousness, everyone immediately rushed to him, asking anxiously about his state of wounds. However, the persistent warrior only grinned bitterly, dismissing questions about his physical condition and having mental wounds. He said that at the moment, at least 5 of his comrades were on the verge of transition to another world. Therefore, he persistently demanded as soon as possible to explain what happened during his unconsciousness. Reasonable Liu Xun understood that now is not the most suitable time for long explanations. They urgently needed to get out of the battle until the situation worsened completely. An experienced commander did not quite understand what the young strategist was driving at, but he agreed to provide assistance by transferring an order to retreat to his comrades. Exactly the same team Liu Xun was transferred by Feng Yunun. With the help of his powerful spiritual energy, the young man immediately notified everyone about the decision of the military advisor to retreat in an organized manner. After short thoughts, Han Zhuguang also decided to follow the advice of Liu Xun, having rushed into the thick of the battle to reflect the furious attacks of enemies and at the same time transfer the order to retreat. When the troops finally managed to move to a safe distance, the heavy rain stopped, as if nature itself announced a temporary truce. 2 warring armies, not daring to approach each other, froze in intense expectation, guessing about the further actions of the enemy. Liu Xun was relieved at least from the fact that they managed to retreat from such a formidable enemy, avoiding catastrophic losses. This was especially surprising, given that it was during the retreat that the greatest damage is usually caused. However, such a favorable outcome was not an accident. Having heard the team of a young strategist, all the fighters subordinate to the implicitly demonstrating absolute confidence in his decisions. However, the insightful commander was bothered by one incomprehensible aspect. Why did the enemy not pursue them during the retreat? An experienced warrior unexpectedly answered this mysterious question, suggesting that the reason was the personality of their military advisor. In his opinion, Liu Xun had every chance of becoming a real master of strategic thought. The puzzled Han Zhuguang did not understand what was at stake, because the guy did not even know how to handle the simplest weapons. However, the wise commander, like no other, realized that even an advisor is able to achieve unsurpassed skill, not in martial arts, but in the understanding of human psychology. Such a master knows how to give the enemy a deceptive sense of superiority, then to cause a crushing blow at the most unexpected moment. Even the simplest gesture of such a strategist, experienced opponents begin to attach deepest significance. Gradually, Uncle Xiao Qianhu also began to understand the essence of this reasoning. Since the young advisor more than once deftly circled the opponents around his finger, now they expected from him some kind of cunning trap. It is possible that the enemies suspected that the retreat was only a bait, luring them into a deadly trap. Nevertheless, the penetrating commander felt that this was not the end of the confrontation. At the moment, Bai Yunhui was undoubtedly interested in who exactly on the side of the enemy gave such unexpected orders. As far as the hero remembered this legendary warrior, his intuition was always unmistakable, and the actions were rapidly determined. At that moment, the commander became extremely curious how Liu Xun met this formidable man. The young man had no choice but to admit that they are really connected by general memories from the distant past. However, now there was no time for detailed explanations. A decisive moment has come to start negotiations. Liu Jun asked Feng Yun to follow him, taking with him the prisoner Cao Jimin. A strong young man immediately took the wounded man on his shoulder without effort. The fearless Ark also decided to join them in order to provide additional protection. Watching how this small group courageously directed straight to the enemy, everyone understood that it would be a truly decisive fight. However, many sincerely doubted. Could this naked guy be able to end the bloody battle only with words? Obviously, in this desperate plan, they could rely only on the favor of fate. Nevertheless, each of them deep down believed that Liu Jun knew exactly what he was doing. In addition, there was another encouraging detail. It is unlikely that even Bai Yunhui himself will kill a person who has his closest ally as a hostage. As soon as Bai Yunhui noticed the approach of three decisively tuned figures, he instantly understood what was going on. Without hesitation for a second, he turned to his assistant and ordered to prepare their own captive. Standing face to face with his long-standing acquaintances, Liu Jun was painfully wondering how these dangerous negotiations would end, and most importantly, whether Bai Yunhui recognizes him after so many years. The first question that the formidable sword of the heavenly demon asked was a direct clarification. Does the same military advisor of the enemy really face it? In this fateful second, Liu Jun bitterly realized that the old acquaintance clearly would not recognize him. This discovery noticeably alerted an experienced warrior. He was absolutely sure that he had never met this young man before. Liu Jun was not at all surprised at such a reaction. After all, although his appearance has not undergone radical changes since the long-standing, he has long been that strange child whom the future sword of the heavenly demon once met. Therefore, he had no choice but to politely ask Bai Yunhui to forget these words, explaining that he is not at all obligated to remember all the people with whom he had ever crossed in life. The insightful Ark of Sea noticed a certain bitterness in his words, as if the fact that Bai Yunhui did not recognize his old acquaintance caused him unexpected mental pain. The worried girl sincerely wanted to find out what really happened between these two so different people. Meanwhile, Liu Jun, stepping forward, decided to officially introduce himself. He said that until recently, he was engaged in accompanying trading convoys in one transport company, but was dismissed for some kind of fault. After this misadventure, he intended to return home, but completely randomly was involved in this bloody war. Bai Yunhui clearly alerted this simple story about the modest accompanying caravans. However, the participation of Liu Jun in the battle could really be a simple combination of circumstances. In the end, he considered such an explanation quite believable, albeit unusual. Therefore, he believed the words of the young man and decided to give him a chance. The puzzled Liu Jun did not quite understand what kind of chance from the form of the formidable sword of the heavenly demon was in question. Nevertheless, he thoughtfully remarked that their new meeting was due to either accident or fate itself. Without waiting for an answer, Bai Yunhui went to the essence of the matter, noting that Liu Jun is now a unique opportunity to transfer from this unsuccessful boat. He directly asked if the young strategist was ready to go to their side. Indeed, along with the cult of worshipping the demons, he could achieve unattainable heights, having received everything he would wish. Such a daring sentence openly betrayed the shock among the satellites of Liu Jun. However, the young man himself, with a calm look, noted that his interlocutor did not seem to hear him, and politely reminded that he was just a simple person who once engaged in the protection of trade caravans. However, such a modest self-determination did not bother the penetrating military leader. On the contrary, he stated that he needed precisely such extraordinary people. Bai Yunhui compared a lord with a precious stone, which, with the right cut, is able to shine brighter than the brightest star in the sky. However, he immediately added another important consideration. If this rare gem is not getting to him, then he will not allow him to be in the hands of anyone else and ruthlessly break him. The insightful Feng Yun instantly realized what this means. In case of refusal to offer, the lords of the Lord will be ruthlessly destroyed. Therefore, the wary warrior urged the young strategist to think carefully about such a generous proposal. He had time before sunset, no more. In confirmation of the seriousness of his intentions, he coldly added that the sword of the heavenly demon was famous for leading his threats to fulfill with lightning-fast speed. The brave arc of the heart out of the soul outraged these arrogant threats from such an arrogant person. Meanwhile, the thoughtful Liu Jun clearly understood what a hopeless situation he got into. Without noticing his hesitation, Bai Yunhui continued to paint the absent prospects, recalling that, having crossed the side of the cult, the young man will be able to fully realize his outstanding abilities. The alternative to this brilliant future was only the opportunity to irrigate the grass with its own blood. While Liu Jun retained a serious expression on his face, his faithful defenders immediately stepped forward, forming a live shield in front of his master. The presumptuous military leader only grinned contemptuously, considering their actions a meaningless gesture of fools, doomed to death. In this critical second, Liu Jun with a chilling clarity realized that much more would depend on his choice than just his own life or death. But it seemed to the experienced Bai Yunhui that the decision should be extremely simple, even easier than he initially suggested. The choice was between death for the sake of maintaining an imaginary sense of duty or survival at the cost of becoming a traitor. In his understanding, such a decision should not cause special difficulties. However, the proud Ark of CE came into indescribable rage from such cynical words. She angrily reminded the arrogant man of such exalted concepts as honor and sacred duty. After all, he and Liu Jun were together from the very beginning to the end, starting from that joint night, only uttering these careless words. An embarrassed girl realized with horror that she said something that could be interpreted completely vice versa. At this time, Bai Yunhui only mockingly grinned, hinting that Liu Jun, apparently, achieved his high rank not thanks to the talents of the strategist, but through the bed of an influential patroness. Unfortunately, the puzzled young man did not even provide an embarrassed girl with the opportunity to somehow justify herself for his carelessly abandoned words. Ignoring the awkward situation, Liu Jun calmly explained to Bai Yunhui that he was already entrusted with serious moral obligations and a huge responsibility for the people behind him. After listening to this simple story, the formidable commander surprisingly immediately believed in it, and again tried to persuade the young man to his side. However, Liu Jun continued his thought because of him. Even seriously wounded warriors who barely manage to stay on his feet are ready to fight and give their lives. His sense of duty struck precisely from their boundless confidence, which he simply could not betray under any circumstances. After these penetrating words, he firmly stated that he had already made his final choice. Bai Yunhui was sincerely struck by the fact that the guy was so stubbornly digging his grave, refusing to accept the only correct decision from his point of view. But despite all the arguments, the final response of Liu Jun was to stay with faithful comrades to the end. Not allowing him to finish, the angry Bai Yunhui quickly rushed to attack with the sword at the ready. Fortunately, the watchful Ark in time noticed the deadly movement and managed to partially reject the blow. As soon as the man threw her aside, the brave Feng Yun instantly rushed to her place. Meanwhile, the girl herself could hardly stop before crashing into the nearest obstacle. Having received internal damage from a powerful blow, she realized with horror how strong this warrior was, so that it was almost impossible to imagine such power. But despite the obvious inequality of forces, the fearless Feng Yun continued to stand on his feet, stubbornly restraining the onslaught of an invincible enemy. At this critical moment, Uncle Cao Qianhu and Han Zhuguang recovered immediately rushed to the aid of young defenders. However, the insightful commander-in-chief of the street stopped them with a decisive gesture, realizing that they should not interfere in this duel. It seemed to the indignant Cao Qianhu that they were forced to simply observe how their comrades die before their eyes. He believed that it was necessary to immediately take some actions, otherwise it would be too late. However, the adamant Ark-led reminded him of the clear instructions of the advisor, not to do anything, no matter what they saw or hear. In his opinion, the best that they could do in this situation is simply to trust the wisdom of Liu Jun and patiently wait for the denouement. Under the crushing onslaught of the powerful enemy, Feng Yun began to gradually give up positions. Seeing this, Liu Jun with amazing calm asked Bai Yunhui whether he should really die today. Even more angry from this impudent question, the commander-in-chief reminded his unambiguous words. If he does not get Liu Jun, then no one will get it. However, the young strategist firmly knew that even if he was killed, the war would not end there. Although the self-confident Bai Yunhui had a different opinion, he planned to completely destroy all his opponents before the sunset of this day. Then Liu Jun, as if conducting a relaxed conversation, calmly admitted that he himself did not fully understand why he decided to join these strangers. However, imperceptibly for himself, he became an integral part of their cohesive team, and now they are sincerely grateful to him, highly appreciating everything that he does for a common cause. The cynical Bai Yunhui did not see anything special in this affection, noting that in emergency situations like the war, people will always desperately need the hero who will save them. And even if this so-called hero once does something reminiscent of a miracle, in the future, his followers will blindly trust every action. In the same way, the hero added, as well as adherents of the cult of worship of the demons unconditionally trusted Bai Yunhui himself, for he was one of their recognized heroes. It seemed that this was the only similarity between these two completely different people. Only now their methods of warfare remained diametrically opposite. Even realizing his physical weakness, the courageous Liu Jun was ready without the slightest fear to repulse his old acquaintance. He did not experience trepidation, because he believed that his natural ingenuity would be enough to stop the enemy's deadly blade. The young man decided not to delay the inevitable confrontation, knowing that sooner or later they were destined to meet face to face. And it was at this fateful moment that Bai Yunhui finally realized who the person was actually standing in front of him. He in amazement noted how much water flowed since they first met. This confident young strategist was the same little boy who was the first to be surprised at his supernatural abilities. A child who was unarmed, but completely fearlessly walked around the hellfire of the battle, dotted with corpses. On that distant day, the warrior got angry with the impudent boy, but at the same time was amazed that the child was generally in the place of the monstrous battle, and only now he understood how much that boy looked like the current Liu Jun. Also, a recklessly walking battle without weapons around the field. Instead of, like all the normal children of his age, to mess with the ball, that unusual child tried to find the way to victory for their broken army. And so, exactly both then and now, Bai Yunhui instinctively trusted his words. No one else would have believed such an absurd statement about the possibility of victory after a shameful retreat. But in an amazing way, Bai Yunhui did just that. Liu Jun realized this at the moment when, after his words, the legendary warrior without a shadow of doubt followed his advice. He also recalled how, leaving the old battlefield, the young Bai Yunhui self-confidently stated that he would certainly become the ruler if he survived in this bloody battle. And then, finally making sure that he really faces his old acquaintance, Bai Yunhui sincerely smiled and greeted a young man by a name that he only found out now. Liu Jun calmly explained that since then much has changed in his life. For many people, he became the only hope, and if this hope is taken away, their despair will inevitably turn into destructive anger. They will fight to the last until they let out swords from the stiff hands. In this case, he warned, the battle will gain truly crushing turns and last at least a day. By that time, the captured Sichuan branch will be mercilessly repulsed by the united forces of the masters of schools of Danzan and Qingchen, allied from the street, and the worship soldiers that remained there will be completely destroyed. The penetrating Bai Yunhui quickly discovered a clear inconsistency. As far as he knew, the Danzan and Qingchen schools never entered into the Uli unification. However, the unperturbed Liu Jun only expressed surprise that such an informed person was completely not aware of the latest political changes. According to him, these schools were now the second detachment of support for the Union of Uli. When Mr. Dugu heard about the capture of the Sichuan branch, his first motivation was to immediately go there. However, the wise Liu Jun dissuaded him from this hasty step and suggested that the allies send a secret message. According to the calculations of the young man, reinforcements should have arrived there until the end of this day. If Bai Yunhui with his army is able to get there earlier, he will have time to prevent a disaster. Therefore, the main strategic mistake of the Sword of the Heavenly Demon was that he left an insufficient number of defenders in the Sichuan branch. Only now, the insightful Arc of the Arc understood the true motivation of Liu Jun, why he was really ready to surrender if Bai Yunhui brought with him only 50 people. As far as she could judge from Liu Jun's stories, the legendary warrior really valued the lives of his devoted subordinates, and they, in turn, would never have back and would fight until the last sigh. Now all those present with bated breath were waiting for what decision the unpredictable Bai Yunhui would make. He will go to save the lives of his people, or prefer to stay here to destroy Liu Jun once and for all. The intrigue was resolved unexpectedly. To begin with, Bai Yunhui threw Feng Yuna far aside. After that, at full speed, rushed straight to the defenseless Liu Jun. Shocked by the Arc, with horror, realized that she had reacted too late and would not have time to cover her ward in time. In this fatal second, Bai Yunhui, having swung his legendary sword, was struck by a cloth along the whole body of the young man. At this moment, absolutely everyone who watched what was happening froze in a dumb horror, expecting to see the praised blood. But to universal amazement, there was not even the slightest wound left on the body of Liu Jun. He calmly standing opposite the shocked guy, Bai Yunhui made it clear that his generous sentence is still in force. He expected that at the next meeting, Liu Jun would make a right choice. However, he warned the young man to remember well, next time there would be no concessions. Immediately after these words, he gave a clear order to his soldiers to leave the captive, take the wounded Chao Jimin, and immediately retreat. The puzzled Arc Olive watched what was happening with undisguised surprise, not understanding how Liu Jun managed to achieve such a result. The fearless strategist himself remained in place, calmly observing how the troops of the star Sirius really retreat, leaving. The thoughtful Bai Yunhui, leaving the battlefield, understood that this was clearly not his last meeting with a long-standing acquaintance. He even impatiently anticipated when fate again reduces them together. Looking at the deserted battlefield, Duga Street still could not believe that the enemy really retreated from his plans. At this moment, the faithful uncle ran up to check the condition of the captive Lin Yunfei, and with relief found that he would certainly survive as soon as he came into consciousness. Then the grateful to the Arc Street decided to find out about the well-being of the young hero, who spent so much mental strength to do something like that. However, he did not even have time to completely voice his question. How the exhausted Liu Jun began to fall unconscious. The caring Arc reassured others, assuring that everything would be in order with the guy. He just needed a short rest. Obviously, he was completely exhausted, having spent several days without normal sleep and under constant stress. At that very moment, a practical girl invited her father to immediately send a secret message to the Allies. At first, the puzzled man did not understand what was at stake. Therefore, the mistress patiently explained that it was necessary to warn the masters of the schools of Danzan and Xinchen, whom they allegedly sent to the Sichuan branch. The circumstances have changed, and the sword of the heavenly demon was now going there. However, the Uli Uli still did not understand the essence of what was happening, suggesting that perhaps Liu Jun himself had previously sent such a message. And only at that moment, embarrassed by the Arc of Amazement, realized that the whole story was only a skilled lie invented by an resourceful strategist. Father confirmed her hunch, explaining that only the Emi school joined their army. As for other fractions, no messages were sent to them. The hero concluded that Bai Yunhui eventually chose the path of a true hero, sacrificing personal ambitions to save his faithful soldiers. Let Bai Yunhui formally defeated this battle, he still became a real hero, because instead of a personal triumph, he chose the salvation of the lives of his devoted warriors. Only a true hero leaves an easy way and chooses a difficult. Such a person spends all his life in hardships, but he is always followed by the right followers. Today, the sword of the heavenly demon chose this difficult road. In this situation, it was absolutely not important for him whether the words of Liu Jun were true or a skilled deception. The main thing is that he without delay rushed to the aid of his people, learning that they were in mortal danger. The events of today could forever stain the reputation of the invincible sword of the heavenly demon. But still, to the detriment of his own glory and valor, he acted truly noble, putting at the forefront of the salvation of human lives. However, the penetrating Arc Street understood that Bai Yunhui was not the only one who had chosen the path of a true hero today. The same thorny path was followed by young Liu Jun. The commander was convinced that as soon as this gifted young man is fully aware of his outstanding abilities, the world would certainly write a new story with his hand. History is transferred to the Baidao faction, the main center of the Union Ulno, when the powerful union of the Black Heaven in the person of the cult of worship of the demons unleashed an open war. The street, unknown to this day, reigned inside the Union. As if responding to this restless state, disturbing news from all over the world began to fly to the main center of the Union. All incoming messages were addressed to the chief military advisor Zhuge Tian, along with the chief master of the sword of the Union Uli, Tian Baiyuem. Zhuge Tian was one of those who stood at the helm of the whole great association. In addition, the influential Zhuje clan, led by his older brother, was one of the 8 great clans. The Union was largely owed to his prosperity to this particular advisor, who committed many great things in his life. Therefore, leaders often turned to his invaluable help, rightly calling him a brilliant military strategist. However, now he was unusually concentrated, carefully studying the information about the previously unknown young man named Liu Jun. The last few reports concerned exclusively this mysterious young man, and the content of these messages was extremely interesting. An experienced strategist would never have thought that some unknown guy could surpass such a recognized genius like himself without a special education. He was even curious. Being in the place of Liu Jun, would he be able to just as brilliantly expose the skilled spy dressed in the nun Aimee? And even if he exposed, could he so cleverly circle the fingers of the most legendary Bai Yunhui? The more the man thought about this, the more honest his answer became for himself. He probably could not have acted as effectively in a similar situation. Despite such a young age, the intuitive abilities of this boy seemed to surpass his own. Therefore, the strategist who saw the views became more and more curious. Who was this mysterious Perendo, really? Suddenly, looking down from his tall window, Zhuge Tian noticed his old friend who was training in the yard. His noble head was decorated with gray hair and a neat beard, and the body still easily loomed complex maneuvers in the air. Seeing the advisor watching him, the old master of the sword honestly admitted that he was just about to call a friend to admire the brilliance of his blade in the moonlight. Zhuge Tian was sincerely surprised that, despite such a respectable age, his comrade still liked to train with a sword. However, Tian Baiyuan himself did not think that these exercises gave him special pleasure. Rather, it was a long habit. He was of the opinion that if you abandon this business, his faithful sword inevitably rusts for inaction. The diplomatic Zhuge Tian mentally noted that the legendary blade of a friend has long been covered with invisible rust, due to the fact that the master did not use it for its intended purpose in real battles. Tian Baiyuan was surprised by such a straightforward opinion of his usually tactful friend, but decided not to start a dispute. After all, Zhuge Tian was always distinguished by amazing insight, although sometimes it remained that one else, not afraid to express the unpleasant truth. Leaving the potentially conflict topic, the cunning Zhuge Tian unexpectedly suggested that the man visit Sichuan, who became the epicenter of recent events. Tian Baiyuan admitted that he himself was not against such a journey, since the cult of worship of the demons boldly invaded the central part of the country, and the main master of the Union of Ulian watched all this for distant lands from there. Hearing this irony, the judicious chief advisor could not resist the remark, after all, they were literally in the main center of the Union of Ulita, and not at all in some distant periphery. However, an experienced warrior had in mind something else. He passionately wanted to become the master who would sincerely respect the younger generation of martial arts. Although it seemed to a skeptical Zhuge Tian that his ambitious friend was unlikely to be able to achieve the desired recognition, modern youth was no longer the same. Perhaps even if the very legendary founder of their school headed the army, he would hardly gain unconditional respect for the current bold youth. Be that as it may, even if they now pay an official visit to the problem region, this will only be a diplomatic gesture of goodwill, but is unlikely to significantly affect their status in society. The words of Tian Baiyuan could sound selfishly, but he was not ashamed to admit that he was partly striving to amuse his wounded vanity. The wise Zhuge Tian did not condemn these feelings of his old comrade and could understand them. But it is not so simply effective to command such a diverse alliance of the street, which included the most influential families, the 9 largest martial arts schools, 8 great clans, as well as some individual families of monks. But despite all the difficulties, Tian Baiyuan has not yet lost his legendary skills, so that these fragmented groups cease to respect him as a recognized leader. Having expressed this comforting thought, he decided to silently say goodbye and go further about his business. However, the persistent Zhuge Tian asked his friend before leaving to make some important decision, after which he suggested that he openly talk. He wanted to know that his wise comrade was thinking about the talented Liu Juna that suddenly appeared in the political arena. Tian Baiyuan quickly realized that we were talking about the very mysterious strategist whose exploits are on the lips. As far as Zhuge was known, the young man worked for some time in a transport enterprise, accompanying trading caravans. The gray-haired master was only surprised that his squirrel friend had already managed to make all possible certificates about this unknown young man. However, he rightly noted that this is only superficial knowledge. They still have to find out much more. First of all, where did Liu Jun come from such outstanding strategic abilities? These congenital talents really impressed with their depth and non-standard. Even a recognized military advisor would hardly have thought of some of his brilliant decisions. Tian Baiyuan even seemed to be that his old friend began to experience a slight envy for this young talent. However, it would be nice if some extraordinary person suddenly appeared, who would have caused an advisor in a routine. This refreshing feeling, allowing him to shake old people. It seems that intuition did not fail the master. Zhuge Tian really experienced a certain degree of envy for the young nugget. He could honestly admit to himself, although such awareness was rather unpleasant and even painful for his pride. Nevertheless, an insightful advisor had a serious suspicion that Liu Jun could be a secret supporter of an enemy cult. This unexpected assumption was noticeably alerted by Tian Baiyuan. Although he understood that so far, it was just unreasonable guesses. He decided to clarify his informed acquaintance as he came to such an alarming conclusion. The conspiratorial tone Zhuge Tian shared the suspicion that all events could be part of the insidious plan of the fanatics of the cult. If Liu Jun is really their secret agent, then he is already successfully introduced into the very heart of their defensive system. However, Tian Baiyuan unexpectedly noted that even if this theory is true, it was not so bad news. In this case, a mysterious young man is unlikely to commit something more destructive in the near future. It seemed strange to the cautious Zhuge that, among other things, in the history of Liu Jun there were too many suspicious coincidences that played into his hands. At first, he seemed to be accidentally met in a secluded tavern with an influential arc of CE, then the next day exposed a skilled nun spy. It was difficult to believe in this incredible chain of coincidences, if we do not assume the existence of a certain secret plan. However, it was Zhuge Tian who had mentioned that the guy worked conscientiously for several years in an ordinary transport enterprise with a simple porter. It seemed to Tian Baiyuham that, despite this ordinary fact of the biography, Liu Jun probably had some special attitude to the sword of the heavenly demon. In addition, there was a curious information that they had known each other for a long time. There was some special atmosphere between them, as if something secretly united them. True, so far it was completely incomprehensible what exactly. But despite all the suspicions, Tian Baiyuham could not ignore the obvious fact that this guy saved many lives of the Union warriors. Like it or not, if Liu Jun really fought on their side, this cannot be denied or belittled. In any case, one thing was clear to experienced strategists. Sooner or later the name of this mysterious young man would be on everyone's lips. The brilliant strategist, the tricky mind, the winner of the sword of the heavenly demon, is a young genius who appeared from nowhere, saved hundreds of lives of the Union with his outstanding intelligence. Such a person will certainly be followed by admiring people, and his words will have a huge weight in the eyes of the public. Using his growing authority, he will be able to build an impeccable reputation for himself and even at some point get enough power to destroy his patrons. This is exactly what the wise Tian Baiyuham feared. Therefore, he directly asked Zhuge Tian what decision should be made in this situation. While the cunning advisor was thinking about whether it was worth providing this talented boy of the official position of a military advisor in the Beishan house, the insightful warrior quickly understood the true idea of his friend. To keep a potentially dangerous young man next to him in order to constantly look after him. Such a strategy was indeed part of the insidious plan of the wise experience of an intrigue, preferring to keep possible opponents in sight. Somewhere at this very time, far from political intrigues, the faithful Uncle Cao Qianho calmly led a comfortable carriage drawn by frisky horses. Inside the crew, as if nothing had happened, the young mistress of the Arc Eye, along with Liu Jun and Feng Yun, were located. At some point when the carriage jumped on the next road bump, the dozing Feng Yun suddenly awakened from a short sleep. At first, it even seemed to him that they had already arrived at the destination. However, Feng Yun was mistaken. They still had to overcome a rather long way. Trying to finally shake off a nap, the young man decided to ask the mistress why she returned to her usual appearance. He did not understand at all why the noble maiden was transformed into a guy, when it was clear to everyone that they were a girl in front of them. However, the elegant mistress of the Ark of the Southeast realized that the insightful Feng Yun sought her out of the very beginning does not mean that others saw her girlfriend. In addition, even in the appearance of her young men, they built eyes. Although, according to the supervisory Feng Yun, the beautiful person was not at all like a guy. But he believed that Zhubaptsov in China is always enough, so they could lead to her disguise. Obviously not knowing the whole story, Feng Yun did not understand why, at the time of these words, the mysterious Liu Jun somehow reacted strangely. A curious young man decided to chat a little with the hero, because he just wanted to ask him about some things. Namely, why the strategist chose him as his accompanying person. The reason was the only one. Feng Yun had an amazing force. It was strange that the insightful Liu Jun determined it so easily, because at that time, he was not yet given the opportunity to see a young man in battle. However, the observation strategist understood everything at the moment when the boy managed to catch him on the bridge. It was amazing, because at that moment Feng Yun did not fully use his strength. However, the vigilant Liu Jun saw that the young satellite had an incredible power, which they still have to learn a lot about. The surprised Feng Yun was amazed that the skinny guy saw some special strength in him. He considered that Liu Jun, perhaps, the prophet, although he did not understand how a person who did not understand martial arts could talk about. But without even possessing military skills, the insightful young man saw his potential. Liu Jun did not learn this, but he had seen a lot for his short but rich life. Then the curious Feng Yun decided to find out why a talented strategist did not learn martial art. However, he was busy earned a living for himself and his loved ones. Once Liu Jun tried to study, but it was very different from the letter, and occupied a lot of precious time. And in principle it was true. In order to master the art and become a master, you need to focus only on training. In addition, the modest lord this seemed not too interesting, especially with his thin physique. But Feng Yun would not say that his companion was very thin. He believed that the young man had a normal physique, although a set of muscles would clearly not interfere with him. Obviously, such comments were able to slightly angry a restrained strategist, although the boy did not see his guilt because he told the truth. Even the lady barely restrained laughter, looking at their small skirmish. One way or another, the hero lowered his hands by making a decision that martial art is not his craft. However, his opinion has changed. All that happened to him has recently changed his idea of the world. He needs to learn this, and needs to accept all the hardships of learning. And for this reason, Liu Zun asked Feng Yun to help in his training. Events moved to the Sichuan settlement. No matter how much the legendary Bai Yunhui was expected by this moment, he never waited for the promised offensive. Next to the illustrious warrior was the deputy commander of the Star Sirius detachment, named Zuan Tailan. As they already managed to find out, the enemies were going to advance in their direction, but for an unknown reason, they did not do this. Then the gloomy Bai Yunhui began to guess even more whether he did the right thing. Obviously, the faithful Quan Tailan believed that first of all, his master thought about his people. If they really attacked them without him, they would certainly could not cope. Nevertheless, it was impossible to deny the fact that they were introduced around a finger. More assistant worried how that young strategist managed to find out that a noble man puts his subordinates above all. The commander understood that it was not difficult. It was easy to deceive a person, especially if he himself wants it. But the devoted Quan Tailan did not understand why then his master wanted to be deceived, but decided to avoid this tickling question. He rejoiced at least that there were no losses on their part. In addition, his right hand was saved, nothing threatened his subordinates, and the demon sword did not have to kill a man whom he did not want to kill. However, these events meant the first outstanding victories and the capture of the Sichuan branch of the Union of Uli. What was most concerned about Thailand's vigilant Zuan was that the founder of the cult, who arrived in the occupied territory, will begin to make claims again, and obviously the proud Bai Yunhui seemed insanely funny. As always, his loyal assistant, on the contrary, was angry that the greedy founder comes to everything ready, without hitting with his finger. However, now the situation was slightly different. After all, about 2,000 people brought here, along with the elder Shui Siji. One wrong movement in their direction, and they will all be reduced in positions. However, the wise Quan Tailan, like no other, knew that they were not at all interested in this. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the close associates of the detachment of Black Wolves. They immediately fell to their knees in front of the formidable master and began to pray for help to their leader. Obviously, the concerned Bai Yunhui suggested that the commander of the Black Wolf detachment was worse, but his wounds were not fatal. But the ruthless chapter of the cult was going to severely punish him, exposing 3 lashes to 3. Even a healthy person is hardly enough for the strength to bear such a cruel reprisal. Therefore, the faithful subordinates were worried that their wounded leader could not survive such injuries. Hearing these news, a noble man flared up from righteous anger. At the same time, the insightful Zuan Tailan was sure that the hardy Cao Jimin would definitely survive even after these torture. However, the close warrior approximately tried to convince them of the unreasonableness of this decision. But Zuan Tailan accurately understood that it was a bait to verify the reaction of their captain. They only wait for him to come to the aid of the head of the Black Wolf detachment. The proud Bai Yunhui did not want to bring their expectations and for this reason went on the road. However, the judicious Quan Tailan repeated the last time that Cao Jimin hardened in the battles was not a timid 10 and would withstand this torture. Obviously, worried warriors begged that the brave captain would not let this go, believing that the wounded would definitely die from such torment. Bai Yunhui calmly walked past the alarmed assistant and quietly asked him to remember his words if he once changed with Cao Jimin. At first, the puzzled Quan Tailan did not even understand what the captain was driving at. However, then he tried to challenge his words, pretending that Bai Yunhui misunderstood him. At that moment, kneeling, the tormented Cao Jimin begged the founder of the cult to just kill him. However, the arrogant founder, the evil spirit of a jade dragon named Lin Luthen, recalled that due to the defeat of Cao Jimin, the prestige of the school fell. However, the death penalty will be too harsh punishment for him. Discipline at their school, although strict, but not to such an extent. The wounded warrior recalled that his whole life fought for his school, and believed that he deserves death from one blow. If he and the founder changed places, he would also insult his punishment with a whip. Obviously, the arrogant Lin Lutian considered such speeches with a nonsense, and deciding that the warrior was too impudent, since even in this position he is trying to object. And this means that there will be 2 little shocks, and he increased them to 500, after which he immediately ordered the soldiers to begin to fulfill his order. Immediately after that, they began to endure a special cross, and looking at it, the imperious line of Lutians seemed that all this time Cao Jimin and the Sword of the Heavenly Demon thought something against him. But this time, one of them fell into his tenacious hands, and he had to force a proud warrior to crawl like a worm. However, when it would seem that the punishment of Cao Jimin was already inevitable, unexpectedly his fearless leader burst into the place of public flogging. Having immediately descended to the ground, with one crushing blow of the sword, he cut a cross on which his faithful comrade was supposed to be cruel to punishment. Obviously, from such insolence, the angry Tench Lutian lost his temper and demanded an explanation. However, the unflappable commander only laughed, explaining that he decided to remove the unnecessary trash that blocked his path. It is not surprising that such an impudent joke in this tense situation brought out the quick, tempered founder of the cult of himself. He immediately began to be indignant at how an inconsistent man dared to behave so brazenly in the presence of 5 revered elders. He believed that Bai Yunhui insulted not only his, founder, but also respected chapters with such an unacceptable action. However, the fearless warrior calmly recalled that despite the fact that Lin Lutian was the founder, he was not his immediate supervisor. There is no hierarchical difference between them. However, the power-loving founder was still trying to build this hierarchy. Perhaps he forgot, but the proud Bai Yunhui took the position of the commander-in-chief of the advanced detachment, and he did not understand why he would obey the narcissistic founder if he had no authority. And obviously, even the shameful Lin Lutian could not deny that he was really facing the legitimate commander-in-chief. However, the arrogant Lin Lutian demanded that in this case a fearless man would take responsibility for this defeat. Prior to this, the arrogant founder showed a special courtesy to him, and decided to punish only the commander of a detachment of black wolves. The noble warrior tried to argue with him, however. Obviously, the proud Bai Yunhui only angered what the incident was called defeat. But the imperious Lin Lutian did not know how to otherwise interpret the fact that the second detachment was completely destroyed. In addition, a person who was so fiercely defended the legendary Sword of the Heavenly Demon should have been responsible for not being able to properly fulfill his mission. If the commander of the serious detachment would not have rushed to save him, the faithful Cao Jimin would have been captured by the enemy, and he could even have killed him. Despite this, the condescending founder allegedly showed everyone to everyone, but the rebellious Bai Yunhui was enough to impudently argue with him. In this case, he was ready to take full responsibility and take punishment instead of the head of the detachment of black wolves. However, the harsh warrior calmly recalled that such jokes with him was better not to joke. In addition, he clearly did not understand what the right to arrogant Lin Luthen had to hold him accountable, and he repeated that he was performing the duties of the commander-in-chief of the advanced detachment. They had different powers. However, the young founder only believed that the rebellious Bai Yunhui behaves inappropriately, not even understanding the essence of the problem. He and all the venerable elders present here were responsible for the management of law and order and his observance by all detachments. In other words, encouragement and punishment were in their competence. But perhaps the daring commander of the advanced detachment was so intoxicated by their mercy that he completely forgot about these simple truths. But despite all the poison in the words of the arrogant Lin Lutian, the unshakable Bai Yunhui still considered him to be crazy. And at that moment one of the venerable elders already spoke, who believed that the founder of the cult was right. The highest leadership decided to hold the head of the Black Wolf detachment. The destruction of the second detachment, unreasonable persecution, as well as the threat of destroying the detachment of Black Wolves, definitely deserved censure. For this reason, the harsh elder of the demonic cult stated that the decision was not subject to appeal. But the adamant captain still believed that the insidious elders were simply trying to completely take the blame on the man who fought for this school all his life. Despite the inevitable sacrifices, he was convinced that they certainly won this battle. They managed to capture the Sichuan branch, which was known for their impregnability. Therefore, he firmly believed that his merits had to be determined by victories, and the devoted Cao Jimin did a lot for his school. But despite such logical clarifications, the quick-tempered founder lost his temper, considering Bai Yunhui too arrogant. He accused him of trying to show disrespect for the decision of the elders. However, the adamant warrior only harshly ordered the man not to get into his conversation with the elders, and not to feel his patience. Indeed, despite the noble origin of the founder, even the condescension of Bai Yunhui had its own limit. After which, not allowing the furious boy to speak out, he immediately interrupted him and boldly offered to give him 15 days. During this time, he will conquer the entire alliance of the street. An unshakable warrior recalled that there were 3 main fractions in the Union: Ame, Xinchen, Diansen, as well as great clans. Bai Yunhui also recalled that half of the people from the Ame school were killed by them during the battle, so there should be no problems with their faction. In addition, the Diansun faction is the most remote from the Union, although not small in numbers. Therefore, in terms of facts, it will take about half a month to destroy the Union. During this time, he will destroy influential clans and fractions before the arrival of the help from the Diansun faction. Obviously, the shocked founder found his words with a complete unrealistic nonsense. Even his own comrades believed that this was impossible and was too overwhelming the task. After a short silence, the angry Tench Ludian jumped to his feet, trying to reason the arrogant general. He seemed to have no idea how much he needed to do to fulfill his goal. Most likely, the proud warrior was even unknown what kind of poisonous arsenal these families possessed. The antidote for these deadly substances did not exist, and if at least one drop falls on the human body, a long and painful death awaited him. Instead of commenting on these words, the decisive commander pushed away the annoying boy away from himself. After that, looking at the elders, he gave them a firm promise. If he does not manage to win influential clans in half a month, he will accept any punishment from senior management. Despite these impudent words, the wise elders remained calm and only wanted to get an accurate confirmation that he would not take his words back. However, the fearless man only exclaimed that he was already known as the Sword of the Heavenly Demon, and he put his life on a sticky, giving them a special oath. Events moved to the same cart in which Liu Jun and friends wrote an arc to the family. After he asked Feng Yun to teach him martial art, the young man was confused, because he would like to be accompanied, but obviously not a teacher. Obviously, the curious Liu Jun was interested in knowing the reason for the refusal. However, the embarrassed satellite had as many as 5 arguments. The first reason was that Liu Jun was too old to teach martial art. Obviously, this insanely insulted an impressive guy, but it was only the beginning of the list. Secondly, due to its age, the pace of training will go too slowly. Even if he will only train in the air for several years, he still will not be able to fulfill even the most elementary. Thirdly, to teach him combat skills madness. Passing through the air was also too late to master. The straightforward Feng Yun could assure, even if he will train for 10 years, he will not be able to rise above the 3rd, lowest category. Fourth, now the penetrating strategist does not have enough time for training. He often has to work mentally, not physically. The observant Liu Jun clearly saw that all these reasons were interconnected. He is supposedly too old accordingly to study this art is too late. However, the 5th cause of the evasive Feng Yunya was different from the rest. In fact, she was the most important. He just did not want to take up this matter. And besides, he himself did not like martial arts so much. Therefore, he did not understand how he could teach people what he himself did not like. Obviously, a curious Liu Jun wanted to know what was the true reason for such a young man's dislike. And the elegant arc of the CE could not understand why he then continued to improve his skill if he did not like it. However, when the embarrassed guy was silent, everyone realized that he did not want to reveal this personal secret. Therefore, the wise mistress calmly explained that he does not have to talk about this delicate topic. And the tactful Liu Jun translated the topic and honestly admitted that he was not very pleased to get a refusal to such absurd pretexts. The puzzled Feng Yun still did not understand why the strategists generally study martial art. The wise Liu Jun explained that it would be just good if he could use physical strength in critical situations. However, the skeptical defender did not see much sense in this, because he was always with a comrade with a beautiful arc. However, the far-sighted Liu Jun understood that this could not last forever. In addition, now he still brought them too much trouble. The curious lady herself wanted to know at what moment Liu Jun visited a similar thought. It turned out that he thought deeply about this topic when he remembered that moment with the wounded warriors. Those people hardly kept on their feet, but were ready to die in order to protect it. Since then, the decisive Liu Jun realized that he should definitely learn to stand up for himself. The insightful girl herself understood that in that critical situation, he was lucky to get out of the water dry. But it is not a fact that it will be possible to crank this and next time. So the judicious Liu Jun was right. The skills of martial art would never be superfluous, and besides, this issue was relevant than ever. Hearing all the arguments of the new student, the thoughtful Feng Yun thought deeply what could help him. And then he laughed, because he realized that in essence, to study what to study. But before training, a strict mentor decided to find out if the master really intends to do everything that he will be told. And as soon as Liu Jun swore solemnly that he would fulfill any of his orders, the cunning Feng Yun proposed to work out speed. Then he screamed, asking the faithful uncle to stop the wagon. Immediately after this, the harsh mentor ordered a stunned lounger to leave the crew, and from that moment to run after the wagon itself. Events are transferred to the settlement of the Tan Clan Union. In general, the influential clan Tan is a kind of tribal settlement that has existed for several centuries. The scale of this ancient settlement was really huge, and obviously, many local residents were well versed in poisons. Of course, not all of them were recognized by the masters, but such rare talents among them also met. In addition, the thoughtful Lin Yunfei thought, many people who bear the same surname in an extensive union could not even know each other. Perhaps it was for this reason that they did not go too much to close cooperation. Being in these thoughts, an experienced warrior understood that such uncertainty reigned not only in the union of clans. Although the venerable clan Tan entered into the alliance of the street, such famous schools as Danzan and Xinchen, as well as the powerful fractions of Huashan and Baidao, had previously kept separately from each other. And so far, from the official leadership of the Ulijing Union, no particular activity was observed to unite them. They did not immediately give an answer, even the Ark of Ulita, when he desperately asked for help in the struggle against a common enemy. However, they were surprisingly lucky that the bold cunning of a young strategist confused not only their clumsy allies, but also decisive enemies. They say the truth. Only the ghost of the greatness of their united forces forced the very sword of the heavenly demon to reconsider his aggressive plans. At this point, half an hour had already passed, as they patiently waited for an important meeting. Lin Yunfei found such a long expectation somewhat strange. Nevertheless, the head of the Dugu clan, one of the 8 most influential families of the Union, arrived at the visit. Regardless of the high position of the owner, such neglect seemed to him an obvious bust against honored guests. However, Dugu himself did not show any resentment, realizing that the respected head of the clan receiving them had already exchanged 93rd year of his long life. But the straightforward Lin Yunfei continued to mentally indignant. After all, this meeting was conceived as serious negotiations of 2 influential chapters, on which the issue of distribution of resources and military assistance was supposed to be addressed. He believed that in such a situation it would not hurt to show at least elementary politeness and punctuality. At this intense moment, a young maid unexpectedly entered the spacious room. Having worshipped respectfully, she sincerely apologized for the delay, and said that the head of their venerable clan was asking for her deepest apologies for being late. He is forced to linger for another 15 minutes due to unforeseen circumstances. Barely restraining irritation, the disgruntled military leader coldly recalled that they had a clear agreement regarding the time of the meeting. The embarrassed girl explained that the delay was caused by the fact that another important guest should join them, and the venerable chapter would like to discuss everything in his presence. Therefore, she humbly asked for their understanding and patience. Obviously, 2 longtime friends became extremely curious what mysterious guest could be discussed. However, a simple maid could not provide them with this information. She only conveyed the words of her master. The remaining time was waiting for this too. There was nothing left but to guess who this suddenly appeared character would be. Finally, after a languid expectation, the gray-haired head of the Tan clan solemnly entered the spacious hall. He was also a recognized master of the creation and use of exquisite poisons, which made up the family craft of his ancient family. The guests bowed respectfully in front of the venerable old man. The owner smiled affably, after which he once again apologized for his unforgivable delay. As it turned out, he lost a slightly time, while enthusiastically talked with one unusually talented child. And then, after him, an elegant girl gracefully entered the room. In it, 2 arrivals guests immediately recognized the famous military advisor. The beauty herself apologized for not knowing about their visit, after which she officially introduced herself. She was an honorary military advisor to the Ulya Union, known under the name Ice Phoenix, the husband Lin. She was also one of the rising stars of the prestigious unification of 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, perfectly owning both the skillful skills of martial arts and an acute analytical mind. When all honored guests finally gathered, the hospitable head of the Tan clan invited everyone to be comfortable and proceed to a serious conversation. To begin with, he politely asked for what important reason such dear guests honored his modest dwelling with his visit. However, before moving on to the main topic, the diplomatic arc decided to express sincere gratitude to the wise owner for his decision to join the alliance of the street at such a difficult hour. He emphasized that it was aimed at such powerful support, they were able to avoid truly catastrophic consequences. However, the modest old man clearly believed that his merits are very insignificant here, noting that it was the work of one amazing genius who, leaving his own home, managed to fool the strongest enemy with incredible dexterity. Both the Ark Olwei and Lin Yunfei were clearly surprised to hear how the venerable owner speaks of Liu Juna. The insightful man Lin quickly realized that they were not yet aware of the latest news. Their unusual military advisor in aristocratic circles was already only called the Ulije genius, as well as a self-taught hero, and a simple hard worker who did not own martial art, but managed to confront the sword of the heavenly demon, thanks to a natural ingenuity. Rumors of his incredible feats spread throughout the country with truly lightning speed. Moreover, the title of simple hard worker for an advisor was already officially approved by the higher council. They did not consider that this would somehow damage the prestige of the noble alliance of the street. However, if the broad masses learn about some details of the advisor's past activities, this could have stained a halo of his heroic feats. Therefore, the far-sighted scientist council wisely decided not to focus on his modest past craft. Now, people needed a bright, inspiring hero more than ever to soften the bitterness of the loss of the impregnable Sichuan department. The pragmatic Lin Yunfei still did not understand why, for the sake of the prestige of the Union, the street to arrange this whole grand performance with a simple porter in the title role. However, the hospitable head of the Tan House clearly did not like this deviation from the main topic of the conversation. He suggested returning to the initial issue of their visit. Hearing this, a serious arc of the street calmly took a folded letter from his inner pocket and handed it to the owner of the house with respect. At first, the old master wanted the guest to explain the content of this document, but then I decided to independently understand everything, without asking unnecessary questions. However, when he carefully read the contents of the letter, he literally lost his temper, which was completely not characteristic of a person of his position and age. His first excited question was, "Who is the author of this daring message?" The Ark calmly explained that the letter was compiled by no other than the very self-taught hero, which they had just talked about. Obviously, looking at the growing rage of the elderly owner and the Ark of Yulita, and Lin Yunfei could not hide what they expected with such an unexpected reaction. Barely restraining anger, the offended man exclaimed that, apparently, Mr. Dugu did not understand what is being discussed in this outrageous letter. However, the balanced Ark Street assured him that he was fully aware of the meaning of what was written. This statement only added oil into the fire. The head of the Tan clan bitterly suggested that his high-ranking guest must have gone crazy. In addition, he could not understand how some stupid boy could save the whole Union from the invasion of a bloodthirsty cult. Hearing such a dismissive statement, faithful Lin Yunfei immediately stood up for the honor of the young hero, noting that the venerable owner clearly overdo it with his emotional assessments. However, the adamant elder believed that it was the arrogant guest who was bending the stick. After all, a similar undergrowth, like a lord, dared to give orders to the old, a wolf, like him. He strongly demanded an explanation on how to understand such an unheard-of insult. The diplomatic Ark Street tried to smooth out sharp corners, begging the owner to understand that these are just friendly recommendations, and not at all in order. However, the stubborn old man was only angry more strongly, noting that the Ark of the Street became completely different from the prudent person who was before. Keeping external calm, the wise guest patiently explained that his unusual military advisor has a very peculiar approach to the strategy. Therefore, he simply thought out in advance possible outcomes and decided to warn them about the danger. However, the stubborn master of poisons could not understand why they were so persistently trying to convince him that the sword of the heavenly demon would suddenly attack one of their schools. Even if another provocation begins on the part of the cult, this is clearly not enough for a full-scale attack. In addition, he added arrogantly, they are quite capable of withstanding any enemies. The steamed old man even suggested that perhaps the arrogant Ark of Street consciously decided to neglect the opinion of his ancient clan. However, the patient guest assured that this was not the case. They arrived only in order to convey specific proposals from their perspicacious military advisor. Liu Jun proposed strengthening the borders to the official accession of the Xinqian fraction, to concentrate the main forces along the vulnerable borders, and most importantly, not to respond to the obvious provocations of the cunning enemy, who wants to draw them into a disadvantageous battle. Lin Yunfei sincerely believed that this was by no means some kind of non-fulfilling task. In addition, even the restrained Ark Olaf dared to remind the wayward owner, which, given the extraordinary thinking of their young advisor, who had repeatedly saved them from death, it would be worth listening to his words. He also said that a letter with a similar content was sent by the Xinqian faction itself, since the hero has repeatedly proved that they could trust him. And even if the venerable owner does not like this, he still respectfully asked him not to rush with the adoption of hasty decisions that could have fatal consequences for the entire alliance. While these intense negotiations were going on, night darkness had already extended above the ground. The hardy Liu Jun still continued to tirelessly flee the carriage, despite the long way. Looking at him from the window, a surprised Ark noted that the young man copes with the task much better than she expected. She was convinced that he would not last 3 kilometers. Even the skeptical Feng Yun was impressed. Despite the fragile physique, the guy showed excellent endurance. This meant that with the basic physical training, everything was in order. In principle, such endurance was not something amazing, given his past work to a porter. To regularly endure heavy loads, it was necessary to possess not only strong muscles, but also enviable endurance. However, the curious Ark of the Eye still doubted whether Feng Yun really agrees to take Liu Jun for serious training in martial arts. Initially, the penetrating young man hoped that the newcomer would quickly get tired and refuse to continue training. However, he clearly did not expect that the young strategist would turn out much better than expected. The mistress tried to explain to Feng Yunun that ultimately, if Liu Jun masters at least a few basic self-defense techniques, this will significantly increase his chances of survival in the current dangerous political situation. However, the realistic Feng Yun was not sure that he could train Liu Jun so that he could protect at least himself in a real battle. Now he had no choice but to teach him the main skill of survival, to quickly run away from a potential enemy. Therefore, he was determined to train a beginner with such ruthless intensity that he would soon abandon this ambitious venture. Late in the evening, the Ark of the Street with Lin Yunfaham left the hospitable house of the Tang family. Looking after the removing horseman, the thoughtful Mr. Tan asked the man Lin with her opinion about these unusual guests and their fantastic sentences. The strategist could only say one thing. She had a firm impression that they were both in a state of a clouded reason. As this mysterious Liu Jun allegedly saved them from a series of hopeless situations, the blind faith in his supernatural abilities seemed to firmly lamented in their blurred minds. The wise head of the clan understood that the eloquent girl is in many ways right. Indeed, only a complete madman could believe the predictions of an inexperienced boy who has neither a proper education nor military experience. The perspicacious husband Lin quietly added that she heard about such recruitment methods that are used by members of the insidious cult. She did not exclude that the mysterious Liu Jun could be their carefully introduced spy. In the end, this was the most rational explanation of all this strange story. Nodding, the owner noted that, apparently, the main advisor to the Union came to the same disappointing conclusion, which did not portend anything good for the future of this mysterious hero. But the head of the clan was not fully confident in this assumption. However, like Ms. Mujin Lin, it is possible that everything that was happening was part of a well-planned tactics, which had already begun to give its toxic fruits. And yet it was extremely difficult to judge the situation from the outside. The wise chapter of the Tan clan knew that the Arkul was never a simple-minded person. From childhood he was distinguished by restraint and judgment. The husband Lin tactfully reminded that even Mr. Tan himself at some point considered that his venerable guest probably went crazy. The reason was that he did not expect such irrational behavior from such a balanced person. Thinking a little more, the decisive man Lin concluded that regardless of possible assumptions, she needs to personally meet this mysterious Loud. The insightful elder quickly realized that this unusual young man was interested in the young advisor, and was completely right. First of all, the beauty wanted to verify everything on her own, not relying on other people's speculations. The wise owner generously allowed her to act as her noble heart suggests, but with one important condition. She will have to immediately eliminate the Lord if it turns out that he is really a secret member of the hostile cult. However, the cunning girl had completely different plans. She intended to wrap the enemy's possible strategy against himself, using the alleged enemy Azure for her own purposes. Her plan was to turn it into a double agent working for an alliance. The experienced master of poisons was not at all surprised at such an elegant decision, recognizing him really reasonable. The very situation with this self-proclaimed genius brought him to quiet rage, but the proposed exit seemed elegant. To reassure the old man, the diplomatic girl asked him not to worry about this, promising that he would personally deal with this delicate problem. She gently recalled that now he should focus exclusively on the more important matters of the Union itself. After all, after the expected resignation of the current head of the street, he will have to take this responsible position. She, together with the chief advisor, Zhuge Tian, will certainly solve the problem with the mysterious Liu Jun in the very near future, not allowing any undesirable consequences for the entire alliance. Despite the fact that the venerable head of the House of Tan decided to externally to trust this charming girl, he internally understood that any unexpected turns could be expected from her. Most likely, she did not even know that he was aware of her secret negotiations with the military counselor of the Union, as well as that they cynically used the vacant place of the head of the street only as a convenient preposition for joining their powerful alliance. One way or another, the judicious master understood that if he believed in the words of this self-confident amateur, then the Sword of Heavenly Water itself would really try to attack their territory in the near future. In this case, he will be able to personally feel in his own skin why people around the world squeeze their tails in fear with the mere mention of his formidable clan. The hero himself, around which such hot discussions unfolded in the highest circles, continued his exhausting run over the wagon. I saw an attentive Ark with growing anxiety that he was very tired and, it seems, was about to fall from exhaustion. The impressed Feng Yun could not hide his surprise. The guy clearly possessed much more diverse abilities than it seemed at first glance. No one could imagine that a physically unprepared strategist would be able to run such a significant distance without slowing down. Concerned to the Ark, even asked Feng Yun to stop this ruthless training. It had long been dark on the street, almost nothing was visible, and Liu Jun could easily stumble and get a serious injury. However, the decisive teacher did not manage to do anything. Before he reacted to the request of the mistress, the exhausted Liu Jun already collapsed to the ground. The frightened girl cried out loudly, asking her uncle to immediately stop the carriage, after which everyone hastily ran out of the cart to find out what happened to their valuable strategist. At that moment, Liu Jun felt completely exhausted. He could barely choose words to describe his condition, admitting that he felt more likely dead than alive. His heart pounded like a frantic, creating the impression that he was on the verge of life and death. However, the harsh Feng Yun remained adamant, reminding his student that he did not allow the command to stop, and he expressed dissatisfaction that he arbitrarily decided to interrupt the training without his permission. Breathing heavily, exhausted Liu Jun explained that he was forced to stop not because of fatigue, but because the road suddenly broke ahead. Only then, turning around, his companions in amazement noticed that the path really ended in this place. As it turned out, to get to the house of Liu Jun, it was necessary to turn to another path that went through a dense forest. The reason he fell was simple. They have already reached its destination. Both mentors were surprised that he continued to escape, although he knew that it was long to stop. The military leader who suddenly appeared from the darkness asked how long they still have to go to the dwelling of their young strategist. Liu Jun replied that the road would take about half an hour walk, which was not very difficult. However, Uncle was more disturbed by the fact that the crew, unfortunately, would not be able to walk along the forest path. To universal surprise, Liu Jun said that he intended to go further alone. His house was in a remote, sparsely populated village, almost cut off from the rest of the world, where residents were mainly engaged in agriculture and hunting. All those present perfectly understood that the appearance of such unusual guests could cause a lot of noise in a quiet village. In addition to everything, they were not just travelers, but prominent representatives of the powerful alliance of the street. In addition, Liu Jun himself did not want to disturb the peaceful life of ordinary villagers with his problems. He said that a few kilometers from here, there was another village, with a cozy hotel, where his satellites could spend the night. And tomorrow morning, they would have met again in the same place. However, apparently, none of those present was eager to act according to this plan. Serious Feng Yun recalled that they were still his official accompanying and are obliged to follow him to the end of the journey. Hearing this, the embarrassed Liu Jun admitted that his sister would be extremely embarrassed if he had brought home to outsiders. It was embarrassed to show the dwellings of his loved ones to strangers. Therefore, if a warrior still goes with him, he will experience a deep feeling of guilt in front of his sister. In addition, he added, even if the cult decides to track it down, they are unlikely to have any information about this secluded place, so it was not worth worrying about it. Then the cunning Feng Yun unexpectedly invited Liu Jun to devote time to the practice of combat techniques. This proposal turned out to be so sudden that for some time, the young man was simply confused, not knowing what to answer. Feng Yun explained his thought. Liu Jun needs to master the basic techniques that can save his life in a critical situation. If he really wanted to get rid of his accompanying person, then at first he should have studied at least one effective technique of self-defense, although it was not known how quickly the newcomer could put these skills in practice. For starters, they decided to retire in the nearest forest, where there was a fairly even place for training. Feng Yun asked the rest of his comrades, meanwhile, to relax after a long road, after which both disappeared in the night darkness. While the rest were wondering why Feng Yun so suddenly undertook to train a stubborn beginner, Liu Jun came to the conclusion that his mentor was absolutely right. It is better to master combat techniques as soon as a suitable opportunity falls out than to regret the lost time later. Looking after the retreating figures, the thoughtful uncle could not help but admit that this young warrior was an obviously outstanding person. She also did not object to the arc against his idea a little to take a nap, especially since they could not follow them and observe the learning process. It was strictly forbidden to spy on the street for training other people without their consent. Therefore, the tired mistress, politely saying goodbye, decided to sleep a little inside an empty carriage. Meanwhile, the vigilant Cao Qianhu remained guard. The danger could wait for them in any corner of the dark forest. Somewhere at the same time, Liu Jun was already standing opposite his harsh teacher. He realized that now he would study his first combat reception in life. Obviously, his soul was overcome by doubts. Would he manage to master at least basic movements? The night imperceptibly came to an end, and the first rays of the dawn sun began to break through the thick foliage. The awakened Ark was frankly surprised that the two men trained all night long. Having risen from above to the carriage to the patiently awaiting Cao Qianhu, she asked, should they go in search of comrades? In addition, she was extremely curious how difficult the technique should be, if it needed to work out the whole night. However, an experienced warrior understood that the matter was not at all in the complexity of the reception. It is hardly difficult to master the basic technique for such a period. Therefore, they both began to guess what then took so much time from the mentor and student. At this very second, as if in response to their silent questions, a disheveled Feng youth suddenly appeared. However, the other comrades were surprised that he came alone, without his student. As it turned out, Liu Jun decided to immediately go to his village, since it would be too troublesome and illogical to go back. Despite the fact that such a decision seemed quite reasonable, and Cao Qianhu and the Ark of the Owl were puzzled by the fact that Liu Jun did not even consider it necessary to say goodbye to them in the end. However, the attentive girl noticed how sleepily the exhausted Feng Yun looked, and she realized that the past night was clearly not easy for him. As it turned out, the young mentor even managed to take a bit a little during night classes. Honestly, because of this, he was not completely sure whether his student really mastered the technique he showed correctly. But in general, the beginner turned out to be much more diligent than expected. He practiced movement all night long, even when the teacher fell asleep from fatigue. Now Feng Yun was planning to rest a little more, asking him to wake him when they would get to the nearest village. However, the caring Ark was still worried. Could they really let Liu Jun set off without escort? At her soul, it was restless from this forced separation. Meanwhile, Liu Jun himself calmly made his way through a thick bamboo grove towards his native house. Several long months have passed since he had the last time he saw his sick mother and younger sister. He was afraid that during this time their condition could worsen significantly. Hassoing ahead, he made plans for the near future. To take relatives to the experienced doctor so that he would prescribe an effective tonic medicine to them. To buy new sets of clothing to all. Stand up with high-quality meat to maintain strength. And to your sister acquire a beautiful hair accessory. After all, she was just at the age when the girl especially wants to look good. However, coming closer to the village, the shocked Liu Jun stopped. He saw a tree on which many people hung. Covering in rage, the young man longed to find out who dared to create such atrocities. Suddenly, behind his back, he saw a familiar man. The puzzled Liu Jun did not understand that the accompanying van had forgotten here. Alarmed companion quickly told how the head of the transport company started all this. Therefore, the bewildered Liu Jun longed to understand why this needed to do something so cruel. As it turned out, the main reason was a man's fierce envy of Liu Jun. After he was kicked out of the shopping center, the ambitious boss personally went on the task of escort. After the death of the other chief of the escort, most experienced leaders quit, so he had no other choice but to join the mission himself. He managed to restore relations with the infamous gangs of the Green Forest, and he was also full of determination to create a new escape route. Perhaps this was even achieved thanks to the indirect influence of Liu Jun. The talented hero himself has always been for the envious chapter as if below on the eye, since he always perfectly performed everything that the former head of the company demanded from him. In any case, the mission of the accompaniment, which he was arrogantly headed, was not so smooth. He could not say anything valuable in the first fortress, which they encountered. As a result, the entire accompanied cargo was ruthlessly plundered, and this should be expected, since the inept leader did not possess the same talents that the gifted hero. More importantly, now that the powerful Alliance Murim and the demonic cult were involved in the total war, the bandits of the Green Forest were not the same that they were in the past. They did not care about any relationship, and simply took everything they wanted, from any person he met. The problem was that this time the accompanied product was quite expensive. As soon as the unlucky chapter will pay gigantic compensation, the company may have to completely close. After all the goods were selected from the victim chapter, he returned in devastated state. Incredible rumors about Liu Jun began to reach his ears. They said that he had become a military advisor to the Alliance, and that he put a demonic cult to the general laughing. This drove him crazy whenever he heard similar stories. For this reason, he acted so terribly with all these innocent people. Remembering that the Liu Jun family lived here, he gathered several faithful escort warriors and burst into the village without hesitation. He fiercely repeated that such a miserable predator could not become a military advisor. Since Liu Jun said before that he was going to return to the family, the distraught boss wanted to see everything with his own eyes. The faithful accompanying Van himself did not want to go here, but fearing that the obsessed chapter could create something crazy, a brave person came to stop him if the situation is aggravated. However, he failed to do anything. And in the end, the crazy chapter and the warriors, whom he brought, all took up arms against the unfortunate inhabitants. When they wanted to hang the mother and sister of Liu Jun, several brave residents of the village tried to stop them. As a result, every intercessor resident of the village was hanged on an ominous tree. However, the pale accompanying thought that this was still luck, that they were not killed. All these people were just unconscious. The shocked Liu Jun clearly could not believe that someone had paid such a terrible price due to the fact that he tried to help his mother and sister. However, suddenly the accompanying person was amazed, not understanding why the hero arrived here in general. In fact, a bewildered man believed that a talented young man really could become a military advisor to the Alliance, and even frightened that the rumors that he heard were still true. However, the concentrated hero did not answer. After all, it was now more important to find out where his beloved mother and sister were. As it turned out, they were at home, fortunately, still safe, so the excited hero should not be so worried. Liu Jun immediately was about to go home, warmly thanking Van for everything that he told him. However, the frightened satellite begged Liu Jun to escape. If he returns home, his mother and sister may be even more dangerous. If he does not appear in front of them, then crazy tyranny can end in a few days, and the fierce chapter will simply leave. However, the perspicacious Liu Jun recalled that according to the man himself, the chapter was already completely crazy, which means that such an unbalanced person most likely will ruthlessly kill people in a fit of anger. Therefore, a decisive young man had to put an end to this, because it was Liu Jun who was the only one who was able to stop him. Since this man obsessively hunted him, the hero decided to go straight to him. At this time, an arrogant head of the company was sitting near the old house, to whom Liu Jun's mother washed her legs humiliatingly, and his sister was massaging her back. Enjoying what was happening, he pompously recalled the ancient wisdom that a person who forgot about the kindness of others was considered worse than the beast. For this reason, he reasoned, it is extremely important for any person to express his gratitude. After that, the presumptuous tyrant began to scream at the unfortunate women so that they put more strength to massage, because he did not refresh him at all. However, at the threshold of the house, a decisive hero appeared at the threshold of the house. And obviously, both exhausted women immediately turned frightenedly, not believing their eyes. The arrogant head of the company smiled gloatingly, rejoicing that he had finally found him here. Then, he began to assert himself, believing that he was clearly right to his account. Such an insignificant person like him could not become a military advisor. This means that everything was only impudent rumors. The restrained hero, not paying attention to his poisonous words, calmly explained to his excited mother that he had returned. However, the intimidated woman said that out of gratitude to the head of the escort for giving her son a job, she rendered him a small service. The understanding young man, thanking the exhausted woman, gently asked her to stop. He addressed the same request to his sister. However, when the frightened girl wanted to remove her hands, the ruthless chapter struggled to her wrist. Then he began to scream displeasure that he did not allow them to stop. In addition, he allegedly gave a lot of money to their family, and they could not just leave, because if all this time they survived by his mercy, the least that they could do, thank him. Obviously, the iron patience of Liu Jun was gradually melting, so he hard demanded that the unblinking man immediately stop. At that moment, when he boldly turned to him by name, furious soldiers were blooming, believing that such a small bipod could not be pronounced the name of the great chapter. However, the cold-blooded hero explained that his mother was learning voluntarily, out of gratitude and as a favor for him. Only thanks to this they all could still leave here alive. The proud young man was ready to assume that his mother really did everything voluntarily, and then this would end there. The arrogant chapter would take his subordinates and leave. Otherwise, he will not let them go. But obviously, this insolence brought the impudent from himself. He considered that the Lord was completely crazy. After all, it was he who was not going to let him go. Then he arrogantly ordered the guy to kneel before him and humiliately pray for mercy. At that very moment, the closest thugs hit the young hero in the legs, thereby making him kneel. Obviously, the mother and sister of the hero were madly scared for him. However, the brave Liu Jun, squeezing out a weak smile, asked them not to worry and go into the house. He, in turn, will take care of these villains himself. But the furious chapter only lost even more from such bold words from the side of the person so hated by him. After which he violently grabbed a spear from one of his henchmen, believing that punishing a daring hero is the only way to cope with his madness. He began to severely beat him, convinced that the poor man would definitely break so soon, and there would be no longer so impudent. At some point, unable to withstand a crushing blow, the bloodied hero fell to the ground straight face, and the gloating chapter was even more angry, ordering him to hold himself in his hands. These miserable puppies have a long way. Looking at all this terrible sight, the frightened woman grabbed her sobbing daughter and persistently demanded to go into the house. Her brave son was one of those people who better listen and do as he would say. If he ordered them to go into the house, they should believe his wise word. However, a sensitive sister could not restrain the bitter tears, watching her beloved brother suffer from this cruel punishment. But the judicious mother knew that now they could not help him, so they had to do the way Liu Jun said, that he would not feel burdened by their presence. Even after the departed women, the brutal beating did not stop. The distraught head of the escort did not understand why his father relied on such an insignificant servant, because of which even the successor turned out to be a failure. In his raging insanity, the cruel chapter recalled how the previously gullible Liu Jun swore that he would help them. However, now the wounded Liu Jun could only scream from pain and tolerate such a miserable humiliation. After these humiliating words, ordering the tormentor to stop, the brave hero began to slowly rise from his knees. He strongly offered a self-confident man one-on-one, because if he was so confident in himself, the best decision would be to arrange an honest duel. Obviously, the surrounding warriors, looking at the bloodied Liu Jun, considered that after such a cruel beating he finally went crazy. The arrogant head of the escort, on the other hand, was indignant from the unheard-of arrogance of this daring person. However, the fearless Liu Jun sarcastically remarked that until this moment, the head looked very confident. But now, when he doubted, everything looked as if he could only run with a bunch of minions and tyrannically rule over the weak. In addition, he had already heard that a load was stolen from a miserable chapter, because of which his people cowardly fled to the mountains, and he could not call them otherwise than cowards. The thick-skinned chapter was touched by such true words, so the cruel beating did not end there. However, the insightful hero knew one thing. This insignificant man at least 100 times weaker than himself. That is why a coward cannot even think about entering an honest battle against him one-on-one. But at that moment, having calmed down a little, a cunning fat man saw in this a chance. A stupid hero literally just helped him find a way to legally kill him. Therefore, he insidiously decided to fulfill his reckless desire. Smiling maliciously, he asked what they would use in battle, an elegant sword or a sharp blade. However, the dodgy Liu Jun noticed that such a deadly weapon kills too quickly, and if everything ends so soon, it would not be funny. Therefore, he suggested using something else. Since the cunning chapter understood that today their last meeting would be, he generously gave the hero himself to choose weapons himself. The resourceful Liu Jun decided to choose what was already in the hands of a self-propelled man. In principle, this quite satisfied the perverted taste of the head of the escort, because with the help of this strong stick, he could beat his hated enemy for a long time until he let out his spirit. Therefore, he immediately ordered his faithful soldiers to immediately make one of the same stick. Soon they quickly broke the spear and, conveying it to the doomed Liu Jun, began to mock the arrogant bastard gloatingly, who would soon bleed because of their exorbitant pride. However, the cold-blooded hero was in no hurry to draw such hasty conclusions, and sarcastically invited them to see which of them would eventually bleed. Obviously, cruel soldiers did not understand how this miserable guy could be so impudent even in the face of inevitable death. But at that moment, the impatient head of the escort already imperiously ordered his minions to get out of his path. The concentrated hero calmly directed his peculiar weapon on a smug enemy, thinking that he was so soon useful to use the recently learned deadly skill. But by all means he had to succeed, otherwise he would die here. Somewhere at that time, the caring Uncle Cao Changgu caught the game and skillfully frying it for his hungry satellites. Then he asked the attentive Feng Yun to put out the fire so that after their departure, a destructive forest fire would not begin. And finally, when the appetizing game cooled a little, The long-awaited time came for their hearty breakfast. A caring chicken leg, a caring uncle gallantly handed over to the elegant Ark of Sea, the other handed the young Feng Yun. And since the massive Cao Qianhu was the largest of all of them, he decided to leave the rest of the carcass for himself. Feng Yun laughed good-naturedly, realizing that uncle would have to catch several more birds to completely satisfy his heroic appetite. However, the modest Cao Qianhu only objected. After all, despite his impressive appearance, he was not such a big fan of eating. But this could easily argue with the observation arc of CE, which more than once saw how a gluttonous uncle rushes a whole plate of beef hot in one sitting, which was approximately 5 kilograms of only juicy pork. However, the resourceful uncle deftly recalled that he had not eaten for 3 whole days, because of which he was very hungry. But obviously, the insightful Ark not believed in this absurd excuse, knowing exactly that some secret food reserves were necessarily hidden at the stern Cao Zanhu. After a light skirmish, the curious Ark decided to find out from the restrained Feng Yun whether he was going to tell them what they specifically taught their master. However, the modest warrior believed that the learned tricks were nothing special. It was just the technique of bloodless puncture of the heart. Obviously, the impressionable Ark of the Erd immediately admitted that the name sounded simply amazing. Patient Feng Yun explained that it was a martial art that does not require special thoughts. You need to be able to break the vital point for sure to instantly destroy the enemy. If you simplify, then he just taught Liu Xun to poke weapons, however, in such a way that he knew how to choose the goal, and then concentrate and accurately fall into it. But the surprised mistress was clearly puzzled that all this time, Liu Xun was engaged only in this basic skill. However, an experienced warrior asked the girl not to be so surprised, because concentration, perseverance are insanely important in martial art. However, the judicious beauty understood that even if the purposeful Liu Xun trained all this time, it would not be easy for him to use this complex technique without internal energy. It turned out that this is not such a big problem. This is just a matter of time spent on hard training. In addition, the whole company was interested in what their resourceful friend was doing right now. Perhaps he is already talking peacefully with his beloved family. Or maybe not. At this very second, the unfortunate guy continued to steadfastly take on many crushing blows. The brutal chapter only scornfully scored at him, not understanding how such an arrogant and miserable person dares to offer him a battle one-on-one. His frightened loved ones could only clamp the ears and cry bitterly, trying not to listen to the deafening sounds of blows. After he inflicted a particularly painful blow, the smug head of the escort gloatingly suggested that the exhausted guy would soon fall on his knees and began to pray for mercy, although he himself asked to arrange a duel. But the rebellious hero was not going to give up. Instead, with his last strength, he courageously tried to get to his feet, and although the puzzled chapter was surprised by such stamina, he only pushed the exhausted guy to rise. Now that he was standing on his feet again, he could again mercilessly beat him. The main thing is that the daring enemy does not die too quickly. At this time, the wounded Liu Xun, concentratedly, tried to find some kind of vital point of the enemy. However, the fatal point that threatens life was in a position that is extremely difficult to hit. In addition, his ruthless enemy was constantly in a rapid movement. Even despite this, hitting the vital point of the enemy who has mastered martial art is that he can't even do with his modest talent now. The most vulnerable place where he could cause maximum damage was the area near the neck, one of the softest places where he could deliver a crushing blow. And at some decisive moment, the attentive Liu Xun really saw that the arrogant enemy had opened, and with lightning speed he directed his weapon straight there. However, the clever chapter quickly unraveled his desperate intention, wondering what he was about to do. But now it was already his turn to attack. And then his powerful blow to the neck fell into the most vulnerable place, because of which the unfortunate hero even caught his breath, and his whole wounded neck turned out to be flooded with scarlet blood. Looking at the twilight enemy, the ruthless fat man only mocked gloatingly, boasting that he was incredibly flexing with him. Even now, if he could not restrain himself, the rebellious Liu Xun would have died instantly. However, the sadistic head did not want such a cruel fun to end too quickly, so he demanded that the persistent hero withstand his blows, until he himself was tired of beating him. He began to aim to the head of an exhausted enemy, but he changed his mind and continued to methodically beat his core, reasoning that after a deadly blow to his head, he could lose consciousness too quickly or die. When the exhausted hero made another desperate attempt to attack, she was unsuccessful, and even more angry with a furious man. He, waving for a new blow, arrogantly recalled that such a miserable person could never defeat him, and it is unlikely that he would even be able to cause him at least some slightest harm in this unequal battle. The jubilant chapter himself did not understand how some insignificant porter dared to look at him with such contempt. He frantically hated his daring gaze and continued to mock him, but the stubborn Liuzhen still held on, like a tenacious weed, from which it was not possible to get rid of. Obviously, the pompous fat man could not bear the thought that he, having wealth and power, should feel flawed before such an insignificant person. In the future, if their ill-fated confrontation does not stop, he will have to live with a vile sense of defeat for the rest of a miserable life. Instead, the decisive chapter planned to force Liuzhen to obey him, even if it means that the rebellious hero would have to be killed. And so, having gathered the last forces, the wounded hero attacked, and at this decisive moment he really managed to hurt the unprotected neck of a smug enemy. The quick-tempered chapter was angry, but deep down he stated one thing. The heroic Liuzhen finally managed to achieve at least some success. Although the irritated tormentor considered this the last stupid attempt, even if the daring young man will resist, he should never cross certain boundaries. Otherwise, the ruthless chapter will cease to control himself. Therefore, he inflicted a couple of crushing blows on the head with an exhausted louse, believing that after them, he would probably die. After the first dozen strokes, the exhausted hero had already fallen to his knees, but the angry chapter of the escort did not stop there. The stubborn Liuzhen was also not going to give up, because he believed that he had a chance for the last decisive blow. He is still breathing, which means that the chance will definitely appear to him. However, the next desperate attack was a millimeter from the enemy grinning face. The arrogant chapter only indignant that the stubborn guy still had the strength to resist, although the tyrant himself was no longer fun to conduct this protracted battle. Behind this cruel battle, the alarmed comrades of Liuzhen watched from a height. Obviously concerned to the Ark, she did not understand why the brave guy could not just give up, and why he so deeply plunged into this hopeless duel. Even a wise, experienced uncle was interested in knowing whether the brave hero was always so reckless. But Feng Yun, who witnessed an unexpected scene, saw that in the actions of the Lord, not simple stubbornness was manifested, but genuine determination. The young man refused to strike at those points that he chose, as if following some kind of inner logic. But an experienced warrior understood that this plan would hardly work. There was too much difference between them in skills and preparation. Concerned to the Ark, she immediately wanted to intervene, realizing that very soon the situation could become critical for an inexperienced fighter. However, the judicious Feng Yun proposed to give Liuzhen a little more time and simply observe the development of events. Even the conservative Cao Qianhu initially opposed such a risky solution. The guy has already received too many strokes, and if they miss the time, then perhaps they will not be able to save him from serious injuries. But having thought, even a cautious uncle changed his mind. For some reason, it also began to seem to him that now he should not interfere. He intuitively understood that it was not just a duel. It was the first real fight of a lord with combat weapons in his hands, a kind of transition to an adult life of a warrior. And at this fateful moment, the amazed audience saw something incredible. An inexperienced strategist really managed to deliver an accurate blow to the enemy directly in the groin. Everyone froze in silent amazement, not believing their eyes. No one expected that a beginner could succeed, using such a cunning tactic. Obviously, from the very beginning, Liuzhen intentionally changed the aiming point, wanting the enemy to weaken the defense. He constantly aimed at the neck of the neck in order to strike a sudden blow to a completely different vulnerable place at a decisive moment. Having experienced unbearable pain, the head of the escort published an inarticulate scream, after which he collapsed to the ground, pressing his hands to the place of wound. All his bodyguards instantly escaped to the defeated commander, not understanding how this nondescript young man dared to do something like their formidable leader. They swore menacingly that now the impudent would certainly die for his audacity. However, the faithful friends of Liuzhen resolutely blocked their way, not allowing them to get closer to the exhausted strategist even one step. The young man himself was sincerely glad when he saw his reliable comrades, and only then he realized that he could finally rest a little. During the grueling duel, he so depleted his strength that he almost immediately lost consciousness. Looking at the aggressive crowd, the insightful Cao Qianhu quickly realized that they were not a military escort at all, but rather an ordinary gang of robbers terrorizing the surrounding villages. Therefore, he decided that it was time to teach these insolents that he was about to do without delay. Resolutely grabbing a spear from one of the numb warriors, the experienced master methodically figured out all the opponents in turn, leaving them no chance. At this time, the caring Ark carefully approached Liuzhen, who had lost consciousness, trying to bring him to his senses. When the alarmed mother and sister of the young man ran out of the house, The soothing Xiao Xianhu explained to them that everything would be in order with the guy. At first, they only needed to stabilize his condition and treat wounds. Having carefully rushing the lord into the house, the women immediately made sure to clean and process all his many abrasions and bruises. Looking at the wounded body of a young strategist, shocked by the arc, she realized how amazing this modest young man was. She was firmly convinced that the victory in such an unequal match seemed absolutely impossible. But Liu Jun managed to defeat an experienced fighter exclusively thanks to his unbending perseverance, and determination. The reason for his success was not at all that the enemy was a third-rate master of martial arts. With such an unshakable determination, like Liu Jun, there was a completely real chance that even in a fight with a much more experienced fighter, he could ultimately come out of the winner. The frightened sister bent anxiously over her brother's unconscious body, desperately hoping that everything would be in order with him and he would not leave this world so early. However, only one could say confident to the arc. Liu Jun simply fainted with relief, seeing that reinforcements arrived in time for help. Even a caring mother explained to her daughter that Liu Jun, although he could look outwardly fragile, was an incredibly strong person inside. No matter how deep his wounds, he would never leave this world before them. The experienced Chao Qianhu, assessing the situation with a professional look, could confirm with confidence that Liu Jun was stronger than many famous warriors. Although his injuries looked serious, they did not pose a threat to life, so there were no special reasons for concern. However, the objective Feng Yun understood that his student went to a large extent due to the enemy's arrogance. He clearly underestimated his opponent, and at a critical moment lost his vigilance. This allowed an inexperienced fighter to get him a bloodless puncture of the heart. Experienced warriors knew that in fact, the heart is not the only vulnerable place of a person, and Liu Jun was much more accurate in his actions than could be expected from a beginner. The insightful Cao Qianhu cheerfully remarked that although the defeated leader would not die from the injury received, he definitely cannot be avoided by the loss of some reproductive functions. Such frank conversations noticeably embarrassed the conservative arc of CE. She politely but firmly asked men to discuss such delicate topics without the presence of unmarried girls. The embarrassed Cao Qianhu immediately sincerely apologized for his involuntary disrespect, and that he allowed himself such expressions in the presence of ladies. I decided to find out the arc to find out where they should turn to find an experienced doctor. However, it turned out that there was no one suitable nearby. They would have to go to the nearest large village for qualified help. Therefore, a caring girl turned to Feng Yun to a request for assistance. She saw that although the injuries of Liu Jun did not threaten his life directly, they looked quite serious. If you apply irregular drugs, a dangerous infection could develop, which would significantly complicate recovery. However, the decisive Feng Yun chose first to deal with the robbers who were still lying in the courtyard of the house. He suggested hanging them on the nearest tree, just as the inhabitants of the village once hung. This idea seemed so tempting that even usually the judicious Cao Qianhu decided to join this impromptu justice. As a result, after a short time, all the invaders were reliably suspended around a large tree, becoming a clear lesson for other potential robbers. The events of the story moved to the distant province of Sichuan, to the famous estate of the Aromas of the Sword. In the afternoon from the main clan, this picturesque estate, famous for its particularly refined tea, is located. However, recently, the not fragrant atmosphere of fragrant tea, but a heavy cloud of anxiety and intense expectation, has come out of the estate of the Aromas. 3 guests sat in a picturesque gazebo surrounded by flowering plants. Among them was the outwardly restrained student of the MANHUA sect, Gayan, as well as the second young master of the influential Habe family named Paning Uchon. The warrior sincerely rejoiced that they managed to finally get the long-awaited respite from the hardships of the war. He could not believe his happiness. In the midst of bloody battles, they had the opportunity to drink such aromatic tea among the most beautiful fragrant flowers. Although the restrained Gaeyong did not argue with the fact that the surrounding flowers were really beautiful, but the tea itself, in her sophisticated opinion, was not at all fragrant, but on the contrary, excessively bitter for her taste. Hearing this disapproval, the philosophically configured Pangjan only grinned condescendingly, noting that her tea seemed to her bitter, only because she had not yet managed to fully experience the genuine bitterness of life. He recalled that this is a special estate, a place where many strangers become friends solely thanks to the unifying strength of the tea ceremony. Although the thoughtful Guyena and did not openly dispute these poetic comparisons, but in her cup tea remained terribly bitter. Their noble company also attended the mysteriously silent husband Lin. Obviously, the curious Gaeong was extremely interested in what happened to the usually talkative advisor. She had an unusually gloomy, absent look from the very early morning. Perhaps something deeply upset her, and everyone wanted to know the true reason for such a melancholy. The penetrating Pangjun noted that at the moment, not only representatives of the Dugu clan, but also members of the Kunlun sect, a mysterious military detachment, and even a group of mysterious monks, stopped at the sentees of the sword. However, among all this motley society, it was precisely the person whom the beautiful husband Lin, apparently, wanted to see the most. The analytical mind of the warrior quickly compared the facts. We could only talk about the very legendary self-taught strategist, which the whole Union had recently spoke of. According to rumors, he temporarily left for personal matters, but now his absence was delayed for several days, causing growing anxiety. In addition, as everyone presented, the Phoenix sword itself, the Ark, also went on this journey with him. Based on these facts, it became extremely clear to everyone that this mysterious person was to be of great importance for the Union, if the heir to the clan of the Ark personally protected him. However, the judicious man Lin perfectly understood that the true reason for such escort was completely different. The girl was simply given an appropriate order, which she carried out with her inherent diligence. The strategist was surprised that detailed rumors about this mysterious person had already reached the Pangjun Pang. As it turned out, in the last days among the aristocracy, there were no more discussed by the history of the mysterious genius industrial, and of course, the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. Assuming that the man Lin could be interested in these last news, a sociable warrior asked what she would like to hear about first. To begin with, a cautious girl decided to choose a more neutral topic to feel the soil. Therefore, Pang Ujon told her a fresh hearing. According to the latest data, the mysterious self-taught did not plan to come to the estate of Aromas, and instead was going to go directly to the main residence of the Ark clan. The surprised man Lin did not understand the logic of such a strange solution. Why go there if all the key figures of the clan, including the patriarch himself, were currently here in the estate? Although the talkative interlocutor did not know the exact cause of such an act, he told her that the source of this hearing was one of the younger members of the clans of the Dugu. According to Pang Uchjon, people believed that the young strategist, having learned about the presence of the man Lin himself in the estate, intentionally tried to avoid meeting her. Probably, he was scared by the prospect of encountering a real professional military advisor to the Alliance, capable of exposing his amateurism. Finally, it is time to talk about the most intriguing rumors surrounding the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. However, a confident warrior was convinced that the girl probably had already heard about these sensational news. Indeed, if it was about the fact that the sword of the heavenly demon sent an official challenge to the duel of the head of the Xinchen sect, then it was already aware of this scandalous incident. However, if we take into account that such a rumor has already begun to spread widely among the ordinary population, it could be assumed that the demonic cult actively participated in its distribution for its purposes. For this reason, the intrigued man Lin asked the interlocutor to share all the details of this story known to him. According to the circulating hearing, the sword of the heavenly demon officially requested a duel one-on-one with the head of the powerful sect of Xinchen. The conditions of the duel were truly incredible. If Bai Yunhui loses, he will offer his head to cut off, and the warriors of the demonic cult will immediately retreat from Sichuan. If he wins, then the defeated sect will have to close his doors for the next 10 years, refusing to participate in any political and military conflicts. Hearing these ridiculous conditions, the rectilinear Gaeong could not restrain her indignation, calling the initiator of such a call to be a clear crazy one. The insightful man Lin quickly realized that it was possible to say with confidence. They themselves spread this frightening hearing. The sword of the heavenly demon was only the commander of the avant-garde in this war. He simply did not have sufficient authority to order to retreat, occupying their possessions. The cunning Pang Uchjon tried to understand what real subtext was hiding behind the hearing that they did not want to openly spread. As a result, he came to the conclusion that the ominous message implied, if the sect refuses their daring demand, they would simply destroy it. They will ruthlessly attack them as soon as they refuse, and as a result, the powerful sect of Qingqin will turn into a lifeless ash. Obviously, the impulsive Grab Gayun considered it the height of madness and exorbitant arrogance. But at the same time, such insolence seemed even a little impressive to her. The young master of martial arts asked for a fight with the head of the great section, and if they refuse, he would destroy them. Therefore, it is quite obvious that a more crazy or arrogant person could not exist in the world than the sword of a heavenly demon. However, The very reasonable man Lin perfectly understood that all this was only part of the skillful psychological war. One could say with confidence, rumors that walk around the demonic cult are an ordinary bluff. Now in the entire sect of Xinchen, there were more than 2,000 experienced students. Even if the demonic cult mobilized all its forces in the Sichuan branch, this would clearly not be enough to defeat a whole powerful sect. A successful siege requires several times more effort than for effective protection. Nevertheless, the daring aggressor stated that he would completely exterminate them if the sect rejects his insolent request. Obviously, the thoughtful Pang Huzian also considered this a complete absurdity. After all, to leave themselves without protection, when they had already started an attack on everyone in Qingyan, it would be a height of stupidity. But despite the fact that the demonic cult has now captured Sichuan, if you look at it from the side, they themselves were trapped, since they could not just leave him. The army of the Kantan clan and sect Xinchen have already united in a powerful union. And despite the fact that this would take a certain time, the influential Dianken sect was also supposed to join them. Until the decisive war for the conquest of Sichuan begins, they can only remain there in a tense expectation of reinforcement. In the majestic estate, the aroma of the sword temporarily gathered outstanding masters of martial arts from the elite detachment of the mystics of the clan of the Ark, the illustrious sect of Kunlun, as well as the sect of Qingchen, and the powerful clan located 25 kilometers from them. The demonic cult probably knew that all these formidable warriors would inevitably attack them if they at least take a step closer to this strategic place, and therefore obviously would not do anything. The penetrating Pangzhon realized that if in this case their cunning provocation was to force opponents to think that they were much more powerful than in fact, thus to spread the oppressive feeling of anxiety and fear everywhere. This would be a much more logical explanation. But the impulsive Red Gayan did not understand their confusing strategy. It seemed to her that a self-taught scientist from Murim warned of something like that the sword of a heavenly demon would appear in the Sichuan branch and boldly attack everyone in Qingchen, as well as the clan before the Dianken sect had time to join the main forces. She was extremely interesting what the legendary Ice Phoenix thinks about this. In fact, it was for this reason that all the current mysterious events looked quite suspicious. If he really acts, focusing on the powerful sword of heavenly water, then everything falls into place. Therefore, a decisive girl was obliged to find out at all costs who this mysterious person is. Returning to our hero, his devoted sister was still sitting nearby, excitedly thinking about a difficult situation with her brother. At that moment, she saw his faithful comrade, who brought the buckets of fresh water, came running. The caring girl immediately asked him to take a little food and had a bite. However, the modest young man awkwardly explained that they had eaten well recently, and he was not at all hungry. But it seemed like a sensitive sister that the guest was probably hungry after such a long journey to the village. Besides, because of heavy buckets with water. Then the smart Feng Yun realized that, most likely, all these abundant dishes were brought by grateful inhabitants of the village. A modest sister told them that nothing else needs to be brought, but it seems that they will bring food until their brave saviors stay here. But the conscientious Feng Yun was too embarrassing to hear that people of such a high opinion of him, because he was still just a faithful bodyguard for his Mr. Liu Jun. However, it was impossible to deny the obvious fact that it was they who saved the village from a fierce reprisal. In addition, by this moment 3 long days have passed, and the unflappable hero did not even woke up today. It was insanely strange, and even an experienced doctor thought his injuries were not so serious that he did not come into consciousness by this time. He noted that when the attentive doctor checked his wounds, there was nothing critical on the hero's body except a couple of serious dishes. Maybe the whole thing was that he simply could not wake up, because his exhausted body requires complete recovery. This sometimes happened when someone uses too much physical strength and mental abilities. The wise doctor suggested that the brave guy was very tired of morally, and after the exhausting battle, which was hard to withstand even a hardened warrior, his body demanded complete rest. However, the insightful Ark understood that the reason was not only in this last battle. He led many people all this time and participated in the battles that seemed impossible, while living under huge pressure. She was sad to realize that all this time, the heroic young man outwardly looked calm, but inside he probably was very difficult to carry this burden. As a result, an experienced doctor realized that they could not help the exhausted hero right now. It only remained to hope that he would wake up on his own when his body was ready. When he finally wakes up, they will need to place clear priorities, and be sure to feed him with a large amount of nutrient food, so that he can quickly restore exhausted forces. Somewhere at the same time, a caring sister was still wondering when her beloved brother will come to her senses. She with hope imagined how he would wake up soon. With an appetite there is a rich meat soup and quickly get stronger. At this time, the attentive arcs of Qi and Feng Yun watched as the star of the supreme ruler glowing especially crimson, mystical light. The curious young man was surprised that the mistress was completely not interested in who was the owner of the powerful star of the supreme ruler. However, the thoughtful girl thought that despite the fact that all people know about this heavenly phenomenon, there were not so many those who are truly interested in his meaning. Feng Yunya occupied only one thought, that someone could be completely unexpected as its true owner. Instead of a recognized master of martial arts, perfection possessing ancient techniques, maybe someone like a modest lord? However, it was difficult to imagine this skeptical arc. And even the judicious Feng Yun agreed that the physically weak guy could hardly become the owner of the legendary star of the supreme ruler. But after all, there was no such rule that would have stated that only one who has a crowded with internal energy can become chosen. For example, the mighty sword of a heavenly demon could well become a worthy supreme star ruler. The thoughtful lady agreed with this reasoning, but simply could not imagine that the quiet Liu Jun was a great supreme ruler. And yet, she thought, the world can turn upside down not only because of tyrannical power after all. To change the established order of things, sometimes it is enough to use the power of an acute mind for this. The curious arc of it was interesting that the thoughtful Feng Yun actually think about it. It seemed to her that he himself secretly wanted to become the owner of the legendary star of the supreme ruler. However, it seemed to a modest young man that this mystical star was in no way treated him. The star of the supreme ruler shone in the sky long before his birth. However, the erudite lady heard that her powerful energy can be received not only by the children born in the year of her appearance. Instead, as she knew, anyone who was born 3 years before or after her sinister appearance could become chosen. Therefore, this prophecy could also concern the young Feng Yun. The mysterious young man himself suddenly decided to ask if the lady herself could become the owner of a mysterious star. After all, no one said that this applies only to male representatives. And then the thoughtful girl remembered how people who had no sons in the family said exactly the same things. Because of this, all their pipe expectations were assigned to her fragile shoulders. After that, they sat a little more in the silence, admiring the mysterious star, until the thoughtful girl interrupted the cozy silence. She was extremely interesting why the secretive Feng Yun so carefully masked his outstanding abilities, and became an ordinary guest of her powerful clan. The modest young man tried to justify himself, claiming that he had not hidden anything. He was simply promised to give overnight and nutritious food if he even demonstrates his skills in martial arts. However, the insightful mistress clearly saw that the mysterious young man was capable of much more than he showed before. Therefore, she passionately wanted to learn something about his secret sect or powerful teacher. But unfortunately, a secretive guy could only vaguely promise that he would definitely tell about this in the future. The generous Ark was not offended by this, but I wanted to get one of the most honest answer to its direct question. Can she trust this mysterious boy? Obviously, he immediately sincerely stated that a noble girl could completely rely on his devotion. After that, she gently asked for a tense boy to stop restraining her emotions so much. Sometimes it is quite normal to ask for help when she was really necessary. Of course, he could not talk about everything right now. But if he someday needs to speak out or her help is needed, she will readily come to his rescue at any time. After that, after a little pause in thought, the insightful mistress noticed that their faithful uncle had not yet returned from her journey. Given how much time has passed, he could have reached the imperial capital 3 times and vice versa. However, immediately after these alarmed words, the long-awaited commander himself appeared. After that, all the curious companions crowded around him to listen, obviously unexpected news. The amazed girl could not believe her ears. The sword of the heavenly demon really sent a daring request to the duel to the very head of the sect. Then the breathless man explained that he was late precisely because these incredible rumors reached him, and he went carefully to check them. At first, a reasonable uncle thought that it was just ridiculous nonsense, but it seems a daring warrior really sent an official request. The reason they decided on such a risky step was that this would reduce the number of unnecessary sacrifices, but it seemed to an insightful young man that there were clear conditions under which the warring parties won or lose. If the powerful sword of the heavenly demon loses, he will bring his violent head and orders the troops to retreat. If he wins, then the sections will have to close for 10 long years. Obviously, the 2 shocked young people seemed just ridiculous. It sounded so recklessly boldly and stupid, as if a entrusted sword of the heavenly demon was able to give such large-scale orders. However, the worst thing was that in this daring request, an ominous subtext was hidden. All in the sect of Xinchen would be ruthlessly destroyed if they abandoned the fight. Obviously, both shocked satellites came to the inevitable conclusion that this impudent warrior clearly went crazy with his exorbitant pride. But be that as it may, the worried company did not have time to stay here. It was urgent to return. The excited uncle decided to find out if the talented advisor came to consciousness. But he still felt bad. In such emergency situations, a deep hole formed due to its absence was even stronger. If the wise Liu Xun was not unconscious, he would probably carefully find out why the sword of the heavenly demon sent this reckless request. In addition, the curious lady was wondering if there was any information about the exact place and time of the match. It turned out that the fateful duel was supposed to happen tomorrow near the picturesque Xinpin Hotel. This cozy hotel was built in the middle of a spacious meadow. The strategic location made it an ideal place for a decisive duel, and most likely there will be many excited spectators. However, it seemed to a skeptical uncle that there would be very few spectators, because as a rule, superstitious people were panicky afraid of demonic cults. Most prudent people will think that such a dubious duel will never take place. Perhaps there will be only those who are really interested in the outcome, as well as cunning agents from every influential sect. Soon, tense representatives of the sect, as well as curious ordinary residents gathered near a secluded hotel. They had been waiting for a long time, a heavy rainy time, but everything seemed in vain. Therefore it seemed to the annoyed elder that he was in vain spent his precious time because of such an absurd nonsense. Then one of his faithful guards suggested returning. Apparently there was no more reason to wait. However, despite the thickening darkness around, they suddenly saw two mysterious silhouettes in front. Obviously, those present were surprised that there were only two horsemen. Many wary warriors even thought that this certainly could not be a formidable sword of a heavenly demon. Perhaps these lonely travelers just came to see the battle. However, looking at the approaching mysterious riders, an experienced man clearly felt sinister energy, so he quickly realized that this was the very legendary Bai Yunhui. But when the daring man drove closer, the amazed old man was surprised, making sure that he took with him only one faithful subordinate. Therefore, he demanded that these two immediately introduce themselves. But instead, the arrogant Bai Yunhui immediately coldly ordered his formidable Xuan Tailan to kill everyone to one, and to leave the old man alive. After that, the legendary warrior immediately abruptly jumped up from the horse and grabbed his deadly weapon. Obviously, the fearless warriors of Xinchen only grinned at his reckless courage, and the fact that he looked so arrogantly down at their great sect of Xinchen. The puzzled locals did not understand what was happening now because of the heavy rain. Everything was hard to see. But they noticed the arrival of the legendary sword of the heavenly demon. Since none of them had ever met him personally, they could probably be sure of his personality. However, they would definitely understand who in front of them when they see how this deadly man fights. In addition, many attentive viewers noticed that the chapter himself clearly came from the sect, but a person known as the owner of the sect pavilion. And in the end, holding their breath, they saw how the bloody battle began. A merciless assistant one by one crushed the soldiers who desperately tried to repulse. All the terrified viewers have now witnessed how the clever Quan Tailan killed two people for one deadly wave of his sharp sword. It became scary for everyone to imagine how incredibly the sword of the heavenly demon was incredibly strong, even if his ordinary subordinate was so invincible. At this moment, the venerable elder himself stood on the desperate protection of his dying subordinates. However, luck favored him. Tailan did not attack his life to spare his life. As a result, after a few bloody minutes, he ruthlessly dealt with all the warriors who were supposed to guard the elder. And the arrogant Bai Yunhui only coldly watched this cruel battle and smiled cheerfully, as if what was happening incredibly amused him. It seemed that he did not even understand why the shocked old man had such a serious and grief look. Even when they went here, they had to know that only death was waiting for them here. Obviously, a bewildered old man did not understand what the cruel Bai Yunhui was telling him. However, he coldly recalled that if the head of their sect had come personally, then they would not have been here. But the fact that the cowardly chapter did not appear here means that he rejected his generous sentence. Despite this, he still sent these unfortunate people instead of himself. This also means that if he actually appeared, the vile chapter wanted to use them as victims to angry other students of the sect. Obviously, the indignant elder immediately began to argue violently, claiming that their noble chapter is clearly not such a low and vile person. The malevolent Bai Yunhui only asked the murdered man to be very not upset and not be so self-confident, because all the leaders that he faced up to this moment, it was such cowardly people. However, their head of the sect incorrectly suggested one single thing. After they all die, people will not only be furious, but also in paralyzing fear. Therefore, a cunning man decided to save this shocked old man to return and tell everyone about the horrors whose witness he became. When the intact chapter of the sect finds out about everything, he will have no other choice. Therefore, their once powerful sect of Xinchen will wait only one thing: a complete and unconditional collapse. Immediately after these ominous words, the arrogant Bai Yunhui jerked the reins of his horse and disappeared without a trace in the fog, returning to where he came from. The stunned old man remained in a stupor to look at the bloodied corpses of his fallen soldiers, scattered around, gradually realizing all the terrifying reality. He still did not understand whether the fate of their ancient sect was already resolved in this fatal place, or was there any kind of ghostly chance of salvation. When a new morning came, the excited company of warriors still patiently waited for Liu Jun's awakening, and had breakfast with appetite. Food, prepared by an advisor's caring mother, was surprisingly insanely tasty. An impressed uncle even enthusiastically admitted that it was the best fragrant noodles with beef that he had ever tried. It is not surprising that the food was so amazing, because it was prepared with great diligence and love. His devoted mother must have prepared this dish with all her heart, with the faith that he could feed him Mr. Liu Jun himself when he finally wakes up. For this reason, they all had to eat with great respect and gratitude. After all, a caring woman prepared this treat not only for a military advisor, but for them all, in which she saw her own children and close friends of her beloved son. However, the insightful to the arc of CE logically remarked that a fragile woman can hardly see her child in the huge Cao Qianggu. Then the good-natured man jokingly offered to cross him out of this honorary list. However, they did not even have time to finish their hearty breakfast. They suddenly heard the joyful voice of an excited sister, informing that the hero finally woke up. Obviously, all three immediately rushed into the room to see his condition, and the last-rated mother of the hero barely restrained the tears of happiness, not believing her luck. The exhausted Liu Jun could only smile weakly, sincerely rejoicing that he was finally able to see all his loyal friends. However, now he felt severe weakness, although he did not feel pain. This was not surprising, given that he had not eaten nothing for 4 long days. But they still experienced great relief. Obviously, at first, the disoriented advisor could not even believe that he really overslept for so long. However, the wise Ark explained that, according to an experienced doctor, this sometimes happens, especially with those who use too many spiritual abilities. It seemed that he was completely exhausted morally, passing through many complex trials. The exhausted hero politely asked his mother and sister to leave the room for a moment. Now he needed to urgently discuss something important with friends. However, as soon as they ended up on the street, it seemed strange to the sister that her brother was acting like a completely different person. But the mother, wise with experience, suggested that perhaps he became what it was initially and should have been. All this time they were weak and, perhaps, even interfered with the bright future of Liu Jun. But now he broke through this obstacle, as if it were destined for fate itself. The insightful woman always thought about this when she looked at her son with love, and believed that one day the day would come when he could conquer the sky itself. Despite the exceptional quick wits, the talented hero was deprived of the opportunity to truly open up, because he has the same as she thought, a useless mother. But now she felt strong relief. She and her daughter had to become stronger, starting from this fateful day. After all, they cannot be those who interfere and restrained his great purpose. At that moment, the exhausted hero tried to rise, but he hardly managed to do this without the support of caring friends. The admiring Feng Yun with enthusiasm praised the hero for his incredible stamina, and the fact that he managed to successfully use the most complicated, bloodless heart puncture, which he learned in just half a day of blooming training. However, the modest Liu Jun only laughed good-naturedly, noting that this military equipment was not at all as impressive as its loud name sounds. But an enthusiastic guy had a completely different opinion. He firmly believed that this was a unique technique that is fully consistent with his formidable name. If a purposeful hero continues to train hard further, the day will certainly come when he himself fully realizes all its crushing power. It's time to return to an urgent conversation. The worried hero realized that since there were already 4 days, he needed to rush and leave immediately. However, the judicious mistress gently explained that in his current state it would be difficult to move, even if the situation was really extremely urgent, since he was starving for 4 days. He needs to eat well and relax a little to restore strength and vitality. Only after that will they be able to move on the road. The alarmed hero understood that they had a catastrophically little time, and the longer they hesitate, the worse everything becomes with every minute. However, a confident uncle was convinced that even a powerful demonic cult could not easily defeat the combined forces of the Tan clan and the secta of Xinchen. He has already sent an urgent message to the Tan clan. The skeptical Liu Jun was sure that the important message that he was so carefully sent would most likely be arrogantly ignored. The Tan clan most likely takes the formidable sword of a heavenly demon for an unconscious child. As for Liu Jun himself, they will never listen to any tips emanating from someone as insignificant as he is. They should be grateful, if only for the fact that they do not laugh openly, the hero remarked bitterly. The pride of the hero was hurt. But still he asked Patriarch to do this only because he could not just stand aside and inactive. However, he had no rainbow expectations about this from the very beginning. Understanding the criticality of the situation, the insightful hero realized that now he needed to send another urgent message, and chose a reliable Feng Yunya for this mission. He immediately realized that it was some mysterious secret order, and he was clearly delighted when the hero confirmed his guesses. It was necessary to convey as soon as possible an important message to the Patriarch of the Duga himself, who was in the magnificent estate of the aroma of the sword. Liu Jun also wanted Feng Yun to carefully find out on the path of attentive Feng Yun. Sometime later, he finished all his detailed explanations, and finally asked him to get several sets of clothing belonging to the followers of the demonic cult. Obviously, such a strange demand surprised all his puzzled friends. At this time, the thoughtful mistress was still thinking about Murim's scientist. She was sure that there was some kind of good reason why he was mysteriously lingering in his hometown for so long, but she could not understand what reason he could have. Suddenly, alarmed friend joined her loneliness. As it turned out, a complete chaotic mess reigned outside. He was clearly surprised that the unperturbed husband Lin, in such a tense situation, slowly walks, as if nothing was happening. The cold-blooded advisor decided to find out what specifically was talking about. And obviously, the conversation turned around the shocking news. The sect sent the elder and several other students to the appointed place for a duel with the sword of the heavenly demon. But when the ruthless Bai Yunwei appeared, all representatives of the sect, except for one elder, were ruthlessly killed. But the Ice Phoenix did not see the reasons for this to raise such a deafening noise. Although the indignant Pangzhan seemed to be extremely urgent. Because of this egregious incident, everyone in the Xinchen sect has now frozen in an extremely tense state, and closely observed the development of the situation. And they tried to understand whether the demonic cult would come to destroy the entire sect, or the angry representatives of Xinchen themselves would go to avenge the demonic cult. He completely did not understand why the Ice Phoenix considers it so trifling news. It even seemed that the Patriarch of the Ark and the captain of the mystical combat detachment also looked suspiciously indifferent to such a dangerous threat. However, as it turned out, the reason was that these influential people unquestioningly listened only to the advice of the scientist Murim. They behaved this way only because their respected military advisor strongly asked not to take reckless steps, no matter what happened. However, the bewildered Panghuzian still did not understand whether this means that they need to behave with the same calm indifference. After a pause, he decided to find out if the husband was going to go somewhere. As it turned out, she firmly intended to go to the Xinchen sect in the near future. Obviously, the cautious Panghudaon was alerted by the fact that a fragile girl was going to go to such a dangerous place herself. However, she immediately noticed that she would no longer be lonely if Panghudaon agrees to accompany her. Of course, the noble warrior was ready to fearlessly accompany her if necessary. But in truth, he did not really want to see the universal painful despondency caused by this mysterious scientist of Murim. However, the insightful advisor noticed that all these people were simply deadly tired of constant tension. They are probably very grateful for the fact that the wise scientist Murim taught them not to take rash steps regardless of the complexity of the situation. On the other hand, perhaps this was an instruction to which they should follow implicitly, no matter what. Then it became interesting to the pink-haired warrior. Is this ingenious self, taught so easily unraveling the complex psychological state of the surrounding people? To his surprise, the mysterious husband Lin deliberately left his liveliest question unanswered. Therefore, a curious guy himself decided to find out when she was going to go to the Xinchen sect. As it turned out, the alarming situation demanded her immediate intervention, so the decisive girl wanted to leave right now without losing a minute. Somewhere at this time, a compassionate arc of tenderness watched with tenderness the hero's tired and peacefully sleeping relatives. The current alarming situation literally drove her crazy, because a real storm of dramatic events unfolded around, but they could not do anything except helplessly to stay here, safe. In addition, an excited girl really wanted to know how the rest of their comrades are going now. and she could only sincerely hope that everything was fine with them, and nothing terrible happened in their absence. Soon, the worried girl decided to quietly visit the lying Liuzhen, but noticed that he was lying serene on his couch and sleeping. Therefore, she silently wanted to leave, but unexpectedly heard a weak but distinct voice of an insightful advisor. He, waking up, politely asked her to enter. The embarrassed Ark of the Sea could only apologize for the fact that she accidentally woke him, opening the door without much necessity. And now he needed to properly rest in order to completely recover. However, the generous hero convinced the bewildered girl that he woke up not at all because of her, and there was absolutely nothing to apologize for. Moreover, most of all, he was currently interested in where the reliable uncle was now. As it turned out, the prudent Cao Qianhu went over the wagon, which they prudently left in the forest. The tired mother of the hero and his sister fell asleep tightly on a wooden bench. It seems that their painful anxiety completely disappeared when they saw that their beloved son and brother finally woke up. In addition, the car, caring for the Ark, resolutely asked that the hero would no longer worry about the safety of her family, because she would personally take them into her powerful clan and would carefully look after them. This meant one thing: Liuzhen had no other choice, except in the future to regularly visit the possessions of the Ark clan. The noble idea of the mistress, for some unclear reason, clearly did not like the thoughtful hero. However, he was most disturbed by the fact that the entire powerful clan could meet its sad end because of it. If he himself becomes a target for someone dangerous, this means that the clan of the Ark will also inevitably become their target. However, the reasonable Ark understood that they were all ready to accept this risk for a long time. Moreover, they have already firmly promised that they would fearlessly protect him from a demonic cult. But it seemed to the insightful hero that not only a demonic cult was hunting for him, and gradually thoughtful Arks began to understand what exactly he hinted at his foggy words. But in any case, whoever hunts them, the fate of the noble clan of the Ark from now on will be inextricably linked with the fate of Liuzhen himself. Obviously, such a touching dedication and devotion caused a light, grateful smile on the tired face of the exhausted guy. Then he admitted that he would like to rest a little on the fresh, invigorating air. There, in the fresh air, they sat in peace, admiring the magnificent sunset sky, which in this blessed place was especially beautiful. The thoughtful mistress even reflected on how wonderful if people became as clear and beautiful as it was a serene sky. If they lived a normal and natural life, without mourning in the endless struggle for their selfish desires and exorbitant ambitions. However, it was extremely interesting for her to hear the opinion of the penetrating hero about how the brewing duel would end between the head of the Xinchen sect and the formidable sword of the heavenly demon. However, the judicious strategist was firmly convinced that no reasonable head of the sect would have responded to such a provocative request. And this means that most likely the duel will not take place at all. Although the Sesh, puzzled by the Ark, could not understand this after all. Their whole heritage can be ruthlessly destroyed due to his refusal. And yet, why does the head do not want to join a fair battle? However, the Vision, like Hero, believed that this was undoubtedly the best solution than to close the entire sect of Qingchen for several long years, only because the respected chapter lost to an honest duel. Obviously, a curious girl longed to find out what the insightful hero was guided by. Drawing such confident conclusions, the wise Liuzhen explained that the head of the highly respected sect of Xinchen could take into account the probability of losing in his calculations. Perhaps he also took into account that the proud students of the sect with a contemptuous grin will react to the threat of the complete destruction of the entire sect of Xinchen with a cruel sword of the heavenly demon. In this case, without responding to an impudent request for a duel, the venerable head of the sect follows the path, which allows you to greatly risk your reputation and life. But also, based on the same calculations, the whole sect of Xinchen can really be ruthlessly destroyed. The decisive Ark of the Sea categorically did not agree with this pessimistic forecast. After all, they could be destroyed only if the entire demonic army was attracted. But this would be completely impossible for the forces of the Sword of the Heavenly Demon, no matter how strong he is. In addition, the Xinchen sect is the strongest in the world, especially when they desperately protect their native main sect. In addition, on the outskirts of the majestic mountain, there were many subsidiaries of the Taoist academies and academies of martial arts. If a demonic cult wants to destroy everyone in Qingchen, first of all they will have to go through all these numerous academies. However, in this fact, an insightful hero saw their main fatal weakness. Things that are often considered the strongest side can sometimes become the most fatal vulnerability. The only thing they could now hope is that the respected sect would act in accordance with his secret request. If they disobey her, then they literally have no hope for a bright future. Events are transferred just to Mount Zinchen, to the legendary sect of Zinchen. There, the respected leader of the sect gathered all multi-experienced elders by the time of the return of one of them from a dangerous task. He, kneeling, sincerely apologized for having come alone. In his initial plans, it was not at all to survive alone. However, he simply had no choice, because he was obliged to convey the sinister words of the sword of the heavenly demon to the respected master. Of course, the enraged chapter was incredibly angry that this cruel warrior dared to mock their elder so boldly. And besides, he still had the impudence of something after he mercilessly killed their innocent students. However, the shocked elder, who saw everything with his own eyes and personally participated in this tragedy, believed that the ominous words of the sword of the heavenly demon should not remain without due attention. When he calmly said that he would destroy their entire sect of Zinchen, it was not just an empty threat. His eyes and powerful threatening energy spoke about this eloquently. Then a cruel man categorically declared the bewildered elder that he would certainly fulfill what was said. All other those present believed that such arrogant words were quite natural, given how the sword of the heavenly demon was insane in his pride. Therefore, the first talented student of the head of the sect was sure that this warrior could only be putting them into a state of confusion. His main doubtful goal was to confuse the entire powerful alliance Murim. It was for this that he sent his daring request to the duel. The elder initially also thought so, but when he saw these cruel warriors live, now he knew for sure that their formidable leader did not bluff at all. However, the adamant chapter still believed that this did not have much weight, especially when the frightened elder returned alive and unharmed. One way or another, the opinion of each of the wise elders present here could be considered approximately the same. Only one of them urged them to focus on the enhanced protection of their main sect, because the enemies were much worse than they initially thought. But they could also boldly remain in their positions, because it was dangerous to risk being drawn into the enemy's cunning venture and make hasty, rash steps in a panic. In order to finally decide on their further strategic course, the respected head asked all the wise elders to freely express his authoritative opinion. Many of them could not but affect the painful topic that the innocent students of the Zinchen sect were brutally killed. Now it was about a real critical situation when a centuries-old reputation of the entire illustrious section was put on the map. And if they seriously thought about the future of the great sect of Zinchen, they had to act in such a way as to do the right thing in relation to those who were ruthlessly killed. In this regard, the decisive chapter decided to create an elite detachment of executioners to persecute and destroy such lawless bastards from a demonic cult. He immediately called one of the most reliable warriors and appointed him the responsible leader of this important mission. He was supposed to immediately form a fighting exit of executioners for tomorrow morning and immediately go in pursuit of the enemy. After that, the authoritative chapter also turned to his devoted first student, and he solemnly explained that from this historical moment, he could do everything that would consider it necessary. Obviously, the puzzled guy did not quite understand what exactly his wise master had in mind. And then he decided to directly find out what the purposeful student wanted the most, to protect the entire sect of Zinchen with the help of rough power, or in some other wise way. His examination desire was quite obvious. He did not want to immediately react to the obvious provocations of demons. However, the wise chapter recalled that they already had one urgent problem, which should have reacted immediately, without losing a minute. Therefore, the respected chapter strongly commanded that his devoted warrior, as soon as possible, collect all the scattered groups and branches of the academies of martial arts in the vicinity of Mount Zinchen. Up to this point, the prudent first student has already ordered that everyone be in full combat readiness for urgent collection in case of a sudden treacherous attack of a demonic cult. He also has already indicated 4 strategic points of the selection in all 4 angles of the sect possessions in advance. They should have actively acted as soon as they were given a conditional signal. Obviously, the experienced chapter sincerely admired the fact that his talented student thought out in advance, and approvingly invited him to immediately begin to fulfill this vital task. Somewhere at this very time, not far from the majestic Mount Zinchen, there was already a formidable sword of a heavenly demon. He carefully looked around his loyal soldiers, who rested in front of the upcoming battle. As soon as his faithful subordinate approached the concentrated Bai Yunhui, he decided to find out exactly what their current combat force. They had only 98 soldiers hardened in battles. Together with Quan Tailan and Bai Yunhui himself, this gave exactly 100 fearless warriors. Then, with an ominous smile, the military leader noted that a new legend would be born soon about how only 100 brave soldiers destroyed the great sect of Zinchen. He also wanted to know whether some changes have been happening in the behavior of the sect lately. In principle, everything went exactly as they assumed. The Zinshan sect ordered all branches of the academies of martial arts to urgently gather in strategic places located in the four corners of their possessions. However, the insightful Bai Yunhui also understood that these people already knew exactly how many warriors they have and their approximate location. And although in the elite detachment of Heavenly Wolves there were only 100 selected people, the confident Quan Tylin was convinced that their opponents arrogantly believed that more than 500 martial arts from branches would definitely cope with them and completely suppress their small detachment. But it was also obvious that they needed to arrange for these arrogant people a real hell of despair, so that they no longer think that they can so easily cope with a formidable demonic cult. And in order for this daring plan to successfully come true, they should have acted as quickly and decisively as possible. For this reason, the prudent Quan Tylin rightly suggested that their captain wants to go into battle immediately. They have already chosen their first sacrifice. It was supposed to be the Academy of Taoism, strategically located in the north. Before the performance, the courageous Bai Yunhui again looked at the mystical star of the Supreme Ruler, which today radiated a particularly crimson, sinister radiance. He considered it a kind sign that they were doing everything right, and gave a clear order to the team to speak. Thus began the decisive capture of the Zinshan section. It was just a small, insignificant fight for their warriors hardened in battles. Nevertheless, in this skirmish, none of their detachment had to die. None of the elite warriors was strictly forbidden to get any injuries, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Somewhere at the same time, the Ice Phoenix was already rapidly jumping up the steep slope to the Zinshan sect. However, suddenly both riders abruptly stopped. Smirting Pangzhon understood that they would soon safely arrive at the destination. But, apparently, now it was too late to apply visits to representatives of other respected sections. However, a decisive girl recalled that the Zinshan sect was not just any ordinary sect. This unification was closely connected with the right military advisor to the Murim alliance. And the Zinshan sect, strictly speaking, was an important part of this powerful alliance. But suddenly, a sensitive advisor also felt something ominous wagon. She decided to ask the attentive Pang of Hudajon if he feels something unusual in the air. She had a strange, anxious feeling that something similar to a quick stream of hostile energy was rapidly scattered through the air. However, no matter how much an experienced warrior was straining his feelings, he did not even feel close to what the insightful husband Lin was so alarmed. The worried girl persistently asked to continue the way, because even if something ominous is happening, they had to immediately get into the Zinshan sect. Therefore, she resolutely spurred her frisky horse and rushed straight to the majestic main building of the sect. At this time, the vigilant warriors of the sect itself with bright torches have already scattered through the vast territory, carefully tracking the hidden enemy. And in one of the directions, they finally saw swift warriors flying through the air. Obviously, shocked defenders still could not believe that the sudden attack of the demonic cult would really take place. As a result, even strong gates could not restrain the onslaught of these ruthless warriors, who immediately burst into the sanctuary of the sect. After that, armed with their sharp blades, they began to ruthlessly cut anyone who bravely stood in their way. Their harsh commander stood upstairs, carefully watching the course of the bloody battle. Obviously, the dying soldiers of the enemy, even on the verge of death, could not believe their eyes that they had so easily fell, without even the opportunity to fight off. Soon, his devoted right hand also joined the unflappable commander. He was sincerely surprised that these opponents were even weaker than they initially expected. Or, perhaps, just their elite detachment was too well prepared and incomparably strong. He was sincerely proud of their valiant warriors. They always stubbornly trained as best they could, in the hope of becoming strong enough to be useful to his great leader Bai Yunhui. However, the most adamant Bai Yunhui was more interested in the presence of their messenger. As it turned out, they have already prudently left a free journey for him, since a quick messenger was supposed to quickly reach the appointed place by approximately this moment. Then the thoughtful commander began to think about whether they should wait for the arrival of the head of the sect. At the same time, it was completely unclear whether he would come at all. Neither the commander nor his assistant also knew this. However, Quan Tylin suggested patiently to wait here until the morning. In addition, now they could stop the massacre for a while, and those who at the moment miraculously survived temporarily leave untouched. After that, the Quan Tylin immediately left to immediately transfer this order to his subordinates, and the ruthless Bai Yunhui remained to observe what was happening. Soon, the brave man Lin finally reached the head of the Qingchen clan. The venerable man was incredibly glad that the right military advisor, tirelessly involved in all the strategic movements of the Alliance, was here at such a late hour, showing sincere anxiety about them. However, the insightful man Lin subtly noticed that the words of the head of the sect sounded somehow ambiguous, as if he was actually not at all happy with her unexpected visit. But the alarmed man immediately began to warmly deny it, explaining that on the contrary, he was sincerely glad of the arrival of such an important military advisor. Then the decisive girl insisted that she was told without hiding all the details of what is happening now. She firmly assured that she did not intend to intervene at all, and the respected chapter had no doubt that the prudent girl would not really interfere with it. On the contrary, he sincerely wanted to listen to her wise advice, if there was one. But still, it was extremely interesting for a curious man to know what kind of man accompanied the respected mistress. Immediately, the respectful Pang Huzion bowed deeply and officially introduced himself, expressing in the ceremony the proper reverence of the head of the sect. After this presentation, the experienced chapter quickly realized that Pang Huijian was the same legendary miracle resort from the illustrious clan Habai Pang. He was not part of the prestigious group 12 Moon, but also all heard that he was even stronger than his famous brother, the only eldest son of the clan. The modest guy immediately thanked for this high honor, but honestly explained that he was a person known only as the Lower Moon, and who hardly reached the lowest rank among the legendary dozen. And so, to this dramatic moment, their important conversation was suddenly interrupted by the obsolete messenger from the northern mountain rushed into the hall. Obviously, the insightful husband Lin quickly realized what the disturbing arrival of the messenger in such a later time means: indiscriminate time.